Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, the session is about to start. Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to welcome you this morning at Cité in Luxembourg for the Asteroid Day 2026. My name is Galactic Chloe. I'm an aerospace engineer from Switzerland and science communicator, and I'll be very happy to be your host today to discuss all of the topics going from asteroids and impact, how we build a space mission, welcoming astronauts on stage to discuss those space topics. As I was preparing our session today, I was reading yesterday that today is actually a special day because an asteroid is making its closest approach as we speak from Earth. This asteroid is named 1997 NC1, and at 11:14 exactly UTC, it will be at 2.5 million kilometers away from us, so more than 6 times the distance between Earth and the Moon. So no risk, do not worry about today. We have other things to worry today. But it is a good topic for this Asteroid Day and showing that it is important that we are here together to discuss this issue. That being said, and talking about things that are hot, experts here can know that when an asteroid impacts the Earth, the temperature can go very high for those rocks, above 2,000 degrees. We're not here quite yet today, but it is getting hot, so make sure that you hydrate. We're going to have some water that can be distributed to all of you in the main hall, but also in the auditorium, so make sure to stay safe. We are about to start. We have scientists, astronauts, engineers, lawyers, artists in the room, and I would like to leave the floor to our first speaker to kick off this day, Jamila Aouda, who is the Deputy Director at S&T Research Center at the University of Luxembourg. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to the 2026 Asteroid Festival. It is my greatest pleasure on behalf of Blager, who could not be here, and also on behalf of the Asteroid Foundation to welcome you to this day, to the Asteroid Festival. In fact, let me pause and thank you very much for being here with the heat, the weather. You chose to be here with us. Really, I really thank you. It shows your interest, it shows your curiosity, and I believe it deserves a round of applause. So thank you very much. It also makes the sun, in fact, a bit more noticeable than usual. It's making itself here present, and it's a reminder of the solar system. It's a reminder of our planet Earth and that we need to take care of it. So in fact, this is exactly what the Asteroid Day is all about. It's about this bringing awareness, bringing the community together. We heard, about engineers, astronauts, artists, everyone, children, older ones, all coming together, and this day is special for that. So thank you very much. The discovery, I'm a scientist myself. I'm a computer vision scientist, but I work also on space navigation. So coming from different fields and all coming together with that interest, that level of curiosity is a celebration. And we're extremely proud that this celebration has grown. Today it's very international, bringing people from all over the world and celebrating the Asteroid Day. So we're part of it. We're extremely proud to actually be a motor. We're proud that Luxembourg is today, I can say, base camp for this activity. So I'd like to thank all my colleagues, the Asteroid Foundation. Bravo for all this effort, and it's all volunteering. So thank you very much. It's also the support that we're getting from all the sponsors. Without you, we couldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to do this. A special thank to our host today, Ville de Luxembourg. Special thanks to Cité. This has been multiple years of us meeting here in this fantastic building and celebrating together. So I'll let you today enjoy all the program that has been put together by Anna Owana. Fantastic program where you can also meet, interact with the scientists, with the astronauts, with the artists. So dwell in it, take advantage, interact with everyone. ask questions, answer your curiosity. And for the younger ones, maybe this is a path, this is a start of a new career. Why not? So enjoy it. Enjoy the day and stay hydrated. Very important. All right.
Thank you very much, Jamila. And thank you very much to the Asteroid Foundation for organizing this event and making sure that we're all gathered here today. Our next speaker is, or actually I'm not the host today, our next speaker is the host, because the Deputy Mayor at the Ville de Luxembourg, Maurice Bauer, the floor is yours. Let me check.
No.
Rocket science.
A politician without a microphone that works is not very good. So, dear Chloe, many thanks for the nice introduction. Dear Anna, dear astronauts, dear engineers, dear all those friends of the space and of the Asteroid Foundation, dear Deputy Chair. It's for me, as representative of the city of Luxembourg, a large pleasure to be with you every year here in this room, because it's so important for us as City of Luxembourg to support initiatives like yours, initiatives that allow young people to dream, initiative that allows peers to exchange, people to meet, to get information, and to find out what's possible and what the new technologies are also able to do. And from that point of view, I must say that for the City of Luxembourg, an event like yours is definitely something which is enormously important, because it shows the future. It shows all these opportunities which we have in the future if we want to get also this country, this city, being progressive. And therefore, I'm very happy, and you spoke about it, the government of Luxembourg has been very active over the last years, and in order to attract and to start putting Luxembourg on the map of the space exploration. And therefore today I think and as a member of parliament, I'm also very happy about the fact that today we have more than 80 companies which have settled down in Luxembourg concerning activities linked to the space, whether it's space mining, whether it's space exploration. And I think it's real new diversification of our economy here in Luxembourg, and I think that's something which Luxembourg has always done quite nicely, to try to diversify our activities. When we had the steel industry in the beginning of the 20th century, then afterwards, when this became less attractive, we had visionary people who developed the financial sector. Then we had the satellite activities in Luxembourg which were developed, and now this with the space activities. And I think that's something which is really important, because it shows that Luxembourg can still be pioneering and being in the driving seat for new developments. This year I think I can congratulate Anna for having tried to create, and I have never been in the space, but these people who have been there can perhaps confirm that the conditions are more closer to the reality in the space with this hot ambience. So I think congratulations for having done this work to create this real special effect in order to create a real, to approach the reality in space probably. No, and for the City of Luxembourg, it's also an important event, because hosting it in one of the most nicest places in the city shows also our engagement, our commitment to supporting an initiative which is so important, that we show this opportunity to our young people. And therefore, I'm really also happy for all these collaborations which you have with schools, because it's at that moment where young people are formed, are getting an idea what's possible in their life, where they can get this enthusiasm about the space, where they can get this dreaming of being an astronaut one day eventually. And therefore I must say this collaboration is so valuable and so important, that we can get this done here in our city with our young people. And therefore it's for us really an important event here in the City of Luxembourg. So from that point of view, I would like to conclude by saying that it's our pleasure to be partner with you for this year, but also for the next years. And I would not like to conclude without saying how much I am grateful to this whole team around Anna, about all the members of the Asteroid Foundation, who invest so much of their private time, because you are not paid for this. You are not, and it's really a visionary engagement which you are taking, all of you, in order to bring the space closer to us, to all of us, not only to the young people. I think that's the most important, but also to people like me, or who never knew something about the space, and therefore it's really something which is important. And I wish you that as much people as possible from Luxembourg can come today, but as you are also in the World Wide Web, I think everybody could also get interested in this throughout this possibility, and I'm really thankful for all the work which you are doing in order to bring the space closer to the Earth, even though that's, I think, completely wrong to say that the space is brought closer to the Earth, but I think it's interesting to get people the opportunity to dive in the subject, to get more information, and therefore we are today here gathering, and I think that's something as important as possible. Many thanks, good and fruitful discussions and discoveries, and I'm looking forward to meeting you again at latest in a year's time. Many thanks and good luck.
Thank you very much, Maurice Bauer. Thank you. We will now welcome on stage the Executive Director of the Asteroid Foundation, the reason why we are all gathered today, Anna Bordu.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Thank you very much, Jamila. Thank you, Maurice, for a great introduction to today's event. So welcome everyone to the Asteroid Day Festival 2026 live in Luxembourg. I would like to say hi to our audiences who are watching us worldwide, to the Asteroid Day community, and of course to those who have come today to the Cercle Cité, the very wonderful venue in the heart of the Luxembourg city. It is really wonderful to see so many families, students, educators, space enthusiasts, and simply curious people coming together to celebrate science exploration and discovery. We have a very exciting day ahead. You will hear from astronauts, scientists, and experts from organizations, including the European Space Agency, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, the European Commission, Director General DGDFIS, ASRIC, the University of Luxembourg, ClearSpace, OQ Technology, and many, many others. Together, we will explore asteroids, planetary defense, space missions, life in space, future space careers, and also very unconventional ones. And we will hear stories from astronauts who have experienced our planet from a truly special angle. And there is also much more happening here on site throughout the day. I encourage you to explore our interactive activities presented by our partners. Experience astronomy through sound and touch. Discover ESA's Hera mission in virtual reality and with artificial intelligence. Become a space detective. Visit the pop-up planetarium and code robots. And even take a peek at Bokito, a small satellite from the University of Luxembourg that actually flew on SpaceX. Whether you're 5 or 95, there is something for everybody. And of course, today's festival forms part of Aspire, the Asteroid Foundation's flagship educational program. Our sincere thanks go to our principal supporters, the Luxembourg Space Agency, the Luxembourg National Research Fund, the André Loche Foundation, and the Œuvre Nationale de Secours de Grande-Duchesse Charlotte. Thank you very much. We're equally grateful to all our partners and sponsors, the City of Luxembourg, Permi Invest, GLAE, ASRIC, the University of Luxembourg's S&T, the European Space Agency, the European Commission through the EU Space Programme, the Embassy of Switzerland in Luxembourg, OHB, Novotel Luxembourg, and Clear Space Today. Thank you very much for believing in our mission and helping make today's festival possible. Finally, I hope today inspires you to ask questions, to discover something new, and maybe look at the night sky a little bit differently. Because Asteroid Day isn't just one day a year. It's a reminder that curiosity, science, and exploration belong every day to everyone. Thank you for joining us, and I wish you a fantastic festival. And remember, Asteroid Day can be any day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Talking about watching the night sky, I've heard that you can actually see with binoculars the asteroid 1997 NC1. So don't hesitate to look up tonight. All right, so as Anna was mentioning, we're here to talk about different topics, but we also want to have your inputs. So this is going to start now. We need you to take out your smartphones and scan the QR code that is right behind me. And I also would like to extend the invitation for those who are joining us online. People in the room maybe didn't realize, but we also have some people joining from other countries, and they're live with us today. So feel free to scan the QR code that is appearing to join in a little Mentimeter. Okay, the first question I would like to ask you is what brought you here today? Is it because you love space? Is it because you came with your kids? Are you a student? You heard there would be air conditioning. We welcome everyone. That's the principle of Asteroid Day. I heard there would be astronauts. Indeed, indeed. I don't want to spoil anything, but they're actually here in the room. You can look around, try to guess who they are. Well, whatever you came for, or if you love space, or if you're here because you're a student or a family, as Anna was mentioning, we have activities during the program, but also in the main hall, so don't hesitate to join. Next question, how much do you know about asteroids? Almost nothing. Are you an expert? I know in front there are a few experts that are sitting. Let us know how much do you know about asteroids. Okay. Okay, seems like medium to more, but Patrick is not answering, otherwise we'll bias the whole survey. Great, well, this event is for expert and non-experts, so I'm sure that you'll find whatever you're looking for. And last but not least, the last question, what is the question you would like most answered by the end of the day? So did you come with a question about asteroid, about space, about astronauts? Please feel free to let us know, and we will make sure that you get your answer by the end of the day. So you can just write down the question on the Mentimeter app. As people are doing that, I feel that this room is very quiet. No? Are you guys excited to be here? Yeah. Okay. We can do that again. Are you guys excited to be here? Yes, thank you, Jamila. Thank you. Okay, I know it's 10 a.m. on a Saturday, but it's Asteroid Day, guys. It's supposed to be excited. Okay, well, you know what? How can I get involved? That's a great question. Anna, maybe you can answer it by the end of the day. How to find work in the space sector? Well, we have many people working at the Luxembourg Space Agency, European Space Agency, and companies that will come on panels. So don't hesitate to reach out to the speakers as well. Can we do European mission to save Earth against asteroids? Well, we'll talk about that as well. Well, our next speaker is going to talk a bit about asteroids in Europe, but also we have a panel in the afternoon about planetary defense. What's the answer to the universe? 42. We can feel the nerds in the room. If you didn't get it, don't worry, it's a nerd joke. Okay, well, let's start with those questions, and let's start with our first speaker. I would like to invite on stage, how we call it, Mr. Asteroid. He's the Director of Research at CNRS, Principal Investigator of ESA Era Mission, and even has an asteroid named in his honor. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Michel. Turn it on for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I have to give my talk in French, right? So pardon my French for those who are English. So yes, I'm gonna. Alors je vais plutôt, pardon, excusez-moi, d'abord remercier la ville du Luxembourg de nous accueillir chaque année merveilleusement. Bien sûr, Anna qui organise ça. Et je pense que c'est très important parce que avec ce que l'on vit dans l'espace et nos aventures spatiales, on vit vraiment des choses extraordinaires, parfois dignes des meilleures aventures d'Indiana Jones. Et je pense que pour les jeunes, leur montrer qu'en faisant de la science, on apprend énormément, on s'amuse tout en sauvant la planète. Je pense que c'est un bon message et ce genre d'événement nous permet de faire passer ce message. Donc j'ai 20 minutes pour vous raconter à peu près ce que l'on sait sur les astéroïdes et les aventures magnifiques qui nous attendent. Alors avant ça, je vais passer il y a 4,567 milliards d'années, c'est au moment où le système solaire est né. C'était une étoile entourée d'un disque de gaz et de poussière qui était aussi fine que mes cheveux, qui sont pourtant très fins. Et ces poussières ont commencé à s'agglomérer pour former des corps de plus en plus gros. Certains ont fini en planètes et d'autres n'ont pas grossi au stade de planète et se sont parqués dans ce que l'on appelle maintenant la ceinture principale des astéroïdes, qui est située entre Mars et Jupiter, que vous voyez ici. Et donc, en fait, ces astéroïdes sont les restes des briques qui ont formé les planètes et qui n'ont pas grossi comme les planètes. Donc, ils ont un énorme avantage si on veut retracer l'histoire du système solaire et avoir une recette pour fabriquer les planètes, un peu comme quand on fait un gâteau. Eh bien, ils n'ont pas chauffé. Et c'est un peu comme si les planètes étaient un gâteau, c'est-à-dire qu'on met des ingrédients dans un bol, on cuit, à la fin on a notre gâteau, on a perdu la recette parce que tout s'est transformé chimiquement. Et les astéroïdes, eux, sont restés suffisamment petits pour avoir gardé la mémoire des ingrédients initiaux qu'ont fait le gâteau. Donc, ils nous donnent la recette pour former les planètes. Ça, c'est la première chose. Alors évidemment, ils sont la plupart dans la ceinture des astéroïdes. Il y a une incroyable diversité de composition. On trouve du métal, de la roche, y compris de la glace, ce qui nous dit qu'il y a dû y avoir des bouleversements dans les phases précoces du système solaire. En particulier, les planètes ont bougé, permettant de mélanger du matériau formé à très grande distance avec du matériau formé à faible distance. Et puis, dans cette ceinture, il y a des collisions qui se produisent, certains objets sont envoyés sur des zones instables et ils finissent par rencontrer les planètes, c'est ce qu'on appelle les astéroïdes géocroiseurs, qui peuvent potentiellement nous menacer. On a aussi une autre population qui s'appelle les Troyens, qui sont situés de part et d'autre de Jupiter sur la même trajectoire. C'est assez magnifique, c'est un mathématicien, Lagrange, qui avait prédit qu'à 60 degrés de part et d'autre d'une planète comme Jupiter, il y a des points stables. C'est-à-dire que si on se met là, on ne bouge plus. Et quelques années plus tard, on découvre les premiers astéroïdes troyens. Quand on vérifie une théorie mathématique, je trouve ça vraiment très beau. Et ce sont des objets très intéressants. On va voir qu'on a une mission qui va aussi les observer. Donc en gros, les astéroïdes sont quelques-uns sur la trajectoire de Jupiter, d'autres plutôt entre Mars et Jupiter, et puis certains croisent la trajectoire des planètes internes, la Terre, Mars, Vénus, Mercure. Et d'ailleurs, ces mêmes astéroïdes, on les retrouve dans les systèmes exoplanétaires, puisque vous savez que maintenant on a découvert plus de 6000 exoplanètes, des planètes autour d'autres étoiles, et le même processus est mis en jeu. Donc en comprenant la formation du système solaire, on peut comprendre en général la formation des systèmes planétaires. Et alors il se trouve aussi qu'à la fin de la formation de la Terre, il y a eu beaucoup d'impacts, et ces impacts auraient pu apporter tous les ingrédients qui ont permis à la vie d'émerger sur Terre, à savoir l'eau, la matière organique, etc. Et c'est pourquoi, pour vérifier ces scénarios, on a envoyé des missions pour aller chercher des échantillons d'astéroïdes et les ramener sur Terre pour vérifier si effectivement ils contiennent les briques, on va dire, du vivant. Donc en fait, il y a énormément de raisons pour étudier ces objets, parce qu'en fait, il nous raconte une histoire du système solaire. La ceinture des astéroïdes est représentée ici en gris. Vous voyez les trajectoires allongées qui représentent celles des géocroiseurs, donc ceux qui peuvent potentiellement nous menacer. Donc en fait, du coup, on a des raisons de scientifiques, mieux comprendre nos origines, des raisons de défense planétaire, comment se protéger. Et puis certains s'intéressent aussi à ces objets comme des ressources, puisqu'ils sont riches en eau, ils sont riches en oxygène, hydrogène. On pourrait les utiliser comme des carburants, par exemple, pour explorer à plus grande distance le système solaire plutôt que d'embarquer toutes les ressources depuis la Terre. C'est pourquoi, et ça c'est extraordinaire, peu de gens sont au courant, peut-être, mais ça c'est les logos de toutes les missions qui sont actuellement en développement ou en vol pour aller voir des astéroïdes. Et si vous regardez les échelles de temps, ça veut dire qu'à partir de maintenant, 2026, jusqu'à 2035, on aura des données sur les astéroïdes. Et je peux même dire, j'ai regardé, à partir de novembre, tous les 3 mois, il y aura quelque chose de nouveau, avec des aventures dignes des meilleures aventures d'Indiana Jones. Je vais vous en raconter quelques-unes, vous allez voir, mais vous voyez un petit peu le nombre de missions et tout ce qu'on va apprendre sur ces petits corps. Et pour répondre à une des questions qui a été posée, comment est-ce que les astéroïdes peuvent aider à la paix? Regardez bien, tout ça se fait dans le cadre de coopération internationale. C'est-à-dire que les missions spatiales consacrées aux astéroïdes, et pas que d'ailleurs, même les missions humaines, eh bien, sont faites dans le cadre de coopération internationale. Même si on se balance des missiles sur la tête, sur Terre, on arrive à se parler encore dans l'espace et à travailler ensemble. Et je pense que tant que ce lien-là il est là, ça donne de l'espoir qu'au final, on arrivera à se rappeler qu'on est une seule espèce sur une petite planète qui n'a pas de plan B, qu'on a plutôt intérêt à s'entraider comme on le montre dans l'espace. Alors pourquoi c'est intéressant d'aller voir les astéroïdes? Ça, c'est une image qui vous montre à quoi, en fait, tous les astéroïdes sur lesquels on a une image, depuis le deuxième plus gros Vesta jusqu'au plus petit Itokawa. Donc Vesta, 450 km de diamètre, Itokawa, 320 mètres, 2 fois la taille d'un stade de foot. C'est incroyable, la diversité de taille, sachant que depuis la Terre, quand on regarde avec un télescope, tel que le fait Jean-Lucas ici, eh bien, un astéroïde, c'est un tout petit point lumineux, il ne fait que réfléchir à la lumière sur sa surface, il bouge par rapport à la sphère céleste, c'est comme ça qu'on les voit, mais vous voyez bien que ce petit point-là ne nous dit pas quelle est la structure, quelle est la morphologie, tout ce qu'on a besoin de savoir pour vraiment comprendre leur histoire. Et ce que les images nous ont révélé depuis le premier survol d'un astéroïde en 1993 par la sonde Galileo de la NASA qui allait voir Jupiter, en fait, c'est qu'en fait, on a affaire à des petits mondes d'une incroyable diversité morphologique, géologique en termes de composition, mais aussi de taille et de structure géologique à leur surface. Si je vous montre ici une autre image, vous voyez qu'à droite, on trouve des avalanches, on trouve des cratères, on trouve des champs de roches, on trouve des roches avec des morphologies très différentes les unes des autres. Et en fait, notre rôle à nous, les scientifiques, c'est un peu d'être comme des détectives, à savoir d'abord identifier qu'est-ce qu'on voit, est-ce que c'est une avalanche, est-ce que c'est un cratère, et ensuite essayer de comprendre comment est-ce que l'astéroïde a pu eh bien, avoir ces structures se former dans des conditions très différentes de la Terre. Et c'est là que ça va être intéressant, c'est qu'on s'est aperçu, et je vais vous montrer quelques exemples, que même en ayant des images, eh bien, on n'est pas capable pour l'instant de prédire comment la matière va se comporter quand on la touche. En fait, ces objets sont tellement petits qu'il y a très peu d'attraction de surface. Hein. Donc moi, quand je m'excite en vous parlant, je suis déjà en orbite sur un objet comme Itokawa. Et en réalité, même si les lois de la physique sont les mêmes partout dans l'univers, évidemment, elles s'expriment très différemment en fonction de la gravité que l'on subit, et en particulier la matière. Et donc, on s'est rendu compte, et je vais vous en montrer quelques exemples, que par exemple, quand vous avez ici Bennu, qui fait 500 mètres de diamètre, qui a été visité par la mission Osiris-Rex de la NASA, et que vous voyez à droite ces images incroyables, parce que là, on est à 300 millions de kilomètres de la Terre, donc 1000 fois la distance de la Terre à la Lune, et on a l'impression d'être dessus. Vous voyez un petit peu toutes les roches qu'il y a à la surface. D'ailleurs, nous, les scientifiques, on avait dit aux ingénieurs de la mission, vous inquiétez pas, il n'y aura pas de roches, il y aura que des plages de sable. Donc on s'est bien trompé, comme d'habitude, parce qu'en fait, chaque fois qu'on a vu une nouvelle image d'un astéroïde, on a été surpris, parce qu'on est encore dans la phase d'apprentissage, de savoir ce qu'ils sont. Eh bien, en fait, quand vous voyez ces images, ça a l'air dur. Et en réalité, eh ben, pas du tout. Quand on a récolté un échantillon, le mec a dit qu'il n'a ressenti aucune réaction, comme s'il rentrait dans un sable sans cohésion. Vous savez, le sable qui, quand vous le faites écouler comme ça, les grains ne se collent pas. Ce qui est complètement contre-intuitif. Et je vous montre un autre exemple. Ici, c'est Ryugu, qui a été visité par la sonde Hayabusa 2 de l'agence spatiale japonaise. Donc, il fait 900 mètres de diamètre. Et ils ont fait une expérience absolument incroyable, puisqu'ils ont fait ceci. La sonde a déployé une boîte à 100 mètres de l'astéroïde qu'il a fait exploser. Cette boîte, en explosant, a libéré un projectile de 2 kg qui a tapé à 2 km par seconde sur la surface de l'astéroïde. Donc déjà, ça, c'est complètement fou. Et ils ont réussi. Et vous voyez ici eh bien, une petite caméra qui a vu l'impact. Donc vous voyez la matière qui s'échappe et qui retombe. Déjà, première surprise pour nous, vous tapez à 2 km par seconde. Pour s'échapper de l'attraction de Ryugu, c'est-à-dire pour ne pas retomber, il faut aller à peine à 20 cm par seconde. Donc a priori, tout doit aller au-delà de cette vitesse. Et bien pas du tout. Déjà, de la matière est retombée. Et la deuxième chose qu'on a vue, c'est que vous avez à gauche l'image avant la formation du cratère et à droite, le cratère qui a été formé qui fait 17 mètres, qui est énorme, puisque dans nos simulations, vous voyez en dessus, si on supposait que la surface était dure, le cratère devrait faire 2 ou 3 mètres. Et ça, c'est bizarre, parce que quand vous regardez à gauche, on voit plein de rochers. Donc moi, quand je vois un rocher, s'il m'arrive dessus, je me dis, oula, ça va faire mal, il est dur. Et en réalité, quand le projectile a tapé, ben, tous ces rochers se sont complètement écroulés, sans colle entre eux. Et donc, en fait, globalement, Ryugu a réagi comme un corps sans cohésion, sans résistance. C'est pour ça que je vous dis que les images sont contre-intuitives, parce qu'on a l'impression de voir quelque chose de dur, et en fait, c'est mou. Et parfois, ça peut être l'inverse, on n'en sait rien. Donc, on en est encore à la phase d'essayer de faire le lien entre ce qu'ils nous montrent et ce qu'ils ressentent. Et ça, c'est assez compliqué. 5 juillet, donc dans pas longtemps, la sonde Hayabusa 2 va faire un survol d'un astéroïde qui fait 440 mètres de diamètre. Alors, c'est une taille encore incertaine, parce que malheureusement, on ne peut pas, à très grande distance, avoir une taille précise. Donc, c'est assez challenging. C'est un grand défi de survoler quand on n'a pas les bonnes conditions. Voilà, donc vous allez entendre parler de ça. C'est pour ça que je vous en parle. C'est un astéroïde qui s'appelle Torifune. Et on aura des nouvelles images. Donc, on va pouvoir, dans ce zoo d'astéroïdes, ajouter une image. Et je suis encore sûr qu'on va être surpris par ce que l'on voit. On a aussi une sonde chinoise qui est en train d'arriver sur un petit corps. Alors là, vous avez la trajectoire de ce corps autour du Soleil, avec la Terre aussi en bleu. Et là, vous avez, avec la Terre cette fois-ci fixe, la trajectoire de l'objet, qui est en fait ce qu'on appelle un quasi-satellite de la Terre, c'est-à-dire qu'il tourne en même temps autour du Soleil et en même temps autour de la Terre. Truc un peu bizarre, mais surtout, il fait que 60 mètres de diamètre et il tourne en 28 minutes sur lui-même. C'est-à-dire que toutes les 14 minutes, vous avez un lever ou un coucher de soleil. 60 mètres, c'est rien du tout. Et les Chinois veulent atterrir pour récolter un échantillon. Donc c'est une opération extrêmement compliquée qui doit se produire dans le mois qui vient. Et j'ai bien hâte de voir. On n'a jamais vu un rocher de 60 mètres dans l'espace. C'est à peine la moitié de la taille d'un stade de foot. À quoi ça ressemble, on ne sait pas. Donc on le saura grâce à cette mission. Bon, je vais passer vite. Le risque d'impact d'astéroïdes, évidemment, vous allez en entendre parler. Il y a une session sur la défense planétaire. Je rappelle simplement, pour rassurer tout le monde, qu'on n'a aucun objet que l'on connaît qui nous menace. Donc il n'y a aucune raison de s'inquiéter. On a assez de problèmes sur Terre. Par contre, on sait que sur le long terme, ça se produira et que pour pouvoir éviter une catastrophe comme ce que les dinosaures ont subi, il vaut mieux être prêt avant d'en avoir besoin. Donc tout ce que l'on fait actuellement, on ne s'en occupe pas parce qu'on est préoccupé. On s'en occupe parce qu'on sait que dans ce genre de problème, avec l'avantage que, contrairement à bien d'autres risques naturels, il est possible de prédire et prévenir le risque avec des moyens raisonnables, réalisables, eh bien on les met en œuvre et on prépare tous les scénarios possibles pour que le jour où ça arrive pour les futures générations, elle n'est pas improvisée, parce qu'évidemment, comme on le voit, c'est assez compliqué d'y arriver. Improviser mènerait à la catastrophe. Mais vous voyez les échelles de temps, hein, c'est tous les 200 millions d'années pour des objets extincteurs d'espèces, on n'en a aucun qui nous menace. Ce qui nous intéresse, c'est ceux plus de 140 mètres de diamètre qui peuvent faire des dégâts à l'échelle d'une région et dont on sait qu'on peut les découvrir tous, et ça ferait d'ailleurs par une mission de la NASA appelée NEO Surveyor qui va partir l'année prochaine et qui fera l'inventaire en 10 ans. Et on sait aussi qu'on a les capacités de les dévier si un objet arrive vers nous, et je vais vous le montrer. Donc on commence par ceux qu'on peut gérer, et puis sur le très long terme, on verra ce qu'on fait des autres, mais il n'y a pas de raison de s'en inquiéter. Ça, c'est raconté dans mon livre qui est en vente ici. Je raconte toutes ces aventures, si ça vous intéresse d'en savoir un peu plus. Et il y a 3 volets, donc prédiction, prévention, coordination internationale. Vous avez ici quelqu'un qui travaille à l'ONU qui vous parlera cet après-midi et qui vous dira comment, au niveau international, on essaie d'organiser une réponse coordonnée, parce que le jour où quelque chose arrive, d'ailleurs le début de mon livre c'est ça, la question elle est toute bête. Un astéroïde nous arrive dessus, bon, il n'y a qu'à le dévier, ça c'est la théorie. Mais en pratique, un astéroïde nous arrive dessus, qui j'appelle? Parce que ce n'est pas moi qui décide de dévier. Donc déjà, le truc, c'est ça. En pratique, c'est pas si simple. Je prédis qu'un truc arrive et moi, je suis le scientifique. Je n'ai pas le téléphone de mon président de la République. Je ne sais d'ailleurs même pas si lui, il saurait quoi faire, puisqu'il n'est pas encore formé. Donc voilà, il faut mettre en place une réponse coordonnée qui permet de savoir ce qu'on fait en fonction des scénarios et d'informer et sensibiliser les décideurs pour qu'ils puissent agir. Je ne vais pas parler de ça, je vais parler de la prévention, puisque, comme vous le savez peut-être, on a fait le premier test de déviation d'astéroïdes avec la mission DART de la NASA, suivie par la mission ERA de l'Agence spatiale européenne. Vous avez ici Yann Carnelli, qui est le manager d'ERA, au moment de l'impact de la mission DART. Donc on s'éclate comme des fous. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? Et ça, c'est le lancement d'ERA. J'aime bien toujours montrer les aventures humaines, parce que ça, on travaille pendant des années, des dizaines d'années tous ensemble, comme des fous. Et on connaît toutes les péripéties en cours de route, que vous lire dans mon livre d'ailleurs, et donc au moment clé, ça nous rappelle tout ce qu'on a fait pour en arriver là, d'où la joie de toutes ces personnes. Donc voilà ce qui a été fait en 2022. On a lancé à 580 kg, une machine de 580 kg, j'appelle ça une machine à laver, parce que c'est à peu près la taille, avec ses panneaux solaires, à 6 km par seconde, à peu près 22 000 km/h, sur un petit corps d'à peine 150 mètres de diamètre pour le dévier de sa trajectoire. Et vous avez, alors bon, je n'ai pas le temps de vous raconter exactement ce qu'on a fait. Retenez simplement qu'il fait 150 mètres de diamètre et qu'on voulait le dévier de sa trajectoire. Et là, vous avez le vrai film. En l'occurrence, c'était un astéroïde double, comme la Terre et la Lune, mais en petit. Le gros fait 800 mètres, à gauche, il s'appelle Didymos. Et le petit s'appelle Dimorphos, il fait 150 mètres de diamètre. Et l'idée, c'était de taper sur la petite Lune pour la dévier de sa trajectoire autour de son corps principal, comme si on avait voulu bouger la Lune pour, par exemple, la rapprocher de la Terre. Et là, vous avez les dernières images prises par la caméra de la sonde qui, de manière autonome, parce qu'on est à 11 millions de kilomètres, on ne peut pas jouer avec un joystick, eh bien, a repéré l'astéroïde, a calculé sa forme en temps réel et a réussi à taper dedans. Et là, vous avez les dernières images. C'est historique, c'est la première fois que l'humanité dévie un astéroïde. Et c'est tellement historique et tellement extraordinaire que vous allez me voir en train de m'exciter au moment de l'impact. Ça, c'est en temps réel au laboratoire de physique appliquée. Alors, le ridicule ne tue pas, parce qu'évidemment, quand on voit ça à froid, c'est un peu ridicule. Mais ça vous montre à quel point on a des moments incroyables. Et voilà ce que nous permet de vivre la science. Donc j'encourage les jeunes à s'amuser comme nous, voilà. À péter des câbles de temps en temps, mais bon, c'est pas grave, hein, j'ai tué personne. Et puis là, la dernière image qui arrive, voilà, tout le monde. Bon, voilà, c'est des moments géniaux. Donc ça a été fait, sauf qu'on ne sait pas ce qui s'est passé. On a une petite sonde qui a été déployée par DART 2 semaines avant l'impact, qui a survolé le moment de l'impact, et ça, c'est les 3 premières minutes après l'impact. Et vous voyez toute la matière éjectée sur la Lune, il y a à peu près 10 millions de kilos qui a été éjecté. Donc c'est extraordinaire. Par contre, comme on est en très faible gravité, le résultat final prend des heures à s'établir. Donc on ne sait pas à quoi ressemble maintenant cet astéroïde. On a même des images plusieurs jours après par le télescope Hubble, que vous voyez là, de la poussière qui s'étend sur 10 000 km, poussée par le vent solaire, telle une comète. C'est assez magnifique. Mais voilà, ça c'est les images qu'on a pré-impact. Mais qu'est devenu ce pauvre objet qu'on appelle Dimorphos? On n'en sait rien. Les calculs disent qu'on a peut-être fait un cratère, peut-être pas, on l'a peut-être complètement déformé, et nous on a besoin de savoir ça, parce que pour comprendre ce qui s'est passé et extrapoler ce test à d'autres scénarios, il nous faut le résultat final. Vous avez ici les dernières images du couple, les dernières images avant l'impact, et ça on sait que ça n'existe plus, hein, les rochers ils ont explosé, et donc il faut qu'on puisse retourner, voir pour comprendre quelle a été l'efficacité de la déviation, de quoi dépend, enfin comment elle a été influencée par la structure interne de l'objet qu'on doit mesurer. Et pour ça, eh bien, on envoie la sonde ERA de l'Agence spatiale européenne, partie le 7 octobre 2024. C'est la première fois qu'on envoie une sonde non pas seulement simple, mais une sonde équipée de 2 CubeSats, comme des boîtes à chaussures, qui vont être déployées à proximité de l'astéroïde pour nous donner des données absolument extraordinaires, dont d'ailleurs la première mesure de structure interne des astéroïdes avec un radar basse fréquence à bord du CubeSat Juvanstas. Nous avons ici un représentant de la compagnie qui l'a fabriqué. Et donc, ces CubeSats vont être déployés. Je vais vous dire un petit peu comment. Donc, en gros, ERA, c'est un peu l'inspecteur Colombo qui retourne sur la scène. Alors, les Américains, ils n'aiment pas qu'on dise qu'ils ont fait un crime parce que c'en est pas un. Ils essaient de sauver la planète. Donc, on va dire la scène du crash et nous dire enquêter pendant 6 mois pour nous dire ce qui s'est passé. Alors, elle a été lancée le 7 octobre 2024, entre 2 ouragans d'ailleurs, ça a été très chaud. Par un Falcon 9, là vous avez juste après le lancement l'équipe scientifique très réjouie. Et puis, bon, hein, et puis là, vous avez le dernière image qu'on a de la sonde qui part dans l'espace interplanétaire grâce à SpaceX qui filme tout ça. Évidemment, on n'aura pas d'autres images de la sonde puisqu'il n'y a personne d'autre pour la filmer, donc c'est des moments assez émouvants. Donc ça, c'est le 7 octobre. Là, vous avez la Lune et la Terre qui s'éloignent comme les astronautes les verraient s'ils allaient sur Mars, puisqu'on va de 1 million de kilomètres à 4 millions de kilomètres de distance pour s'éloigner et d'ailleurs pour aller vers Mars puisqu'on a survolé Mars. Vous avez ici le survol de Mars que nous avons vécu avec Brian May, le guitariste de Queen, depuis le centre des opérations de Darmstadt. Vous avez devant Mars d'ailleurs une petite lune, puisqu'on en a profité pour survoler une des 2 lunes de Mars qui s'appelle Deimos, qui fait à peine 12 km de diamètre. Et d'ailleurs, on est en train d'écrire un truc là-dessus. Voilà, ERA arrivera en novembre cette année, donc à partir du mois de novembre, et on fera une conférence de presse le 25 novembre pour dévoiler à quoi ressemble Dimorphos. Je suis sûr qu'on va être surpris, je suis sûr que toutes notre prédictions sont probablement fausses, et j'ai qu'une hâte, c'est de voir enfin à quoi ressemble cet objet sur lequel on a tapé. C'est la première fois dans l'histoire de l'espace qu'on a déjà des images d'un objet d'un corps, mais on sait que quand on y retourne, elles ne seront plus les mêmes, puisqu'entre-temps, s'est passé un impact majeur dont on ne sait pas quel est le résultat. En janvier, donc voilà, on va pouvoir révéler ça. En janvier, on va déployer le premier CubeSat Juventas, dont le représentant est ici. En fin janvier, le deuxième Milani, qui va étudier la minéralogie. Et puis, fin mars, alors voilà les opérations qui vont être faites, hein, c'est extraordinaire. On a un rocher qui tourne autour de l'autre, en plus une sonde, et puis 2 autres mini-sondes. Donc, on a en fait un problème à 5 corps, ce qui va être assez magnifique à opérer, grâce d'ailleurs notamment au CNES français et aux Belges. Et on va faire atterrir. Et ça aussi, ce CubeSat Juventas va atterrir sur un petit corps de 150 mètres de diamètre, ce qu'on n'a jamais fait. C'est assez incroyable puisqu'il doit déposer un instrument qui permet de mesurer le champ de gravité. Donc là aussi, opération assez délicate qui sera faite fin mars. Évidemment, on communiquera là-dessus. J'ai trop hâte de voir ça. Voilà, je termine avec 2 choses puisque j'ai qu'une minute. Pour suivre, donc ça c'est 2027, la mission nominale ERA se termine en juin 2027, on va probablement la prolonger, mais vous voyez qu'on aura l'approche en novembre, le déploiement des CubeSats en janvier, l'atterrissage des CubeSats en mars-avril, des opérations encore un peu plus folles après jusqu'au mois de juin. Mais l'aventure ne s'arrête pas là, je vous ai dit, tous les 3 mois il y aura quelque chose. Donc 3 mois plus tard, en août, nous aurons la sonde Lucie qui va survoler le premier astéroïde troyen, donc un de ces objets qui partagent la même orbite de Jupiter, on n'a aucune image de ces objets. surprise, et un en septembre, et un en août, et un en septembre. Donc ça va être assez magnifique. Et puis, dernière chose dont je vous parlais, c'est quand même cet astéroïde Apophis, qui va passer près de la Terre le vendredi 13 avril 2029, sans risque. Je sais, vendredi 13, mais les superstitieux, il ne faut plus l'être, parce qu'on est sûr, à 3 km près d'où il passe, à 31 600 km de la Terre. Il fait entre 300 et 400 mètres de diamètre, et ce qui est génial, c'est que pour la seule et unique fois dans votre vie, parce que ça se produit une fois tous les 7000 ans, un tel objet qui passe si près, vous pourrez voir la lumière de cet objet à l'œil nu. À l'œil nu, depuis le Luxembourg, s'il n'y a pas de nuages, comme aujourd'hui. Sinon, vous venez à Nice, et vous pourrez voir cette lumière depuis, en fait, toute une zone que vous voyez là. La nuit, c'est fera nuit le vendredi 13. Et en fait, c'est tellement extraordinaire que cet objet, quand il va passer près de la Terre, il va subir les forces de marée, la gravité de la Terre, et on s'attend à ce que ces forces perturbent sa surface. En gros, ce que je vous ai montré, c'est qu'à chaque fois qu'on a interagi avec les astéroïdes, on a eu une réponse inattendue. Mais ces interactions ont été offertes par nous-mêmes, soit pour récolter un échantillon, soit pour faire un impact. Ici, c'est la nature qui fait le job pour nous. Ce sont les forces de la Terre qui vont perturber la surface. Et donc, on va envoyer, vous avez ici un modèle de forme de l'objet, et on va envoyer une mission qui s'appelle Ramsès, en partenariat Agence spatiale européenne, Agence spatiale japonaise, vous voyez la coopération, qui, sur la même architecture que Hera, avec une sonde principale et 2 CubeSats, va explorer Apophis et pour la première fois aussi faire de la sismologie, puisque un des CubeSats va atterrir lentement sur Apophis, déposer un sismomètre, parce qu'en fait, quand Apophis va passer près de la Terre, il va vibrer, et la façon dont les ondes sismiques se propagent à l'intérieur nous renseigne sur sa structure interne. Et ça n'a jamais été fait. C'est assez génial. Donc ça, lancement en avril 2028, arrivé en mars 2029, donc un mois et demi avant le passage le plus proche. On va mesurer les propriétés avant, pendant et après l'impact. Et voilà la coopération internationale établie, puisqu'on a d'autres missions qui vont aller voir Apophis, mais je n'ai pas le temps d'en parler, notamment la mission Osiris-Rex. Et je termine par dire que les Émirats arabes unis aussi, qui sont venus une fois à ce festival, ont leur propre mission, qui vont lancer aussi en 2028 pour voir 7 astéroïdes. Et en 2029, qui sera aussi l'année internationale de la sensibilisation aux astéroïdes et à la défense planétaire, il n'y aura pas que Apophis, il y aura aussi la lune Phobos qui sera explorée par la mission MMX, et il y aura aussi la sonde Psyché qui arrive en août 2029 pour explorer pour la première fois un astéroïde dont on pense qu'il est métallique et peut-être le reste du cœur d'une protoplanète. Vous savez que la Terre, elle c'est ce qu'on appelle différenciée, c'est-à-dire que le matériau le plus lourd s'est mis dans un noyau métallique, après un manteau et une croûte, mais il y a d'autres corps qui ont subi ça et qui n'ont pas résisté. Et peut-être que ce corps psyché est le reste de ces noyaux métalliques, donc on ne peut pas forer pour aller voir le noyau de la Terre, et là on pourrait sur place comprendre comment se forcent les protoplanètes. Voilà, j'en termine là. Vous avez ici tout ce qui nous attend uniquement jusqu'à 2027. Vous vous rendez compte, on vit l'âge d'or de l'exploration des astéroïdes, donc on vous tiendra informés, et notamment grâce aux initiatives au Luxembourg qui nous permettent de montrer tout ça au grand public. Vous voyez qu'on a de quoi s'exister, et avec ça, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Patrick. Merci. Merci. 20 minutes pour tout expliquer sur les astéroïdes. C'était un petit challenge, mais merci beaucoup, Patrick, d'avoir fait ça. Comme il y a d'autres personnes qui rentrent, si on peut vous demander de se décaler pour ne pas bloquer le rang sur la gauche et que les gens puissent aussi venir s'installer. If you don't mind moving a bit more towards the center, so people, when they come in, can also have a seat on the side for the rest of the presentations. Thank you very much. We will now switch back to English for the rest of the program. You have just heard about asteroids, and we would like to talk about how do we build missions to go and discover those asteroids. And for that, I would like, well, feel free, everyone, to settle in so we can move on with the program. You don't have to sit on the stairs. You can really sit on the seats. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, Alex, come on stage. I'll introduce you in just a couple of minutes. Here you go. Here you can, yeah, perfect. So I'm happy to have with me Alex Carl, coming from the European Space Agency, Eurocom, and crew support engineer, but you're also part of several committees involved in planetary defense. And we are here to discuss about how we build space missions to go and explore those asteroids. And the first question I would like to ask you is, how do you exactly build a space mission? We've heard about Ramses just now, planning for 2029, so I'm guessing this is a very fast planned mission. Is this always the case? Can you walk us through the path?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Chloe. And yes, that's a good point. Ramses is a great example, actually, because it was a very fast mission. It's usually, and the same is true for spacecraft or for experiments, for the space station, for example. In the beginning, there's always an idea. People say, hey, well, we could do this. For example, hey, we could visit Apophis while it's visiting us. So let's go and check it out. What usually happens is either, for example, ESA, we're in Europe here, they issue a request like, hey, we want to do a certain mission, please send us your proposals. The other way around works as well. Hey, we want to study Apophis, for example. How can we do this? And there's a process. There's several phases.
I think you brought us a graph.
Yes, maybe
A lot of
turn around.
acronyms, because we love acronyms.
We love acronyms in space, absolutely. And I'll try to simplify this a little bit. As I said, you start with a concept. In the case for Ramses, for example, I said, hey, we want to go and visit Apophis. We have a date, we have a deadline, Friday the 13th of April 2029, as we just heard from Patrick. And usually, for standard space mission, this can take years. And when I'm taking years, I'm not talking about 2 or 3, but more like 7, 8, 9, 10, depending what it is. And in this case, I believe the Ramses team only had 3 years. Patrick also mentioned, hey, we had Hera. We still have some spare parts lying around. Why don't we use that? It was going to an asteroid. This one's going to another asteroid. So we're, don't want to say halfway there, but at least it takes off a lot of the work. And then, of course, you need to modify. It's going to a different place in the solar system. And so you adapt the ideas you have or the existing proposals. And then so phase A, as we call it in space, it's pretty much paperwork. It's all on paper. And
Exciting.
yes, and then many reviews, so it's, who doesn't love paperwork, right? And meetings, of course, many, many meetings. And at some point, it gets reviewed by a board. And also what is very important is funding, right? For example, for an ESA mission, you have the ESA member states, they have to go together and decide, yes, this is something we want to spend money on. And in ESA, we have every 3 years, there's the ministerial meetings where the member states decide what they want to spend money on. And the Ramses was it this year, last year? It was approved. Anyhow, so the team had the budget to go, and they could start, and now it's a race against the time. And it goes through the phases, CD, it gets closer to the RISA. You start ordering hardware, or in the case for Ramses, it was already partially there. But you really start building the thing, and then once you're done, you launch it. And then it's the part where I work in, that's the operations phase, where you make sure that everything you've planned for, you achieve. And of course, there are always things that are unexpected, that change, and then you have to adapt and find a way to still get your result.
One of the things I was surprised when I was studying aerospace engineer, or I guess not surprised, is like you cannot have one single point of failure. It's like the mission, I don't know, Ramses, for instance, I don't know if you know how much the mission costs, for instance, but those missions cost so much money, we cannot afford that they fail once in space.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing, I think that's also what surprises many people. There are 2 things that are done with space missions that you would be surprised. One is the redundancy that you mentioned. So if one system fails, we don't want to lose the whole mission. So many of the systems on a satellite are there in double, sometimes triple.
Triple systems, so like if one fails, it can,
Exactly, so we can switch around. If one computer stops working because it may get hit by radiation, we can switch to the other one. And the other point is testing. You want to make sure everything is tested and tested again and tested again, because once it's in space, there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot send a mission to repair it. That may be the case for Hubble, perhaps, but also that needs a lot of planning. But once we're out in space, the spacecraft, we can do things with software. We can still be creative in how we use it. but we want to minimize that risk as much as possible, and therefore it's a lot of testing and a lot of redundancy.
And your work, especially because you work at ESA, is working with humans, which adds another layer of complexity, I believe.
Absolutely. We like to say the most complex system in space is the human. So, because they require all these extra subsystems. You need a life support system. You need to feed them. You need to keep them at the right temperature, right? They produce waste. They want to be entertained. They need to sleep. So there are all these things that need to be taken account, and that's an extra layer of complexity, really. But it's also really worth it, because astronauts are ambassadors, right? We get more excited about people, let's say, going to the moon. Let's just look at Artemis 2. If we would have sent an uncrewed mission there, sure, people would have been, oh, great, pictures from the moon, this is interesting. But really hearing from the humans there and sharing what they're seeing and feeling, I think that's really what makes it so special, having human on board.
Yeah, I think I don't have the numbers from the Mentimeter that we started, but people still answered they hear because they heard there were astronauts, not just aircon. So
yeah, astronauts are awesome, no question about it. But also, to be fair, astronauts are just the tip of the iceberg. They're the visible part. There's a huge amount of people behind who work in jobs you've never heard of. And we hear maybe in the afternoon there's some more unusual space stops that are related to that. But they're definitely the most visible part.
And actually, you're one of them, because you're the Eurocom, so the voice talking to astronauts on the ground. What does it look like to talk to astronauts out there? What's the level of autonomy?
Yeah, so I think we have that's already 1-4. Yeah, you saw me before that sitting at work. So I sit in the control room, and we have videos. We can see some of what they're doing. It depends on the activity. We don't want to watch them 24/7. This is not Big Brother. This is meant as a support. And so we are there as their connection to ground when they have questions in their activities, and then we can go to the next picture where you see an example of a timeline of your normal day in space on the space station. Maybe this is a little bit fuller than usual because they had visitors. So this was 11 people up there, and you can see everything is planned in 5-minute increments. We keep them really, really busy. And we're there to support. And the great thing is, a lot of time and effort goes into planning this. But you come on console in the morning, and you will know, this is my plan, but you will also know something will change. We don't know yet what and what impact it will have, but no day is going according to plan.
And do you have a shift that you're working day, night, or are there specific hours?
Yeah, there are people supporting the astronauts 24/7. Of course, when we talk to them, we're only there during their working hours, so we don't need to work at the night. But
Which
it also
for Europe corresponds to the working hours
luckily,
up there? Or?
yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say that. It depends where you are in the world, because our colleagues in Houston, for example, their shift starts around midnight local time, and then they have to sit there all through the night, while me and my colleagues, we can show up there at 7, 8 in the morning and have a fairly regular day.
And you're there, how many people are there in the room in your conference?
In my room, we're usually there by ourselves, but we are part of the Columbus Flight Control Team. They're based in Oberpfaffenhofen in Munich, or near Munich. And there are at least 3 people, 24/7. And depending on the activities, there are a couple more, and then every 8 hours, the shift is changing. But we work with all the other centers around the world together. There are 5 big centers. Houston is probably the most well-known. It's also the one with the most people. There's Huntsville in Alabama. They take care of the American science. We have our colleagues in Moscow in Russia taking care of the activities for the Russian cosmonauts. And our friends in Japan and Scuba, and us Europeans.
I just come up with a question. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you in advance. This is going to be super spontaneous. But when I was hearing how you support astronauts, do you think that part of this job could be done with artificial intelligence now?
Maybe some aspects, but not all. So one question that happens more often than you would think is they call down and say, like, hey, we give them a list of tools and items that they need to use for certain activities, and more often than you would think, the call comes down, I can't find this. Do you know where it is? And there, see, maybe I can help keep track of things, because it's so easy to lose stuff in space.
How do you know where they are? because you have a catalog, or?
There's a catalog. There are people doing nothing else but keeping track of every item on the ISS, and it still gets lost, either human error or lack of gravity. It doesn't fall to the ground. It just goes with the airflow somewhere, and you find it days, weeks, months later, or not at all. And so people have some idea, oh, we used it last time here, maybe it's back there, so there's some ideas, but if nothing else helps, then there's a wanted poster, and astronaut time is assigned to go out and look for this part, which may be very important.
I'm taking notes to ask this question to our astronauts this afternoon to know if they've lost anything in space. So we talk about this complexity of having humans, but going back to asteroids and building missions for planetary defense, is there something particular in building those missions?
Yeah, and we heard a little bit from that, or maybe not a little bit, but quite a bit of it from Patrick, that every asteroid we've went to so far has surprised us. They have different compositions and surface characteristics that the scientists like Patrick, they have an idea. It's like, oh, we expect this to be there, but we have seen on the picture, we expected a flat surface and it was full of rocks and pebbles, right? So I think this is also the fun of exploration. And but this is why it's so important going to asteroids, because there's so many different ones, and you want to understand them better so we can assess whether there may be a threat or not, or at the very least learn about them and see how varied the solar system is.
Mm-hmm. And so you're part of many communities or committees about planetary defense, and there is what we call Asteroids 2029. Can you tell us more about this initiative?
Yes, so as we also heard from Patrick, the United Nations declared 2029 as the International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense. And we as the planetary defense community came together and said, like, hey, this is a great opportunity to do outreach and engage the public, like we're doing here at Asteroid Day. And so we started a planning group already a couple of months ago, meeting regularly, coming together, trying to figure out, okay, how, and it's a little bit based on the International Year of Astronomy back in 2009 that reached 800 million people over many, I think 140 countries, if I remember correctly. And we have many of those people back in our group, and so we want to build on that and just really focus on what we can do with asteroids. As Patrick said, there's not just one asteroid flying by. There's a lot more going on that is really interesting. And so we're preparing this. This is our brand new logo. We will have a website going public early next week, I think, for Asteroid Day. So that if you search then for Asteroids 2029, you will find that. I encourage you to go there. There's gonna be so much going on. We are so excited to really bring the world together. We have 3 pillars, which is really asteroid awareness, planetary defense, and international collaboration. We heard that before. We will hear that later in the afternoon, because it's really involves everyone on Earth, and it's something that can unite us. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important. And so we're really looking forward to this, bringing the world together, and hopefully beat the 800 million people that were reached. And nowadays we have social media, so there's so much more possible, and everybody can get involved, plan events, coordinate. There will be national nodes where material is like educational material is provided by professionals, by the experts, and then if you live in a country that's maybe not English speaking, we provide the material, and then you can translate it and use it in your country to reach the people who may otherwise not have heard about it. So we're super excited about it, and we hope that many of you will join.
So we can expect to have many Asteroids Day in 2029.
Oh, absolutely.
But make sure to still come to the one in Luxembourg, because it's the best. Thank you very much, Alex, for this fire chat. And if you have any questions, feel free to see Alex afterwards.
Yes, please come and see me. Thank you, Chloe.
So we've talked a little bit about astronauts. We would like now to invite you all to the astronauts signature session that is happening in the main hall. So if you'd like to meet the astronauts, ask them if they've lost anything on the International Space Station, feel free to do it. We will start back the program at 12. All right, welcome back everyone, and welcome to those who just joined us for this new session on unconventional space careers. We are going to talk in the next 40 minutes about two special careers in the space sector. Not all of us are engineers or scientists. I myself, I'm a science communicator, so I will relate a lot to some of the stories that would be told in front of you in just a couple of minutes. For this, I'm very happy to welcome on stage Juliette Pertuis, who is the head of communications and talent at the Luxembourg Space Agency. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliette. So for the next 40 minutes, the floor is yours, and I hope the public will learn tons about space careers.
Thank you very much. So I will also welcome on stage my two panelists. So Emily, if you care to join us, and Pierre-François. You can take a seat. I'm a bit far from you, but I think we'll manage. So, thank you all for coming and joining for this session. I think the idea here is to talk about jobs we wouldn't think about in the space field. So we are happy to be here on stage with you. I have to give you like a small update that we lost actually a speaker who's unable to join due to health issues, so that's the bad news. But the good news is that we'll have more time to talk with the speakers who are here and to answer your questions. So we'll make the best of it. I will also try to make this session a bit interactive if you care to participate, since we have the time. So when you think about space careers, what kind of jobs are you thinking about? Shoot anything. Engineers, yeah? Astronauts. Any other guess? Medical doctors. That's already something which not everybody thinks about, but yeah. Yeah, kind of any career related to science or engineering, right? So that's indeed the case, but there are also some people who are not scientists who are working in the field. We have Emily, who's here, who is one of them. So I'll just quickly introduce my speakers. Hold on. Yeah, very quickly and in 2 sentences, and then I'll leave them the floor so they can say more about who they are. So Emily, you are a space science communicator. You worked with ESA. You also work then as a freelancer with various space clients in your portfolio. You're based in the Netherlands, if I'm right. Thank you very much for being here. Pierre-François, you are a MedTech executive and researchers. Do I have your title right? Yes. You also worked with ESA on several projects. You then founded your own company named Hard Kinetic, if I'm right. And you're now sharing your time between research and coaching. And you are based in Belgium, right? Right. Okay, so because you know your own career better than I do, and I think you are here to talk about it and not me, I'll leave you the floor with one first question, and we'll start with Emily. So how did you get there, and what did inspire you to work in space?
Okay, thank you everybody for being here. Do we have a slide for that? Yeah. So my first entry into astronomy was via my dad. He took me to an astronomy session in evening at school, and I saw Jupiter through the telescope for the first time, and I was absolutely hooked. It wasn't this image, I have no idea where I got that from, but that's how I imagined it in my head. And then I read every single book possible about astronomy, and I even asked for a telescope for my 18th birthday. When it came to choosing subjects, we've got the spoiler up there. At A-levels, there wasn't so many things you could do in space, but with physics, I have 2 stories. So I had 2 teachers there. one very nice and one not so supportive. And the very nice one took me and another girl who was very enthusiastic about space. One lunchtime a week, we ate our sandwiches together, and she guided us through the astrophysics module because it was not mainstream syllabus. And the other one was not so friendly and said, science is not really your cup of tea, you know, you shouldn't do it, you're not that great at it. My parents said, you know, don't listen. She is the one with the problem, not you. So I did not give up on my dream of studying something spacey. And I found an amazing degree at UCL, Planetary Science, which was a lovely mix of geology and geophysics and astronomy and astrophysics. And I enjoyed it so much, I did a PhD there, and it was in an asteroid-themed topic, actually. I was doing impact cratering research with a light gas gun, firing little projectiles at other things and seeing what crater came out. So I'm really excited about the Hera mission, what we'll see there, and computer modeling. So there was quite a lot of physics. And I never forgot what that teacher told me, and so I dedicated my thesis to her. I can continue a bit with the career path, if you like, although I don't want to take the floor too much, but this is what happened next. So actually, during my PhD, I realized I actually really enjoyed writing my thesis, doing the literature reviews, writing scientific papers, and my academic peers says, that was not normal for an academic. We don't enjoy writing papers. And it was my wonderful PhD supervisor, Ian Crawford, who basically showed me there's a thing called science communication and public outreach. You could, you know, and he showed me, gave me the door into there. He brought me to a Society of a Popular Astronomy meeting where I soon started writing the youth section of their quarterly magazine. And from there, I asked other publications, can I write for you for free and you give me feedback on my writing? And that's kind of how my writing career began. I got a job at Astronomy Now, their first online news and social media editor. I then had the amazing opportunity to move to the Netherlands and work at the European Space Agency as their science editor. I have a lot of stories about that to come. And then it was time to pursue another dream. I always had in the back of my mind I could do space writing as a freelancer. And in the meantime, I have 2 small children and needed to put my focus elsewhere. So I work part-time freelance. But it's funny how things kind of circle back. So I didn't realize you could have lots of dream jobs all at the same time. So even though I left ESA, I was immediately rehired by my contracting company, EGR Quartz. So I'm still an editor for them. I support my old team at ESA Space Science. And then in the meantime, Astronomy Now went through a reorganization, and I was invited by the new manager, Stuart Clark, to manage their social media program. And I found that in 2008, I actually wrote the cover story about the Tunguska impact event, which is why we're all here celebrating Asteroid Day. And of course, I am exploring new territory as well. So I'm also writing science stories for space energy companies as well. And just to add, the company I just started working for, TerraSpark, is based right here in Luxembourg. So another nice closing of the circle.
That's quite a trip there, right? Okay, thank you very much. If you don't mind, just giving me the slides. So maybe we can give a word to Pierre-François now. Would you tell us maybe just quickly also what you do, what's your job, and how you got there?
Yeah. So I think I'm quite one of the good examples of, if you want to be an astronaut, let's go do it, try to do it. Actually, for me, the dream started very early in my life. I was born in July '69. So during the transit phase from Apollo 11 crew, going from the Earth to the Moon, and actually my mother just received at the hospital one of the first portable TV. So maybe I was just watching astronauts on the Moon in my first days of life. So it started there. Then I enjoyed very much a passion for astronomy, astronautics. Of course, I was reading a lot of things about this exploration adventure. And when I was, again, a teenager, I had to present a work about what I want to do. And then it was the time for the first space shuttle flight in 1984, so I did that. Then I did the long, let's say, the long pathway through a science career. I did study physics, and my main goal was really to be an astronaut. I had the opportunity to take part also to a selection phase. But my studies in physics then evolved towards a PhD on cardiovascular physiology in space. You may know that astronauts, when they go to space, they have a lot of physiology adaptation. So I landed in a very nice laboratory in Brussels where they were doing space research on physiology from the very early phase of studies with Space Lab. And that was the origin of my career in space research. So at a point, I received a grant from European Space Agency that brought me to lead an international team on a technology of very innovative technology of cardiac monitoring, which is about measuring the chest vibration that are caused by your heart at every heartbeat. If you put your hand on the heart, then you can feel it. And so we were translating this into information, diagnostics. And with artificial intelligence, machine learning, we developed a new technology. And so that led to the second phase of my career, because then when you have a patent, you have to exploit this patent, and the usual way is then to develop something for patients on Earth. And actually, there were some parallel between health issues of astronauts in space and people on Earth. And that's where I started a spin-off, university spin-off, Hard Kinetics. For 5 years, it took me to, let's say, hire a team, develop the technology, validate the technology in clinical studies, going to the US with very nice hospitals. So that was a very long journey. And now, today, I'm just accompanying other companies, other startups with innovative solutions, trying to help them go faster to the market and develop their technology.
Yep, thank you very much. Also quite a journey. So I think it would be maybe interesting to give a bit more insight on what is your daily job like, because I mean, for people who are not pursuing your career or that kind of career, it's also interesting to understand, okay, what is it that you really do, and what do you do when you arrive in the morning at 8, and what does a day in your life looks like, basically? You want to start, Emily? Yeah.
Usually starts with a coffee. So, sorry, there's some videos not playing. So most of the time, about 90% of the time, it looks like the picture at the top there. I'm behind a computer screen. And that other 10% of the time is like complete madness of doing wonderful other things, which I will tell you about. But there's a lot of emailing and calling and coordinating because I need to understand everything about the status of a space mission, whether it's from an engineer or whether it's a scientific result from a scientist. And I need to translate that into something that you and I would be able to read in a newspaper or a magazine article. So I'm a bit of a translator, I suppose, a science translator. So most of the time I'm writing texts, but I'm also working with graphics artists to make infographics. And I'm even sometimes working with cartoon companies to script cartoons. You may recognize our friends Rosetta and Philae there. And very, very occasionally, I am sitting at the front line of communications. The picture at the top is me finding myself in the unusual place of sitting in the front row of mission control at ESA, waiting for the wake-up signal for the Rosetta spacecraft to arrive after the spacecraft being 2.5 years in deep space hibernation. And my job in that moment was to wake up the Rosetta Twitter account. with the Hello World tweet, and from then on we would tell the mission story through that account. So that's a typical day.
And you,
as you understood, there are two phases in my life, my professional career, I must say. So the most boring one is the actual one, is being, let's say, the CEO of a company. You have a lot of responsibilities. You have to manage a team, orient the strategy, and then raise money. And that's very complex and heavy duty work. So the most fun part of my career was when I was a scientist, when I was a physicist and then supported by space agencies to conduct research. I had also part of the boring work, which is writing a grant application. So you have to take several weeks, months to build a project and then meet with people, find the original way and submit this document for peer review, and then hopefully be selected. And then once you're selected, you have to plan the research. Then in medicine, you have to apply for ethical committee authorization. You have to pass through several steps of paperwork. Then maybe you get the chance, as I did, to run experiments that will go to space. For experiments that goes in the ISS, you need to validate, you need to test these things on the ground with maybe analogs for space, so bed rest, head down tilt, bed rest. I don't know if you know this, maybe? No? So actually to simulate what happens in the human body and not to go to space, you may put people in a bed for 60 days, 90 days. That's a long, so they stay, they remain in the bed whole day and night. They take their meals and so on. And they are a little bit tilted, so the feet above the head, so that there is a fluid shift, a return of the fluids to the thorax. And that stimulates what happens for the physiology in space. And there you study what happens on the long term with lots of specific hardware, echocardiography. You have even cardiac MRI, so resonance magnetic imaging. And then when you conduct all these research, at the end you have to compile the results, you have to analyze, and then you have to deliver scientific paper. So you have to write a paper, you have to submit the paper, and then receive the peer review, and then again answer to the questions and get published. That's a very important part of the life of a scientist. But the most funny part, I think there are some stuff to show.
We get with the next question. Is there coffee involved at the beginning of your day as well?
Sorry?
Is there coffee involved at the
beginning? Oh yes,
a
lot of coffee. So
okay.
Coffee is really the blood of science.
Okay.
Common denominator.
Okay, so I think to make it even more factual, the next question, and maybe the most interesting one, was what is your favorite project ever, and what was it that made it exceptional? And I think we'll continue with you, Pierre-François.
Okay.
I have slides here. If you don't mind, I keep the remote and you tell me when to switch.
So to make a long story short, I will try to keep it very simple. So this is Space Lab D2 mission. It's in the 90s, 1993, and it was with Hans Schlegel, and he was conducting a cardiopulmonary experiments in space in the European Space Lab that was in this mission. And during that mission, my PhD mentors were asked by Houston Center, yes, we spared a lot of, let's say, engine, let's say, power during the ascent. So there are 2 or 3 additional orbits that will be made. So they asked the scientists to propose an experiment And from the whole history of spaceflight, this is the shortest, the quickest experiment between the ID, the ethical approval, and the running of the experiments in space. It was all done during the space mission with my PhD mentor, Paiva and Prisk. And that was a study about ballistocardiography, and that was where I conducted the next phase of my PhD. And so if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, and actually I proposed to do the same experiment that was done in one astronaut in 1993, and I proposed to do three-dimensional ballistocardiography, which is the record of the cardiac activity and cardiac motion of the body in 3 dimensions in astronauts. And so this is where I led, let's say, a team of scientists from the US to Russia, even in Germany, Italy, and Belgium.
Just maybe one question. I'm not sure everyone is familiar with the zero-G flight.
Yeah, I will explain now. Exactly. So this is where you have to test the hardware. So the experiment we proposed had to be tested in parabolic flight, so in order to verify if everything works well and if some of the hypotheses that we made are really worth it and working in zero-G, because in zero-G it's very exceptional. There is one way on Earth to do zero-G, is parabolic flight. So you have an airplane flying at an altitude of 3,000 meters, then it goes up, and then you will hear in the video 30, 40, that's the pilot, injection. And at injection, the engines are nearly switched off so that everybody in the cabin and everything are in free fall. So it means that for 20 seconds, everybody is just like in the ISS. And the experiment can be validated there, and then the airplane goes down, and then you hear again 30, 40 pull out. And so the airplane is going up. And during the ascent phase and the pull out phase, we all weight about twice our weight. So zero, the weight is 0 in the zero-G, and it's twice before and twice after. And we do that 30 times, plus 1 for the fun. So 31 parabola. Some of the people don't like it and they may vomit, so we call it in the US the vomit comet. But here you will see no one vomiting, but I promise. And a parabolic flight campaign is made of 3 such flights. So it makes 93 parabola, and we accumulate these things. Maybe we can go?
I think we have a technical problem with the videos, so we just have a picture, but yeah.
So here you see exactly, it was Hans Schlegel 20 years later, not in space, but there in my experiment about ballistocardiography, you see him completely free floating, and there we could measure his cardiac activity. And the one you see with a white bird to the right is Kim Prisk, the scientist who proposed the experiment in Houston in 1993. So that was a nice story for, let's say, this technology and this carry, and they actually loved it. What you could have seen in zero-G is really like we are floating, but it's not perfect zero-G. So you always have in the airplane, let's say the pilots have to compensate for the drift. And so the zero-G level is a little bit shaky, so we can bump on the sides of the airplane. But for those who like really roller coaster, that's a very funny way to do science. I must say I enjoyed a lot with some of my team members, and I conducted 500 parabolas on this research, and it led actually to the innovation that in the end was patented and then led to hard kinetics.
Okay, thank you. We'll listen to Emily now, and then we'll keep some time for the question and answers. I'll switch the slides. You can tell me next.
So I'm not supposed to have a favorite mission, but Rosetta was definitely the most impactful mission that I've worked on. In case you have never heard of it, it launched in 2004, and it had a 10-year journey through space to get to its destination. It made flybys of Earth and Mars and 2 asteroids before arriving at this funny-shaped comet, 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko. And there was just a few months to find a place for its lander Philae to be deployed and land. And Rosetta itself would follow the comet as it made a close approach of the sun and moved away into the outer solar system again before we actually ended the Rosetta mission itself on the surface of the comet. So if you can go to the next slide. So a few scenes of some of the things which I had a lot of fun working on. Sorry again for the video. At the top you see a little cartoon which says "Hello World." So coming back to waking up the spacecraft from hibernation, we had a big job as science communicators to remind people about this mission they may have forgotten about. And the way we did that was through several public engagement competitions over the course of 2014. So we had the wake up in January, the arrival of the spacecraft in the August, and the landing of Philae in the November. So it was a very nice sort of story arc that brought us with various dramatic moments. So for the first competition, we asked people to take their cell phones and just say, like, "Wake up, Rosetta." And what we got was some very intense sort of dramatic video productions from people all the way around the world. So we really saw that there was a strong passion from this mission from the beginning. And alongside that, we had the Twitter accounts, and so in combination of the cartoon and the Twitter, we really gave these little spacecraft voices of their own, and they sort of developed a life of their own. The series of the 3 images along the bottom, here we are at the day in which Philae would be deployed by Rosetta. This would take 7 hours, by the way, from the moment of separation to the moment of landing, and so an exciting activity in between was that both spacecraft would take a farewell image of each other. So you can imagine the cartoon characters, waving farewell. I'm here in the project principal investigator support area room, if I remember the acronym correctly from that room. And I'm looking happy because I've got a memory stick which has got the images on it that we could share with the world. And even Twitter itself at the time was excited by this event, so it really had worldwide attention. Yeah, next slide, please. And we used the Twitter and the cartoons to translate the story of the mission through key milestones, through the scientific results of the mission, right the way down to the end of the mission itself. And a behind-the-scenes image there, myself and my colleague Claudia Mignone, we were taking care of the Twitter account on the very last day of the Rosetta mission. And in reality, this is how my day usually looks, a spreadsheet of all the tweets and social media and the timeline of what we're going to share when, because we have to plan for the intensity of these live events. Just in case you want to look in more detail about communication strategy for this mission in particular, we actually wrote up a series of papers for the Communicating Astronomy with the public journal. It's free to read online. I think I have one more slide, just of some other funny moments in my career. The Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer mission, JUICE. I came with the funny idea that we should ask people to make a space juice about the mission as an engagement activity. So asking people to make mocktails which represented the engineering and the science of the mission. And we ended up with a recipe book of about, I think, nearly 100 recipes. The winning one is there. And this, again, was something which I imagined would be a little niche, but it really escalated. I found myself playing the role of bar manager on the launch of Juice Day at the Social Space event, which was funny for me because as a student I was a bar manager. I never thought I'd be propping up a bar for ESA. And the mocktail, sorry, no alcohol, was served at all the VIP launch events that ESA had, including to the VIPs in Kourou, where the launch was. So this was a kind of a very surreal moment. At the top in the other corner, this is, I've been a part of the team that took ESA to various sci-fi conventions over the years. This is a funny picture from FedCon. So they're really merging science fact and science fiction. And at these events, we have the very beautiful blend of actors who play the role of space scientists or playing fictional spacecraft pilots, meeting the ESA operators that are flying and working on these missions, or astronauts, and there's this kind of mutual exchange of awe. And again, like raising public awareness of the missions that really are doing the things that the actors are doing in the movies. And then I do get to travel to some quite nice places. This one is Rhodos, filming a short piece with some of the Rosetta team. And with my previous job at Astronomy Now, I got to go on a media trip to the first light event of the ELMA telescope array in Chile. But I promise, most of the time, I really am behind a desk, and it's just the 10% when I'm not behind the desk is really quite unique.
I think there is nothing wrong in enjoying your job, so that's fine. I see the time blinking, but I think we still have time for one question quickly or two. So if you have one or two questions for any of our panelists. Yes?
So I can speak loudly. Yep. Thank you very much. This is really exciting, and thank you for presenting this. I am with the Asteroid Foundation here in Luxembourg, and we are really passionate about making space and space science and everything to do with space available for people with disabilities, people who are visually impaired, hearing impaired, etc. What advice do you have? I mean, you both have taken a scientific career, planetary science, you've done physics, and people may have a passion about astronomy, astrophysics, etc. What advice do you have for these people? How can they pursue these careers?
Maybe I have some also news that I didn't explain about it, but I will answer your question. But there is a very inspiring mission that's about to happen. Is the mission with John McFall is the first amputee to go in space. And actually the team I'm working with at the university has applied and proposed some experiments that will be conducted with and on John McFall. And so that's let's say a parenthesis. But it's to say that there is a real active, let's say, research conducted there. And there are very serious questions about cardiovascular adaptation to an amputated leg that are really relevant to what happens in space. So these taken apart, I believe that some of the work in research that is conducted there is conducted with some of the associations of amputees and disabilitated people. That's in the UK, that's led by the King's College in London. But what I believe really is that some of the activities, some of the work of, for example, ESA controllers, there are people who are working without the need of being able to walk around and so on. So there are some of the jobs that are, let's say, purely technical and can really be conducted. Apart this, I have no other inputs, but maybe.
I would just say that space is for everybody. So, you know, there are jobs in very different directions, and it's to follow your dreams. I don't have any direct experience with this myself like you, but yeah, there's no limits.
Right. And John McFall is an athlete first, so he got amputated, and then he's let's say a Paralympic athlete first. So you see, that's the same spirit. There is no boundary for your dreams. It's difficult to become an astronaut, of course, but then it's really, it matters about your motivation, your willingness to go above all these things.
I think we take one last question, and then you can talk to the panelists on the side if you want not to be too long on stage. Yes? Or maybe I also can answer. Go for it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, my my jobs have required a science background actually, but when I was studying, there weren't really degrees in media studies, for example, whereas now you can. It's much, journalism and media studies and social media is much more accessibly taught, I would say. Like, these courses just didn't exist. So maybe if I applied for my jobs now, I wouldn't get the job because I have 0 qualifications in social media, so who knows. But yeah, I think in my area there are lots of people working in communications who come from all different backgrounds. So like media relations, graphics artists. It's rare that I work with a graphics artist who is also a scientist. They come from the arts. So yeah, there's lots of possibilities to work in communications without a STEM background.
I can maybe just add something on there. So I'm also working in space. I don't have a STEM background at all, but I ended up here. My past experiences were not in space neither. So, and I think to develop on this, like there are lots of other careers in space which do not require a space background, a STEM background, like for instance legal careers or even other jobs which are not related to STEM. The only thing is you really need to be curious and willing to go to deep dive into something you don't know and understand what you are reading, like have a real interest of a topic. And I think there is, in that case, indeed spaces for everyone if you're curious. Well, thank you very much. Don't hesitate to come and see us after the panel if you want to speak, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Juliette. We will now have a lunch break. If you want to come back at 1:30, we will have a panel discussion, thank you, happening at that time. So feel free to come back to talk about why space matters on Earth, talking more about satellite applications other than planetary defense.
working for ESA.
Yeah.
I've already applied and will be going into Eindhoven for applied physics.
Yep.
And then a master's at aerospace engineering in Delft.
That's great.
Yeah. I just want to know, like, because I know, I think internships during studies are very important. So I want to know, like, what kind of internships I could possibly get during the studies.
I think you should have a look at what ESA has. They have what they call ESA trainee or ESA training internship. So there is a program for students in their career. And there are also, to my mind, but I'm not aware of everything these days, but they were having ESA a student parabolic flight campaign. Or there were also challenges like ESA CanSat. I don't know if you have searched that or you have seen it, but just try to remember these things. So ESA training internship program, ESA CanSat program, they have lots of things for the students. That's usually done in ESTEC. In the Netherlands, Noordwijk. I don't know if you know the structure of ESA with the different centers, but you have ESTEC is the technological center of ESA. So I happened to work there for 6 months, so we were planning experiments for the ISS. So yeah, you should search for these words, these things. What are the initiatives of ESA currently for students?
And you say it's called ESTEC?
ESTEC, E-S-T-E-C.
And it's in where in the Netherlands?
Noordwijk.
Noordwijk.
That's a huge technical center. That's where most of the engineers, spaceflight control centers happen. They have dedicated center in Munich. That's really the top end for the control of the ISS. So there you have a Columbus Control Center, this type of thing. So ESTEC is where you want to go.
Okay, and the one that you mentioned is CAT? CAT training or?
Yeah, CanSat.
Oh, CanSat.
So can, it's like a can of Coke or beer. Yeah. And then they make, let's say, some challenge to build your own small rocket.
Oh, okay.
And then to send a can, literally, with some electronics, and then to do some monitoring at, let's say, 10,000 meters or even above. And so the winner then takes it on. But I'm not sure it's that at your level, because we are at university. The CanSat was somewhere at the end of the let's say, before university. So,
and then look on the ESA website.
You are from which country?
Here in Luxembourg.
You're from here in Luxembourg. But the technical universities you've chosen are really nice, but this is more, I guess, about propulsion, about let's say fluid dynamics and these type of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always very good.
Yeah, because we were wondering if it was the right. So he's going to start his bachelor's degree.
Yep.
And then move on to more something towards aerospace.
Yeah. But it really depends. Do you want to be an astronaut? Is it something?
It was something before, but I mean, I'm not really a pilot. I would say.
Yeah, that was the same for me.
But you have to be a pilot?
So at the beginning of my career, I really thought I could be just a PhD. So there was in the space shuttle history, you had a flight engineer or you had a payload engineer. And when you are a payload engineer, and the first Belgian astronaut, Dirk Frimaert, was a scientist, and he was there because he was a specialist of one of the very crucial payloads. Okay. So that was okay. But since the two explosions of the space shuttle, they have understood that this job is quite extreme. The risks are super high. So it was two failure in 130 flights. So it raised the likelihood of killing an astronaut during his career at 5%, which is extremely high. So this is why they run the space shuttle program. And consequently, also, they raise the bar. You have to be a pilot or have some pilot skills. When you go to the astronaut selection, I cannot tell you because I signed something, but what I can tell you is for sure you have some pilot skills testing.
Okay.
So better prepare if you want. Okay.
I mean, otherwise, if it's just like engineering, like
engineering can lead you to everything. Being, specialist of payload, specialist of the moon landers, the moon crawlers, or whatever. So there's a huge new space that's going on now, and you are just at the right time in the right place. Yeah.
Good.
Good job.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good luck for
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Bonjour.
Pardon. C'est juste, mon rêve serait d'avoir ma propre compagnie dans les biomédicales, les technologies biomédicales. Je me demandais si vous avez des conseils. Je commence mon bachelor l'année prochaine en septembre.
Bachelor en quelle science?
Quelle Leuven,
parce
que je suis la Belgique.
Oui, oui, ok.
Je fais les technology, engineering technology.
You can go in English as you want, or you can stay
in
Et donc, oui, biomédical, en fait, engineer ou
en fait, c'est...
Parce qu'il y a une grande différence entre biotechnologie, qui est véritablement développer des nouveaux médicaments, des nouveaux vaccins, etc., et le biomedical engineering, où on apprend la partie signal processing, image processing, on parle de
biotech.
C'est biotech. Ok, donc biotech, c'est un des core business en Belgique. On a UCB, on a GSK, on a vraiment des gros labos. Donc c'est un domaine qui fonctionne très très bien et c'est un extraordinaire domaine de croissance. Donc ça c'est well done, c'est un bon choix. Alors de toute façon, c'est très tôt de penser à faire une société dans le trajet, parce que dans la biotechnologie, qu'est-ce qu'on regarde? Pour faire une société, il faut avoir une nouvelle molécule ou un nouveau payload, on va dire, de développement de molécules ou de médicaments dans tel domaine. C'est souvent des espèces de silos dans la biochimie. On trouve que ça va adresser véritablement les cancers. Et que ça va adresser le problème de diabète. On sait que s'il y a un développement. Et donc, il faut commencer par de l'innovation, de la propriété intellectuelle, pour être unique, pouvoir dire je vais pouvoir faire et être le seul à faire ce que je fais. Ça, c'est les conditions essentielles. La biotech, c'est le long terme. Et alors après, si on veut être entrepreneur et avoir, il faut alors chercher à avoir des compétences en management, business. Ça, c'est ce que j'ai fait physique. J'ai fait aussi une licence spéciale en management et outil de gestion. Donc il faut connaître comment est-ce que, comment dire, on fait un bilan. Bon. C'est pas grave, à un moment donné, on délègue ça à d'autres personnes, mais au début, il faut quand même savoir aligner les chiffres et aimer ça. Et puis, il faut, je dirais qu'un autre élément, c'est d'apprendre à communiquer. Très important d'apprendre à communiquer. C'est que dans toutes les études, les 3 filles, à peu près du même âge, j'ai les 2 filles qui sont nées en 2000 et la dernière est née en 2004. Ça situe un peu. Et je sais que dans vos études, vous êtes confrontés à des travaux de groupe. Il faut apprendre à prendre le leadership. Il faut apprendre à se comporter en leader. Et en leader, c'est pas j'impose mes options, mes idées. J'écoute les autres et j'organise. Donc il faut apprendre le leadership, il faut apprendre la communication, il faut apprendre tout ce qui est management. Et tout ne s'apprend pas à l'université. Les choses s'apprennent vraiment en faisant. même des petits projets sur les côtés peuvent apprendre à mieux faire. Parce que souvent les premiers essais, on les rate. Hein. Donc il faut y penser comme ça. Donc, et puis après, quand on est dans le parcours universitaire, il y a des organismes au sein de l'université, on appelle ça le PAPO, c'est le Knowledge Transfer Office, qui sert d'interface entre les innovations que l'on fait à l'université et le transfert vers une structure commerciale. Et pour ça, il faut qu'il y ait un potentiel. Donc, il faut qu'on réponde à une grande question, à un vrai besoin. On sait, par exemple, le cancer du pancréas, c'est quelque chose qui tue les gens très très vite. Donc si on travaille dans des domaines où il n'y a pas encore de bonnes solutions, on a plus de chances de créer quelque chose qui va devenir. Donc si on s'interroge en amont en se disant quels sont les domaines
just make sure, like, we were all good, we're in the right place.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right, perfect.
Clearly you're there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We're
well,
next to each other.
yeah, exactly. I saw the face. I
We
thought,
should take
okay.
another picture of these two together. with my co-panelists.
There's my little baby there and husband.
Oh, see, that's my boyfriend over there.
Oh,
So this is Saturday. It's all bring our
exactly.
families to Conference Day.
Exactly. There you
I'm
go.
the official photographer.
Exactly.
And you're based in Brussels, or?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you know? I mean, I know you have so many colleagues, but like Vera Pinto.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she's quite
Yeah.
she's quite something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vera, we used to be in the same unit.
Okay.
Now we're still in the same corridor, so I still see her on the final.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know the DG Decas people quite well.
Yeah.
Because I used to do.
No.
Oh my gosh, my little one's causing distraction.
Well, no one's here. So.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well.
Yeah, I got the little one.
Yeah, no, my not so at least one of my not so little ones is coming.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
my little one's now bigger than me.
Okay. So, oh look, there he is. He's just having. I'm actually going to take a picture. That's so cute. He used to be in my belly doing all these panels, and now it's nice that it's the first one he's actually here as a human.
Yeah. If you know, as soon as you start talking, it's going to start.
I know. I think
Can't stop. Yeah.
You're Catherine.
Yes, I am. Laura, nice to meet you.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
When you can come on stage, I'm bringing on stage. Can you take a picture?
That was nice. It's nice, actually.
You take a video.
Yeah, exactly.
Just make sure he doesn't.
Yeah, are we starting? Could somebody try to we do that?
Kai, where are you going?
But then if there's a break now, I don't know. But then on the website it also said this morning that 140. But only 140, and then they made it 130. So it's half an hour. Yeah, it's sounds very funny.
Yeah, would you bring him down? I was going to take a picture.
All of single one of us is off one. So it's like a different subject. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah. My troops are. Yeah. Everyone is coming.
Yeah, take one. Like, no, but go up there.
They get like joy. Although I don't know whether it's better or worse, to be honest. Not having people I've never dealt with. It's tricky. They won't be like them,
Like in the middle.
No, but he's very supportive.
Yeah, maybe.
Of course I am.
Obviously. Yeah, I think mine is coming out. My sister's visiting, so yeah. They're not
Maybe they don't. I don't know. That is his soul.
Well, because they're not that many people who actually like talking in front of an audience. They're very nervous.
They say hi to Kat. Sorry about that. Actually, was I first? No, I had him, right?
Yeah.
12 weeks after, when we were on the panel.
Oh, in October?
Yeah.
Hi. So not that dirty. Maybe it's Danish. Ah, he's not coming.
Ow, Kai.
Cute day.
Oh my gosh, I know. He really is.
Mind you, I've got the kind of key.
Okay.
Teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old? The 9, 13 and 9.
Oh, wow.
The 9-year-old's playing on the slip and slide and the name's gone, so I'm pretty sure he would turn it out.
Okay, fair enough.
I think he might prefer slip and slide and the name's gone.
Yeah.
But I think the 13-year-old will be here.
Okay, that's nice.
Well, 13-year-old.
Yeah, but maybe it will inspire him, you know? It's,
It's a she.
oh, she's her.
Yeah.
walking around the
out
roof
there,
area.
as
Yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to
No,
outside.
I wouldn't risk that. Also, the number of stairs, I'm not.
Well, I actually thought about going out and coming back because there was a long enough break. And I saw the queue and I thought, no, I think I'll just
Maybe not.
inside.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just be here.
And it's like downstairs, it's actually really nice temperature. So. Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice. That's what I was like. I was like, at least let them in that area because it's too hot.
Yeah,
Sabrina. Laura, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You're
Ready for everything? Yeah, well, we have 20 minutes.
Hi, Catherine. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
We were wondering, does it?
I'm the next in row.
Sorry. Do we start at 1:30 or 1:40?
It's planned 1:30, but let's see, depending on how it sometimes takes a bit of minutes to get everyone back in the room. So let's say between 1:30 and 1:40.
So we should be here in like 15 minutes.
Yes, if that's possible.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is you just introduce from the panel, invite you all on stage.
Oh,
and,
perfect. Okay.
And then you add all of the mics there. It's not rocket science, but when with the live
No
in
pun
the stress,
intended.
you put it up and then you can do
Okay.
it. And then yeah, it's like muted and
Okay.
so
Anywhere you want, like, do you want us to say in order of pictures or?
I guess so. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It always makes me laugh when people don't sit in the right
I
order.
know, and then you, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
who was that again?
Yeah, maybe you can do that.
So then that's, so I'll be there.
But it's funny because usually the moderator is on the left side.
Yeah,
he's
sure.
on the right side.
Yeah,
That's really funny.
It's fine. In any case.
So you'll be sitting over.
Yes. Okay, cool.
All right. Oh, then I
Yes.
go next to you.
Yeah, perfect. Great.
Oh, great.
Okay.
I'll come back in that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, go
Sure.
for it.
don't eat it. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. No, no. Yeah, exactly. No, 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 no. No, okay, no, 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 no. Okay, cute. Give me my phone, I'll take photos. It's the only way to keep him entertained. Okay, smile. Okay, my loves. Okay. All right, let's go to Daddy. People are coming now. Okay. Hey. Hi. This is a little one.
Hello. Hi, Bear. We're going to learn a bit more about space.
Oh, yeah, right now he wants the mic. He's like, it's my turn.
Mic. Give me the mic. Hello. Oh, you're so cute.
Thank you. He's a bit naughty though. he was up there just walking through all of the chairs. He's having so much fun right now.
But that's great. The main thing is that he is enjoying himself.
Yeah. How are you doing? Are the little ones here as well?
No, she is with my husband because if my little one is here, I can't do any work.
Yeah, I heard that. Come on, my love.
So, well, I think that before she's maybe like 3 or 4, it's better when she starts freelancing me.
Okay, we'll go to that. Let me give you a back.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
This is huge as well.
Yeah, people are very eager, yeah. tout à l'heure, ils en ont enlevé un en plus.
Yeah, oui, c'est... Ok, donc là, c'est intéressant. Par contre, où est-ce qu'il a pu l'amener? I think that we're missing an armchair. An armchair, we're six here.
Yeah, they removed one
Yeah.
this morning, so I think
Yeah.
they have it.
Well, they must have it, just the question is who has it?
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. Chloe, just if in case you couldn't find an armchair, is it fine to moderate the panel from here? Yeah, it's okay. That's fine, don't worry. I'll try. Yeah. But I know that Sam, who took it, he's away, and I don't know where he brought it. I don't know who can bring it, so I just need to find out.
No, it's fine. I probably seated, but I didn't do it.
It's the only panel where
Exactly.
No. Okay, thank you so much.
About it.
No, I mean, it's for the... Okay. Oui, of course.
One, two, one, two.
I didn't see this
Mhm. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of the Asteroid Day. My name is Galactic Chloe. I'm an aerospace engineer and science communicator, and I'll be very happy to be your host this afternoon. We are going to have several panels on space technologies, planetary defense, also talking with astronauts at the end of the afternoon. But we are going to start on a very important matter because we're talking about why space actually matters. We're going to welcome 5 different speakers with 5 different expertise that are going to tell us how space technologies is actually critical for our everyday work. So I'm very happy to welcome them all 5 on stage, if possible, so I can introduce you properly. Feel free to come in and sit on our different chairs. Here you go. Thank you very much, Omar. Here you go. Oh, you already have one. Well, it's a pleasure to be with the 4 and 5 of you for this discussion. But before we start, I actually wanted to ask a question to our audience. So you're all here today probably because you're interested about space or enjoying the aircon. But we would like to ask you if you can take out your smartphones and scan the QR code. If you have any examples that come in mind on why everyday technology that you use that uses a space infrastructure. So anything that comes to mind where you think space is related to this action. If you scan the QR code, you should be able to have it directly on the web. You don't need to download any app. Okay, perfect. GPS. I think that's the most obvious one, even though we are in Luxembourg, so we might want to say Galileo. Velcro, that is a good example. Actually, technology that came out of Switzerland. Do we have any other ideas? Weather, yes. Weather, using satellites as well. Microwave, well, I guess not the microwaves we have in our kitchens. I don't believe those are related to space, but maybe I might be surprised. Forks. I don't think this is relying on space infrastructure, but maybe from space research. That is to discuss. Maybe we can discuss with our panelists. What do you think if tomorrow, for instance, we were to lose all satellites? Do you have an example that comes to mind of something we would not be able to do anymore? Maybe we can start with you.
Yeah. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So one example that comes to mind for me, I see that Galileo has indeed been mentioned, so satellite navigation has been mentioned. The next thing that would come to my mind would be, weather has been mentioned as well, landing planes, because we don't realize that so much, but especially here in Europe, we have a very precise plane landing technology with the EGNOS constellation, and that would be severely impacted as well.
Thank you very much. How about you, Sabrina?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm going to take an example of what's happening now here in Europe with this heat wave. And actually, space technology, I mean, not only detects weather patterns, weather changes, but actually enables us to be resilient and actually look at what the effect is on crops, on agriculture. So what are the adverse effects of what's happening with the weather, and what does it mean for the supermarkets, for example? What does it mean for logistics? All of those. And I'll just give a quick example. So I'm from the UK, and we actually a few years ago had to ration cucumbers and tomatoes. And I know it sounds crazy. So supermarkets were only permitting you to take one tomato home. And actually this was because of climate change and the damage it had done to crops. But actually satellite technology was allowing us to detect that and be able to now plan for that going forward. So without that, very big disruptions to our global supply and food supply chain and weather detection.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Omar? Another example? Yes, you have to put it up.
Hello?
Yes.
Now it works. Yeah, I think you already covered a lot of cases with respect to weather also like for search and rescue, navigation systems, especially like for planes, trains, ships, cars. So these are really very critical assets that you would lose and may result in big issues. But also I would say internet, actually. You would lose access to the internet because, okay, a lot of people do think internet goes through undersea cables, but there are also points where distribution of internet happens through satellites. And if you lose access to satellite, you lose the access to internet also.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How about you, Catherine?
So I see that mobile phones and PV panels were mentioned. I'm going to go for slightly, not something we would necessarily notice today, but the things that your mobile phone is made of, the metals, the resources, things that go into solar PV panels, they are found from, often from satellite monitoring, detection, imaging of the Earth. So we can find resources that we need for today, for tomorrow, for the future, for green technology, from remote sensing, and that requires satellites.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So those are just examples. We've been talking this morning mostly about astronautics and asteroids, but there are many, many use cases of this hidden space infrastructure. And I would like to talk with you a bit more about this space infrastructure that we don't think about every day, because all four of you are working in different sectors. So maybe I would like to leave the floor first to Omar. So Omar, you're the CEO of OQ Technology, and so you connect places where no cable or fiber will ever be able to reach. Can you tell us more about your company?
Yeah, so we are a Luxembourg-based company that is operating a low Earth orbit constellation of satellites that aim to provide cellular connectivity in areas where there's no communication. So anywhere where there is deserts, mountains, seas, or even during disaster and catastrophe where the terrestrial network is compromised. We specialize in 5G technology. We are one of 5 companies in the world that is pioneering this technology. You have 4 in the US, 1 in Europe, that's us. And I think related to what you said, one of the big examples that we saw where, you know, if you don't have access to terrestrial network during, for example, natural disaster or cyber attacks, about 50% of the human casualties but financial losses could be reduced if there is access through satellite, which unfortunately does not exist today. It's very limited. With satellite communication, you cannot reach to smartphones of people. This is very new technology that is just coming up right now. And for example, during the floods in Germany in 2021, about 1,600 people were declared missing. And first responders were unable to reach them, not because they were actually missing, but there's no access to the terrestrial network and the mobile network, so you can't find those people, you can't communicate with them. That's just one example. On the EU level, it's on average estimated that during natural disaster or catastrophe or cyber attack, the average number of outage where there's no access to cellular network is about 72 hours. That's a lot, given now we have all the infrastructure. So satellite really provides a layer where you can enable these use cases and the outreach in case there's no mobile communication. And even if it exists today, I think everyone experienced that. You know, we say we have coverage of mobile, but drive on the highway, you will end up probably sometimes on edge still with the existing mobile network.
Thank you very much. It's true that when we talk about satellite connectivity, sometimes the story can be that, oh, we can have access to internet, have faster internet, but we can see with the use cases that it's actually a bit deeper than that, a bit more complex than that. Thank you very much, Omar. Now I would like to move to Catherine. So Ezric, you're looking at resources on the moon and asteroids and water, ice, metals, rare elements that you were mentioning before. The question I would like to ask you is, okay, where are we at now on this idea of getting resources from outer Earth space bodies, and how do we decide who those resources belong to?
It's a big question, who do they belong to? But let's start with space resources in general and what we're trying to, what we're interested in and the resources that we are looking for and interested in using. There's 2 broad reasons that we are interested in resources in space. The first is that we can go to space use the resources that we find there, and that will allow us to spend longer in space and to travel further. So, for example, if you look at a lot of the announcement in the last few months, from NASA, it's all about going to the moon and building a moon base. There's a lot of discussion about moon bases, lots of missions. And actually, when we go to the moon to build moon bases, we can use the resources that we find there to build those moon bases. We can use what's called the regolith, the dust that coats the surface of the moon, to build moon bases. We can use water ice that we find in the permanently shadowed regions of the moon. We can use that water for human life support, but we can use it to make propellant. And that propellant then we can use to return to Earth or go onwards to Mars. So this is what's called in situ resource utilization. So using the resources of space to spend longer in space. And then there's the other group, which is resources that we might be interested in to bring back to Earth. So, for example, things like helium-3 you sometimes hear about. Helium-3, there's more helium-3 on the moon than there is on Earth. This is why it's interesting. And it is interesting for use in quantum computing and defense applications and other things. Now, the concentration of helium-3 on the moon is tiny, 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 parts per billion. But there is more of it on the moon than on Earth. So there is some interest in bringing that back. Things like platinum from asteroids, that's been a long time interest of the space resources community, very much into the future, but that might have use on Earth. So those are our two classifications. At ESRIC, which is still, it was the world's first research and innovation center entirely dedicated to space resources here in Luxembourg, still very much unique in the world. We focus more on the resources for use in situ, so for exploration and so on. But who owns the resources? This is a hot topic at the United Nations. So there's a treaty called the Outer Space Treaty of 1967 that says you cannot own other planetary bodies. You can't go to the moon, plant your flag, and claim it as yours. What's not quite so clear is what happens when you take resources off. So when you take resources off the planetary body, actually, they can be owned. And Luxembourg was the second country in the world to have a legal position on this. The US was the first, that if you take resources, space resources are capable of being owned. So you can take a resource off, and there you could own it, but actually you can't go and plant your flag. And then there's a whole discussion at the United Nations at the moment to try and resolve some of these grey areas in an international agreement so that we can have some clarity on this position.
Mm-hmm. And you're yourself the director of ESRIC, so the European Space Resources Innovation Center. What is your job? How are you involved in those matters?
So in ESRIC, we're a team of 30. Dennis, who's up next, is my lead researcher in ESRIC. So what we are interested in is being a centre of expertise for science, technology, and business related to space resources. So we do research. We do looking at, for example, developing technologies for finding and using resources in space. We are building research facilities or infrastructure for industry to use, for technology that will go to space. And then we run business incubator and accelerator program and the annual Space Resources Week conference. So we do a large number of activities. And Luxembourg is very much, I think people in Luxembourg don't often appreciate this, but Luxembourg is really one of the major centers of activity. It's globally known for its activities in space resources.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our third speaker, so Sabrina, you're the space lead at the Technology Transfer Office at the University of Luxembourg, and you've worked with NASA, ESA, SES. When you talk about bringing space down to Earth, what are the examples that come to your mind?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we discussed a lot of examples already, and I think Omar as well is very well placed to kind of talk about a bit more from the telecom side. But actually, I want to talk a bit about the Earth observation side. But maybe before I jump into it, who here is familiar with the term Earth observation? Okay, all right. Well, when we talk about Earth observation, the idea is that we use satellites that are up there in space and that they provide images of the planet. So there are tons and tons of satellites orbiting the Earth right now, and they're all basically showing images and giving us data on almost every single part of the planet. So that's how we know everything about ice caps, how we know about, you know, which countries are kind of from the defense side, which have more military capabilities, how we know weather patterns, and so much more. But actually, I'm going to jump into a use case which might be a bit, I don't know, boring, if depending on where you work. Who likes money? Here. Yeah, okay. I don't see many hands up. Okay, fair enough. I see some. But the reason I bring that up is because space plays a big role in the financial industry, and that's what I wanted to touch on a little bit. And the reason why, or rather how, is through a few mechanisms. So I saw up there someone put bank transactions, 100%. Space plays a significant role within that. But also from actually understanding where banks should put their money, from the risk associated with their money, from the insurance industry. So how do you actually insure companies that now might be subject to severe weather patterns, or whether it be houses, mortgages, so on. So actually space plays a role within this sector significantly. And maybe I'll just give you one example of kind of where we're also going to see changes happening. Launch pads, anyone heard about rockets before? Yeah, I see some hands up, great. Rockets have to be launched from certain areas in the world. There aren't so many. And a lot of these rockets are in areas that are what we call subject to climate change. So because of that, we might actually see problems with actually putting satellites now in orbit because of how launch pads might be affected. So actually, the space industry is also helping the space industry, but helping every other piece of kind of the application of it, because it's enabling, well, what does the future look like? And how do we prevent? How do we mitigate? How do we actually protect? And that's where we use the word resilience, and space plays a significant role within that. So the way I would like to describe the industry is that it's a critical industry that underpins, meaning it's basically the foundation for everything we see on Earth and the way society is formed, our technology, our infrastructure, our energy grid, and so on. So actually, if you think about why is space important, how is it important, we call this the downstream application side. So how the space tech plays a role in every one of our lives. So I hope, that was a broad answer, but I hope it gave a bit of perspective of how important space is.
No, but you're right, because for instance, if we were to take out our phones, I guess every one of us has a phone in its pocket today. If we didn't have any space infrastructure, which apps we would have to delete, right? Like Google Maps or any type of maps, weather predictions, all of our banking systems, I guess, and even clocks. I mean, also the way we measure time is linked to space. So.
Exactly. And maybe just to mention, at the university, we do a lot of good work. So actually, we have almost 500-600 researchers that actually play a role in each of these. So a lot of the tech that we're seeing today, the new innovation, the new ideas, is coming out of the university and academic institutions and the likes of ESRIC as well, which then work with the likes of OQ-Tech and the Commission to put this into place. So in the space industry, everyone works together, essentially.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Laura, so you're the policy coordinator at the European Commission, DG DFIS, and you work notably on space surveillance and tracking. We've established that the space infrastructure is necessary, but it's getting more and more crowded out there. So why is there a need to track and have a surveillance of what's happening in orbit?
Yeah, definitely it's getting crowded up there, despite, I mean, we keep sending new satellites into space. So it's in some orbital areas, especially just above the Earth's atmosphere is getting quite crowded. And the thing is, the satellites, they are far away and they travel really, really, really fast. So we have to make sure that they don't crash into each other. Sometimes, especially when there's a solar storm, for example, they just get a bit off track. So we need to make sure that they don't collide, because if two satellites or a satellite and a space debris, if they collide, it creates even more space debris. So there's space junk. I think you've all heard the term in one way or another already before. That's the one side, which is of course already really bad. And the second part is that it might just destroy the satellite that's involved in a collision like that. And even just a small little screw, for example, can damage, for example, a solar panel. So this satellite will not have enough power anymore to do its services. Or it could just happen if it's a bigger piece, it can completely destroy the entire satellite, and then all the services that we mentioned earlier in this session might be impacted, because there's one satellite that is no longer delivering those services. So in that respect, what we do with the EU space surveillance and tracking system that we have, we monitor a set of satellites that are registered for our systems. There are around 700 right now. So we have a sensor network. The member states, together with the member states, they have a network of sensors, telescopes, radars, all those kinds of things around the world. And they monitor basically those 700 satellites and see if there's some other object that might get close to them. And then they do a lot of calculations that I will never be able to understand, because I'm not an engineer, I'm not a technical person, I'm a communicator, that's why I'm here. So they do a lot of calculations, and then basically what they calculate is the trajectories. Where does the satellite that we monitor go? Where does the other object go? How high is the risk of collision? And based on that, they then recommend to the operator of the satellite, they recommend a collision avoidance maneuver, how we call it, a way basically to avoid that other object. A lot of the times it's linked with cooperation between different operators. Of course, if it's a rocket body, for example, that was sent up to space, okay, well, it cannot move. Of course, then the active satellite will have to navigate. So that's more or less how it works in a nutshell, at least. And yeah, it's very important because it makes sure that all the space services that we use continue to function as well as they do these days.
So you're saying the EU is looking at around 700 satellites. I believe, if my numbers are correct, we're more around 12,000 satellites in orbit now. How does it work? Each country surveys their own satellites, or do you work together?
Yeah, it's true. There are around 12,000 or maybe 13,000. Those figures keep changing a lot. And I think the official figure is around 12,000 satellites active satellites in space, if I remember correctly. It's true. We in EU SST, we monitor around 700, but then we are also now putting in place more and more information exchange arrangements with mega constellation operators, for example. And that's part of where the big number comes from, of course. So for like one big constellation operator already has, you know this probably better than me, 5,000 satellites alone. So yeah, so in that really brings me to the next point of cooperation. We really try to cooperate with the operators together. And we really try to adapt our services based on their needs. We work with constellation operators more and more now as well to have a bigger picture, actually, to have more visibility of who is where in space and who's moving where in space. In terms of who monitors which satellites, so with EU SST, we monitor those 700 satellites that are registered in our system. And it's a network, so there are several member states, 19 member states in the partnership that have networked their capabilities. So basically there are some, I think it's around 70 sensors all over the world, managed by some of those EU member states. So it's not that one member state monitors only their own satellites. It's the whole system that we really bring it's really pooling and sharing. We really bring all of those capabilities together, and then together, all of those sensors from all of those member states and all the processing, the computing, the computers basically who sit behind it. all of those things together then make sure that we monitor the satellites and we make sure that the operators who use the services then can decide if they want to move their satellites or not. So it's a good point that you bring up here actually, because, and Sabrina, you already hinted at this as well. Without cooperation, things would be in a much worse state. So we really work together, together with the industry, the users, the member states, of course, the EU institutions, research as well, but also international partners, because that is really important. And in that respect, we also see in the past few years that space surveillance and tracking, it used to be a nice to have around 10 years when we first started this. Now it's a must have. We have to protect our satellites altogether.
We actually have a constellation operator. Omar, you have how many satellites do you actually have in orbit? 12. Yeah, 12 satellites. And how do you relate to this topic of space traffic management? Is this an issue for you on the field? If you could just.
So we actually signed the Zero Debris Charter of the European Space Agency. So we need to make sure satellites at the end of life, they deorbit and then just burn in the atmosphere, so they don't stay in space. Plus, we work with the Joint Space Operations Force in the US, where they alert us if there is any object coming close, and then we need to do some maneuvers to avoid that. So it's a 24/7 job to make sure that there is no any collision or anything like that. But it's gonna get even worse in future now with all these constellations that are coming up, including us. We need to put more also, but we make sure that we follow the standard put by the European Space Agency and the EU for making sure the orbits and space is safe and sustainable to everyone.
And you have to do maneuvers in space because you have some maybe alerts saying, okay, there is a probability of collision.
So sometimes you can't do anything because, but it depends, of course. If you have propulsion, you can do maneuvers, or you could fly in a different cross-section to reduce the air drag. So, but it also depends what's the other object is, which we don't know. It could be a satellite, it could be a dead satellite, or it could be, you know, a part of a launcher. So you don't know. They may be able to maneuver or not, so we don't know.
It's interesting how we've put in this panel that the question is how space matters. It's a space debris situation. It's really a warning for kids. Space matters because we rely on the infrastructure for, you know, planes. We're talking about planes. We're talking about Earth observation, surveying climate change, connectivity, banking transactions, getting resources. And we're arriving at a point where we're thinking that we might be losing this infrastructure due to the fact that we have space debris. And we're also, as an industry, becoming more and more aware of our environmental footprint. What would be the priority today? And it's actually a question I want to ask to the audience first before you answer. You can think about it, how you would like to answer that question. But if you would like to tell us what you think, what do you think should be the main priority today that you think you would like to be accelerated? Is it satellite internet? Is it space weather? Is it space sustainability? Give us your input. And maybe if one of our speakers would like to give its insight on that question. Okay, so it seems like it's a lot of people thinking debris is one of the big issues that we need to look at right now, or space weather. Monitoring. We haven't talked much about space weather, but it's also a threat to our infrastructure. I don't know if Sabrina, you want to mention a few things about space weather?
Yeah, I mean, so you have weather patterns on Earth, but in space as well. The space environment is not just a black hole like you might see in movies, or just this kind of empty space. Actually, there's a lot going on, a lot of weather events that happen. So based on the sun, based on the movement of what we call celestial bodies as well, and asteroids and so on. So actually all of this does play a role into how our satellites are impacted up there, and actually how the trajectories of rockets as well go into space. So there's quite a few pieces to space weather. I mean, if you ask am I allowed to give my opinion?
Of course.
Okay. I would say either satellite internet for all or orbital debris. But I know that Laura had a point to make, so I'll pause there and then I'll jump into it.
No, thank you very much, Sabrina. I just wanted to complement what you mentioned on space weather, just to give you some examples. You remember maybe there was this major space weather event a few years ago in May around the long ascension weekend. Some satellites were actually drifted. They were 20 kilometers off course. So that was quite something. Several satellites, space-based systems, they actually saw a significant deterioration of their services. So space weather, it looks nice here on Earth because you see the aurora borealis and the northern lights. It looks really, really beautiful, but up there in space, it's really rough at those moments, yeah.
And how about you, Catherine? What do you think should be the priority for the next years?
Well, I bet you think I'm going to say asteroid resources, don't you? I'm not, controversially, because we are a research and innovation centre entirely dedicated to space resources. Asteroid resources are interesting. Well, asteroids in general, especially, if you talk to Dennis, as you will do in the next
right
session.
After Dennis.
Yeah, exactly. Stay around for that because it's super interesting. Dennis has got he's a planetary scientist and is a specialist in asteroids and meteorites. From a scientific perspective, they are really, really interesting. In terms of going and harnessing resources from asteroids, this is something that's very much in the future, which is why we focus primarily on lunar activities. Space debris affects us all on Earth, but also for future space exploration. We're talking a lot at the moment about satellites going around the moon to map the moon in greater detail, to get more information on resources on the moon. And actually, those orbits around the moon will start to get quite crowded soon. So by solving and addressing issues of orbital debris around the Earth, we also can apply that to the moon. So for me, I would say that orbital debris is a really important thing. The other thing, just quickly, all of those satellites in space are also resources. So we can see anything in space as a resource. So if we can reuse those resources in some way, then we can look at applying concepts of circular economy to space as well.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, is everyone in the room familiar with space junk or space debris? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, so it's almost like, I completely agree with Catherine. I mean, it's like basically in your house never cleaning up and then trying to walk around to find empty space to then do something else. I mean, of course, I'm exaggerating there, but essentially what the pollution that we create on Earth, I mean, you can extrapolate that to the space environment, and that's exactly where we're heading to and why it's so dangerous, actually. And to Catherine's point, from an academic perspective, or even through institutions and so on, unless we're able to actually look at, well, how do we resolve this? We can't keep launching. And we have so many satellites planned, so many constellations. We want better internet constantly. We want better navigation and so on. But actually, we have 3 orbits. And so you have your Earth, you have what we call LEO, which is low Earth orbit. Then you have MEO, so that kind of in between the very top one, which is GEO. And the idea is that it's very far away as well. I mean, of course, it's not like you can touch it with your hands from space, but we're talking about hundreds of kilometers. But what we're seeing is GEO has been quite crowded because that's really been the main focus point of satellites for years. Then now all of a sudden, anyone heard of a guy called Elon Musk? Yeah. So recently we've now seeing LEO getting crowded because of future constellations that are closer to Earth. And so what Catherine's saying is that actually, as we develop our technology, more and more constellations, more and more areas that we can actually operate in are starting to get crowded, and we need to think, well, we can't just fill it up. We need to think of a plan to now take it away, to clean it up as well, so that we can continue advancing So sorry, I just wanted to give that perspective real quick.
Yeah, I think that's very useful. Thank you very much. And going back to the numbers, those evolve every day, but I think the last time I checked, we were around 12,000 active satellites and more than 1 million debris, more than 1 centimeter of diameter. So we have much more debris than we have active infrastructure. Omar, I would like to ask the last question to you, because in the end, we need to care about space sustainability, but we also need to build competence and remain competitive in Europe. How do we do both?
I think this is a big topic right now, which is sovereignty, and Europe has to have its own infrastructure and resilience in space, and in addition, of course, to working with others and depending on others, but also having your own capabilities. So I think coming back to the question, what's important, which application? I think it doesn't matter which application. The most important thing is what type of space activities in the end can result in economical benefit to Europe or even strategic benefit. So the European Space Agency estimates every euro spent on space comes back with about 4 euros into the economy, whether it's in jobs or benefits or applications, innovation, and even up to 6 euro if you take into account the effect on societies and as a broader concept. So I think, how do you then implement that to make that equation always scaling up? This is what's in the end the key for Europe.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the 4 of you for sharing your insights on why space matters. I hope people were convinced that space matters and that we need to do something about it. Thank you very much. We had a lot of cheerleaders in the audience today. Thank you very much. Now, as we move on to the next part of the program, if sometimes you don't remember why space matters, well, we have a reminder that comes directly out of the sky. I would like to show you a video of something that happened in Luxembourg a few days ago. So here's a couple of videos.
Oh, il y a une fusée. Ah ouais. Mais c'est quoi ça, un missile? C'est quoi ça?
So this event happened on the 8th of March 2026 at around 7 p.m. and was seeable from Belgium, France, Germany, and Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. And so what you could see glowed for about 6 seconds, and I'm happy to have with me a planetary scientist to decrypt the event. Thank you very much, Dennis, for being here with us for this Fireside discussion. Here's a microphone for you. Well, first of all, can you tell us a bit more about you? We were hearing from Catherine that you work together at ESRIC, and you have a background more on planetary science.
Indeed. So
it should work if you put it.
Yes. So this is not my day job, chasing meteorites. So I work at ESRIC, so my day job is to develop technologies to make use of lunar materials, lunar rocks, and the main focus is trying to get the oxygen out to provide life support or propellants for future lunar bases. So this activity comes from kind of my old life when I was working in academia to study meteorites. So I worked on the samples that were returned by the Hayabusa missions to Japan, and I worked a lot on meteorites, and somehow this became also kind of a hobby to chase behind them.
But so when you saw those footage in the news, as a scientist, what did you think?
It was wild. So it was Sunday evening. I was just sitting at my computer, and suddenly they were popping up these videos in social media, one after the other, and it was a spectacular event. I don't know how many people here in the room actually saw it. It must have been really massive. So this small asteroid, it entered over Lorraine into the atmosphere. It crossed all across Luxembourg and into Germany. It exploded over or north of Trier in an altitude of about 40 kilometers and then continued towards the Rhine. And at the very end, and that turned already out in that evening, in that night, a small piece hit a roof in Koblenz and actually crashed into someone's bathroom.
I think we have a picture, right, that you sent me of this.
Yes, so this is the roof. This was a picture taken by the roofer when the roof was repaired. So it went right through the roof into the bathroom below, and it shattered into many fragments upon the impact. I think we also have maybe some pictures of those. Yes, so this is a picture taken by the police. So the people living in that apartment called the police, and then they secured these fragments, and at this point it was clear it's a meteorite. You see this black fusion crust, so you see this on the right side, this shiny crust on these rock fragments, and that's a definite sign that this is a meteorite. So I didn't sleep much in that night. I got up at 4 a.m., jumped into my car and drove there to see what was going on. And I was there at 7 o'clock trying to find this place, and there was a lot of media attention at this point. And
because what's the procedure when you have a meteor that falls on you? Like you say, you call the police, you call the scientific community.
Call the scientific community is a good idea. Calling the police as well. Actually, I discovered that the police has training in, or conducts training in response to such space events. I didn't know that. So the person from the police public relations office actually told me that. They train for such space awareness events. And so they took the samples, safeguarded them, and then returned them to the owner of the house. We were lucky when we went there on Monday morning. We met a very friendly neighbor, and we were allowed to have a look in their courtyard. And we actually found some fragments of this meteorite that fragmented on the roof and fell into the neighboring courtyard. And this is currently the material we are studying in the labs. So there's a consortium all across Europe that is now studying these samples, doing chemical analysis, doing isotopic analysis, looking with any kind of available microscope at these samples. So this is really a scientific treasure because it's so fresh. So it was never subjected to rain or anything. So these are really pristine asteroid samples, and that's a really great opportunity to study this kind of material. And it's a fairly rare type of meteorite, so it's probably coming from the asteroid Vesta.
Oh, okay. So you're going to tell us more about this scientific aspect, but before we do that, if I understand correctly, for the scientific community to be able to study it, you had to go to the neighbors. You cannot just take the fragment that was in the main house?
No, we couldn't do that because at that time those fragments were at the police. And still, we don't have access to those fragments because the owners refuse to give them out at this point, which is a bit frustrating for us because we need a certain amount of material to deposit in a public collection as archive material, as a so-called type specimen, so that the results we get from these small fragments can be reproduced, and there can be additional investigations in the future on these samples. We do have plenty of material for our studies, but to give this meteorite an official name, we need this deposit of 20 grams, and currently we are struggling to get these 20 grams. But we hope that at some point the owners will donate these 20 grams to a public institution.
Because this is a fairly rare situation. Usually when you study meteorites, it's more that you've found them after a certain amount of time.
Yes, so this is really rare that you immediately can pick them up. So they have never seen any rain or any contamination from the Earth's surface. it happens, let's say, if you look at Germany, it happens maybe every other year now, because there are cameras and there's a lot of attention also by citizen scientists who track these meteorites. And so every other year we have a meteorite fall in Germany, approximately, with some gaps in between. So it is always exciting to get this fresh material. And this is something almost close to have a space mission. So it's a free delivery of a very exciting material from space.
And so now that you got this material, what are you looking at specifically? You said this is kind of a special.
Yes. So
meteorite?
we're doing microscopy. So the colleagues are looking at the minerals in this meteorite, and it turns out this material is a basalt. So it's a very common rock on Earth across the solar system. But the chemical fingerprint of these basalt fragments, it's a meteorite class called the eucrites. And these eucrites are almost certainly coming from the asteroid Vesta, one of the largest asteroids in the asteroid belt. And this has been established by comparing their spectroscopy, so their spectral signature, the way they reflect the light, and this is also currently studied by groups looking at the powder of this material with spectral methods and comparing it to spacecraft data. So Vesta was visited by the Dawn spacecraft a couple of years ago, and we have very good reference data from this asteroid. So every time we get fresh material, we have a very good chance to compare this to our space missions and close this gap between the meteorites we have here on Earth and the asteroids that we can observe in space.
Maybe a question of vocabulary. What is the difference between an asteroid, a meteor, and a meteorite?
So asteroids are in space. So they are small objects orbiting the sun in space. If you go down on the size scale, you go to an awkward term that's called meteoroid. I never know how to really pronounce it. It's a small asteroid with a diameter less than 1 meter or so. It's a very arbitrary definition. So this is a small object, and in the moment it enters the Earth's atmosphere, it starts to produce heat, it starts to compress the air and ionize the air, so it produces light, and this is known as a meteor. And once this meteoroid, wrapped in its glowing envelope, survives this flight and lands on the surface of the Earth, it is a meteorite.
Okay. So what we saw in the videos is a meteor.
It's a meteor.
And this is a meteorite.
This is a meteorite.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Did we predict it? Because this event seems to be like a surprise. We were talking this morning with Patrick Michel, one of the experts on the matter. We track and we have surveillance of the asteroids and celestial bodies we have around us, but we didn't predict this event.
No, this one not. This one came as a surprise, as most meteorite falls come. We had in the past a few cases where scientists were actually able to predict meteorite falls. There was one in France in 2023, I think it was February, and another one in Germany in 2024, that was in January, where astronomers were actually able to image the asteroid a few hours before it entered the atmosphere, and they were able to predict where it would eventually come down. These were very small bodies. The one in Germany was less than a meter. It was the smallest asteroid, or in that case, meteoroid, that was ever observed, and it was able to. The scientists were able to predict the landing regions, and actually, in the aftermath, more than 200 fragments of this asteroid were found.
You said that your day job is more, it actually has nothing to do with that. It's more in situ resource utilization on the moon. But then your night job is chasing those?
Yes.
How do you exactly do that?
So, you need a lot of patience. So in this case of the Koblenz meteorite, it was fairly straightforward because we had that hit on the roof. So.
But then you learned it through the news or social
Yes.
media, and then you decide to take your car and drive there in the middle of the night. So you follow kind of those news to be able to react so quickly.
Yes, and then the follow-up is we studied many of the videos that were recorded. So some of the detective work is to actually try to find out the locations from where these videos were recorded, and then if you have some astronomical reference points like stars or some geographical reference points, you can determine the directions and the altitude, the angle of this observation, and from this data you can put together the path, the trajectory of the meteor in the atmosphere, and in the end you can some meteorological data determining what we call the Strawn field. So these objects break up in the atmosphere. That's the common case, and they don't come down as a single piece, but as multiple pieces in a large area, and that's called a Strawn field. And so we spend a lot of time in researching these videos, trying to calculate these Strawn fields, and then we went into the field and actually tried to find more fragments, which was not successful in this case, because the asteroid came in at a very shallow angle, and the Strawn field is very, very long, so several tens of kilometers, and it's a huge area, and it's almost impossible to look for or to find a small rock in that area.
I don't know if any of the people that are listening here in the room or online, if they want to join the meteorite chasing club, I don't know, is there such a thing, or is it more of a real scientific community?
It's both. It's a very nice combination of amateur scientists, citizen scientists, and professional scientists. So, for example, you can put a camera on your roof, monitor the night sky for these fireballs, and then contribute to calculations of these Strawn fields, contribute to the search. So that's a really, really nice way of involving the general public in these really scientifically valuable events to recover the material.
Well, thank you very much, Denis. Maybe you're going to have some fresh recruits in the audience who wants to go and drive in the middle of the night for 6 hours to find a meteorite.
Sure,
This is the person
I can
you should
give you
look
plenty of maps where to go, but unfortunately it's already a couple of months ago, so the vegetation has grown so much, and yeah, it's a really huge area, but I can tell you where to go, and if you want to try your luck, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Denis. Now that we have looked into a bit more detail into this event, I would like to introduce the next panel, looking more at the scientific aspect of looking at asteroids, at comets. And we have with us 3 scientists that I would like to welcome on stage. First of all, Catherine Altweg, who is here with us, Professor of Space Research and Planetology at the University of Bern, and who was the principal investigator for Rosina. Then we have Gianluca Massi, Italian astrophysicist and founder of the Virtual Telescope Project. Thank you, Gianluca. And finally, Lisa Kramaruju, the FWO postdoctoral research from University of Brussels, if you are here with us. Is Lisa Kramer in the room? Otherwise, I don't know if maybe a volunteer from the festival could go and check. Lisa Kramer, speaker for the panel. We're 5 minutes. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we can start in any ways, the panel discussion. I wanted to start this discussion more on a historical path, because when we think of comets, we look at the night sky, we see astronomical pictures, and of course we have this fascination. But what is interesting is also, this is a fascination that has been here for millennials. We have art pieces, traces from other cultures where seeing those things in the sky really meant something. I don't know if Catherine, you would like to touch upon on that. You sent us a couple of visuals. Yes.
Actually, that's a very nice one. A few years ago, 2 or 3. It's from California. Unfortunately, from Switzerland, you almost didn't see it because the weather was bad the whole time. But in California, they had nice weather. But it started out with the Chinese. There are documents, I don't know. Yeah. You see here 6 comets. These are 6 out of 29 comets in this book, 200 before Christ. And if you estimate that we see a comet with the naked eye every 10 years, this covers a period of almost 300 years. So cometary science started out 500 before Christ. It's a very old science, and it's still ongoing. At that time, comets were ambassadors of gods, of forces outside of the solar system, of course. And they mostly brought bad things. War, death, famine, and other things like that. There is one case where comets brought something nice. That's the birth of Christ. But there are not many positive events coupled to comets. And this went on until 17-something, when Halley, an astronomer in England, found out that comets actually belong to our solar system. They are on a very elliptical orbit, and he found out that 3 comets which were described similar to that were actually the same comet. So it's a periodic thing. But people still believe that they probably are ambassadors for something evil to come. As you see here, that's 1910. 1910, the Earth actually went through the tail of Comet Halley. At that time, astronomers could detect cyanide. You know it from literature. That's how you kill somebody. And people were aware of that and thought that the Earth, humankind, would disappear. So, yeah.
Yeah,
the coming end.
There are many historical examples that you put.
So that's Comet Halley. That's actually a picture in 1910 in New York. Oh, there was not that much light at that time in New York, but it's a nice picture. And you see what you can do if if it's the end of humanity. You can still escape with a ring or with a rocket or whatever, or at least you can take a pill. And actually, this still goes on. We had a comet last year, 3I Atlas, which is an interstellar comet from another solar system, and there were still people claiming that this is an alien spacecraft. So that comets always have this fishy thing.
Is that why you decided to study them?
No. No, comets are actually treasure chests of our early solar system. They contain the most pristine material we have in the solar system, material which is mostly older than the solar system. Comets formed together with the planets, leftovers like asteroids, but they were always very far from the sun in the freezer, and that's a very good freezer, minus 240 degrees Celsius. So they really kept their original material, and we can study it today. And that's what made me study comets.
Gianluca, we will talk a bit later on about asteroids, but I would like maybe to ask the question for everyone. We heard in the previous panel the difference between an asteroid, a meteor, and a meteorite, but what is the difference between a comet and an asteroid?
Oh, wonderful. If I just want to add a little thing to the interesting things that my colleagues was saying. Over the history, comets played a very strange role, as we said, mainly because they happen without any advice. At some point, you see a sword of light in the night sky, and incredibly enough, the ancient representations were swords. And this changed thanks to an Italian painter, Giotto, for the first time at the beginning of the 14th centuries, when the comet Halley was coming back. He depicted the comet like a scientist. And not only he changed the way we just represent comets, but he invented the Christmas comet. Because for the very first time in history, at least in Italy, during the Christmas season, you have the comet just representing the Christmas. It was a Giotto idea. Because if you just study hard, you see that before Giotto, nobody never used the comet to represent the star of the nativity. It was just a dot of light. It became a comet with Giotto. So comets have been wonderful in many, many ways. Now, back to the question. Well, asteroids and comets are very good friends. But the huge difference is that comets have some highs on the surface, and when the object is close enough to the sun, thanks to the solar heat, the solar thermal high energy, these highs sublimate in space and it releases dust and gas, which was just inside. They were like in prison inside that hazy structure. And this is why you see this huge difference. But after all, you can see, if you look carefully to the asteroid population, you can find many hints of dead comets, that is, objects which now behave like asteroids, that is, they never show any gas emission, but for some other reasons, you can suspect sometime in the past they were comets. So sometimes we also see some asteroids at some point turning on some cometary activity. This happens from time to time, and needless to say, it's always an important opportunity to study those very, very rare events. Because in general, from an orbital point of view, comets and asteroids are two very different things. The orbital parameters can quickly say you what a comet is and what an asteroid is, to the point, and I conclude, that sometimes you see an object without any hint of cometary activity, but on a cometary orbit, and trust me, at some point it will develop a cometary activity. So the main reason is for the comet having some hazy stuff on the surface to have some funny things to share when the object will be close enough to the sun to put, hopefully, a great show up in the sky for us.
Thank you very much for clarifying. And Lisa, thank you for joining us. So you are a scientist who is studying meteorology. Are you studying comets or asteroids then?
So basically both, because I'm studying meteorites. So I'm studying meteorites and micrometeorites, which are pieces of asteroids, but also micrometeorites or pieces of comets that fall on Earth. So I'm basically studying both on a mineralogical point of view and geochemistry point of view, trying to understand how they form, how they evolve, what the activity can come from, and all of that. So I'm basically studying pieces of those falling on Earth and having those pieces immediately in our hand, trying to understand what he was just saying and what explaining beautifully is how does it happen, what do we see, and how do we see it directly in our hands, basically.
Okay, because we've said before a meteorite is something that falls on planet Earth. Exactly. So you're able with meteorites to say, oh, this is from a comet and this is from an asteroid.
It's more difficult than it seems because, as he explained beautifully, they're kind of linked together. So knowing exactly if it comes from a comet or from an asteroid is sometimes a little bit difficult because the limit is sometimes a little bit more blurry than we think. So we try to do it as much as possible. For asteroids, it's a little bit more easy. For comet, we have less materials. So we have those micrometeorites, which are less than 2 millimeters, which is really, really small. So we study those, and those we have more linked probably to comets. So I think the line is a little bit blurry because comet and asteroid, so we do both.
Okay, so let's first maybe talk about comets, and when we talk about comets, let's talk about Rosetta. So you were the principal investigator of one of the main instruments on the mission, Rosina. When you first started building Rosetta, what were you expecting to find?
Well, I was already involved in the Giotto mission in '86 to Comet Halley, and we built mass spectrometers at that time. And at that time, we wanted to prove that the comet has a lot of water. And we measured water. That was great. But we saw that the comet has much more than water, much heavier stuff than just mass 18 H2O. And so the next mission was planned to explore what else is in a comet. And we expected to find some heavier stuff, at least up to mass 100, where you already find complex organics. But it turned out that the comet has even more complex molecules, so we need the next mission to go higher. But we expected to find some organics. We found much more than we expected. Especially we found prebiotic molecules, molecules which are used in life. We found, among others, amino acid. Amino acid, building block of our DNA. And this was fully unexpected because the comet is minus 240 degrees Celsius, 30 K. No liquid water, it never had liquid water. And for life as we know it, you need liquid water. So the amino acid we found on the comet is not life, that's clear. But if you throw a few comets, like 100,000 comets on Earth, you may kickstart life.
This amino acids that you're talking about, this building blocks of life, part of our DNA, is this a theory that this is how life arrived on our planet?
It's one of the theories. Mm-hmm. There are more. The other one is volcanoes underneath the sea, where a lot of organic material comes up. But I think with what we found in comets, we also can now say how many comets impacted the Earth during its life. It's about 100,000. We know that from the xenon. Xenon, that was another important measurement we did. Xenon in the Earth's atmosphere is funny. We have xenon in the Earth's mantle. We have xenon in the Earth's atmosphere, and they are not the same. And for many, many, many years, people thought about it. How did the xenon in our atmosphere form? And now we know it. If you take 22% cometary xenon, 78% from the Earth's mantle, you exactly get our Earth's atmosphere. And from that, you can calculate how much water was delivered by comets to the Earth, because comets have a lot of water. That's less than 1%. It's not much. But they have delivered organic material more than today's biomass, which is huge. And that's how we think that comets could have kick-started life on Earth.
Mm-hmm. Since this morning, we've mostly talked about studying asteroids or comets in a sense of planetary defense. But with Rosetta, we see there is also a huge scientific value to look at those celestial bodies.
Yeah, I think cometary science addresses the big questions. Where are we from? Where are we going to? And are we alone? It's basic science, no use. I always claim absolutely no use. but it's the questions we all ask.
That is perfect, Catherine, because this morning we asked the whole public this morning, what is your question that you want to be answered by the end of the day? One of them, what is the answer to the universe? Comets. Gianluca, moving to asteroids, you built the Virtual Telescope project, and you're trying to detect more and more asteroids. What is the role of artificial intelligence in that? Are we, thanks to that technology, having more and more asteroids detected?
Well, it's incredible how AI is changing rules basically everywhere. So far, discovering asteroids have been a very serious and difficult task. It's still serious, but for some reasons, it's a bit easier. Some of you yesterday attended the live observing session, and we saw an asteroid in action in real life. How we recognize that an astronomical object out there is an asteroid? How do actually discover asteroids? If you point your telescope somewhere in the sky, just take a picture, have a coffee, in 5 minutes, another picture, just another snack, and a third picture likely. At that point, you can compare those 3 pictures covering the same spot of the sky. So you just had some minutes lasting between every shot. In other words, everything moving in that spot of the sky will be showing at a different position in your images. For almost 2 centuries, this has been the only way, the best way for us to discover asteroids. So you just need to sit to a given region of the sky, just taking a number of pictures and creating some kind of time lapse. Let's call it that way. And if something is moving, you can link an object to the same, hopefully, image, to the same object you see in the second image and so on, until you have a nice orbital solution saying that it is the same object really moving around the sun. But you need to take images of the same region of the sky. Where AI is doing a huge difference, and we have seen amazing results after that the TOR device, the TOR tool was made available by the B612 Foundation in the US, now it is possible to do something completely different. That is using single images, okay, where the system, the software, the AI is able to find any source, and it has the capability to go through millions of images and even able to cross single object without the need to have 3 images in a row, and still it is able to provide a reliable link. I don't know if I'm able to bring you the difference. That is, you can even use now images done for something else, images which were hopefully already studied and just sleeping a long time in an archive. Now you can take those images back and go through the image with this new technology. And we discovered in just a few days, more or less, thousands of new asteroids. Those objects were there, but nobody noticed them. So AI is really helping a lot, but luckily enough, we still need human brain just doing most of the job. And we are discovering more and more because we have better instruments, we have better cameras, so which an higher sensitivity, and we have also better computers doing the same job in a shorter time. So in the same time, much more job.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. And Lisa, so Gianluca is more looking up, you're kind of looking down because you actually have this investigative role of those are meteorites, let's have a look at the meteorology. Can you walk us through the process? How does that work?
Yeah, exactly. So there's 2 big processes about studying meteorites. The first one is the fundamental science. So we try to understand those meteorites. They give us information about the start of the solar system, where the water comes from, how did it form, and then the evolution of those asteroids, how do planets form, and how do minerals actually grow in the solar system, and the gases as well, CO2, water, all of this. So we have the fundamental science of this. For this, basically, we take samples, we have those meteorites, they fall on Earth. We're very lucky to have quite a few of them now in our labs, and we study them from the macro size, or the big size, to the very, very nano size, the very geochemical side of the meteorites. So we basically scan the whole thing, we learn to get them, we get to know them basically as much as possible. The second side of meteorites is linking them to the asteroid and trying to understand where they come from exactly. So basically placing this piece of the puzzle back in the solar system. It's quite fundamental to try to understand those. And this is helping also space mission, because to try to decide on which asteroid to go to and many money to spend on and trying to decide of those targets, we look at the collection of meteorite we have and we try to select which one is the most interesting, which one also with orbital parameters and all the astrophysics behind it. But getting to know those meteorite and knowing the collection of it, basically we scan them, we compare them with whatever Gianluca is doing, and we try to compare and see, okay, those one could match what you're trying to see. We have those samples, is it what you're looking for? So basically also providing meteorite samples to space mission can be fundamental to try to understand where to go to and what to study and what is extremely interesting, even if everything is interesting, of course. But we have to make some choices. We cannot go to every asteroid, even how much I would like to, but we cannot go to everything. So having those meteorite can help us a little bit try to assess, okay, what is the next target we want to go to? So those meteorite can help us understand everything and also choose best targets, or try to understand the targets we go to, and of course calibrate the instruments so we can prepare the spacecraft as well as possible before it actually arrives on the asteroids. So we use them in many various ways. We don't have that much meteorite, but we have enough that we can do a lot of stuff on it. We can do calibration, preparation, understanding. We can do a lot, and we need to use them more and more. And it's quite interesting to complement with everything that their beautiful scientists do and all the beautiful asteroids we need to go through. So complementing with meteorite study is fundamental, I think.
Because we have been with space missions to some asteroids collect samples. Have we ever had the chance to compare an actual sample that was collected in space versus meteorite down to Earth?
Yes, of course. So we try to do this as much as possible as soon as we have samples. It's quite interesting to see the differences between a meteorite that has traveled through space and on its own, and then traveled through the atmosphere of the Earth, because it's quite a thick atmosphere. So some stuff happens during that traveling through the Earth, and try to see the differences. And the asteroid that we've been to and samples are quite similar to some families of meteorite we have, but those family of meteorite are quite rare in our collection, so they are not the most representative ones. So it's quite also interesting to see the differences we have between the asteroids we go to, the comets that we want to sample, and the differences we have in our collection on what arrives on Earth, actually. And there are some materials, so comets are quite fragile material, so it also could be that when they go through the atmosphere, they kind of disintegrate it. So we don't have that much of those, so it's extremely important to actually go there and sample this material, because it's not the same stuff as actually arrives on Earth, on the ground in the end.
Catherine, you worked on Rosetta, was already a few years back. I guess you've been following what's happening still in this scientific field. What is for you the most important or surprising finding in the past 5 years in that field?
Well, I'm a little bit biased, that's clear. We are still working on our data, and we still get a lot of very good results. We are now looking at organics, nitrogen-bearing organics, which are all prebiotic molecules, and we try to assess how you go from comets, not to life, but to something before life. So there are still a lot of good science coming out of that. Also from the dust mass spectrometer, we look at the gas, at the ice which sublimates. But there was also a dust mass spectrometer. They also still look at their data and compare them to what you get in meteorites. You have to know a comet never gives a meteorite, because a comet doesn't have rocks. What you see is not rocks, it's a sintered material, ice and dust grains. And dust grains in a comet are normally very small. So all you get is micrometeorites, IDPs, interplanetary dust particles, which you can collect next time you fly in an airplane. Just hold your hand out and collect them, more or less. So, but the comparison, of course, with asteroids, there is not a region of asteroids and a region of comets. It's actually going from one to the other. And we have samples from one comet, Comet Wild 2. And they are very different from the comet we analyzed. Probably it's also a bias how they collected it and how they brought it back to Earth. But still, comets show quite some variety in composition, be it dust or be it gas. And we observe comets from the ground. We cannot observe all, no amino acids from the ground. But we have to compare because a sample of one is not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And we are working on the next comet mission.
We are.
Yes.
How about you, Gianluca? I'm guessing, as you were saying, the AI is a big thing that for your field in the past 5 years. Is there something else that you...
Sorry?
Is there something else that you feel it was important in the field of detecting asteroids?
Of course. I think that over the last 10 years, we really saw a dramatic improvement, and an important telescope which is now setting a new standard is the Vera Rubin telescope, by the way, in Chile, which is a wonderful machine. Everyone in this room maybe has heard about this telescope, 8-meter class telescope, covering the entire sky in depth every few days, finding basically everything evolving, both in position and even in brightness. So it is like Santa Claus making happy different guys at the same time. Trust me, it is the most exciting project I have seen around since my childhood, at least considering the type of scientist I am. And at the same time, even people doing this for fun, amateur astronomers, can still contribute a lot. And I see also a huge opportunity to improve the asteroid science now that the International Year of Planetary Defense is coming in 3 years, bringing with it the Apophis flyby, and this way we can share with the public the science of asteroids, what they mean, their value, the threat they can pose to the Earth, but also the huge opportunity asteroids are. So exciting times are waiting for us, and Asteroid Day is sitting in the first row to bring this to the community.
Indeed. And about Asteroid 2029, how do you see the relationship between planetary defense and the scientific field? When you build a mission, I don't know, like ERA, it's the purpose is planetary defense, but do we always do science in any
Yes,
way?
they have a strong connection, because if you really have to face a risk of collision with an asteroid, you really have to know about the asteroid. So science is the first thing you have to cover when you have an asteroid in route of collision of the Earth. You have to discover whatever you can about that. And then you can hopefully face and fix and solve the issues. So science and planetary defense are really strongly connected, and let me say this personal thought. I think that planetary defense is one of the most exciting novelties we see around, because for the first time we are able to hopefully save ourselves just in case of an asteroid menace will rise sometime in the future. So we are happy, we are lucky to be here at the right time of the history, and let's see what the future will bring to us.
Hopefully good things.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. We wish that we have many asteroids to study, but hopefully that they don't get too close to us. Yes. And Laura, I want to ask the last question to you. If there is one thing that this audience needs to remember, like a misconception about meteorites, asteroids, that they should know is fake, what would be this one thing? Or Gianluca, yeah, go for it. I was asking Laura, but
you can go.
You can all say one.
Yeah, of course.
When you work with the press on regularly basis every day, you understand that when you say a potentially hazardous asteroid is coming, they just listen hazardous asteroid. They always forget the potentially word. And the people here working on orbits know very well how important the first word is. So again, here the International Year of Planetary Defense can really help the community to better understand each word, each term, and how important it is to trust scientists, because otherwise it is very difficult to improve the public knowledge of these objects. So my dream will be at least to understand that every near-Earth asteroid is important, but it is not that if every near-Earth asteroid is going to hit the Earth. It is a completely different story.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks to you.
I think I have a good one to jump off of what you just said, Gianluca. Is that people see asteroid hazardous kind of fall on Earth, but they also forget that we have material falling on Earth every day. And I often ask this question, like, oh, how much meteorites fall every year? Or how much material falls on Earth every day? And I always answer, we have about 40,000 tons of material, extraterrestrial material falling on Earth every year, which represent quite a lot of material. So we have the IDP, so the comets particle arriving in the atmosphere, and we have meteorites falling on Earth. We have micrometeorites falling by thousands of tons on Earth every day. So there needs to be this understanding about those hazards as asteroids coming to hit the Earth, which is not going to happen that much often, but it's nice to be prepared in case one arrives. But we have this material arriving every day on Earth, so scientists can study them, and we have quite a lot of this material arriving on Earth. Is not that rare that we can imagine. So it's quite nice to have both, and to understand that there's two kinds of material. So yeah, I would say this.
Yeah, because for those who don't know, in 2029 we have an asteroid, Apophis, that is going to come quite close to us, right? It happens that the closest point will happen on Friday the 13th of April. Catherine, is this another sign?
Imagine the headline from the press.
Is this another sign that comets and asteroids are bad omen?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
You know, the Rosetta mission was supposed to launch on January 13. It failed. No, the launch before Rosetta failed. So never launch on the 13th. That's clear. I would like people to remind that not every comet is an alien spacecraft.
Yes. Good reminder. So
Yeah.
comets are not necessarily bad, not alien spacecrafts.
Yes.
We should not worry about all asteroids coming closer, potentially, probability, and we should remind ourselves like tons of things are falling on us every day, and everybody's doing all right. Thank you so much for this panel and
Thanks
this
to you.
interesting.
Thank you, everyone.
We will now move on with another panel talking about comets and asteroids, but focusing more on planetary defense rather than sciences. So if you would like to come in or come out, just have a couple of minutes before we welcome on stage our next panelists. Patrick, for me, his knowledge in 30 seconds, so I'll try to channel my inner Patrick. All right, now that everyone is well seated, we will now have our second panel looking at asteroids and planetary defense, so protecting Earth from asteroids. As you can see, we have a whole set of panelists that are all experts in that field, in that respective domain. Our dear Patrick Michel was supposed to moderate this session, but had to leave due to the heat wave to go back to his observatory. So I will do my best to do as maybe 50% of what he was able to do to talk about planetary defense. First of all, I would like to leave the floor to you, Juan Luis. So you're working at ESA, and ESA has, of course, many different types of missions for planetary defense. We've heard of Ramses, we've heard of ERA, of DART. Can you give us maybe an overview of all of the missions for planetary defense? Yes, just put the switch
hello.
on.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Thanks. Yeah, we at ESA have been involved in planetary defense already for a long time. Back at the beginning of the century, we started working in a precursor of a kinetic impactor mission, which at the time was called Don Quixote, which was a precursor of what later came to be the Hera plus DART mission in order to impact an asteroid and test the capabilities that we have currently to deflect the trajectory of an asteroid. In the last years, we have been very active in actually implementing Hera, which is the European contribution to this common goal together with our US colleagues to actually deflect an asteroid and try to understand what has been the result of the impact of DART into Dimorphos, in the Dimorphos asteroid. And taking the chance that 2029 is going to be this historic year for us because of this really rare close approach of such a large body as Apophis, so close to the Earth. We thought that it was really important to actually put everything, all the stakes there to visit the asteroid. So here it's when the Ramses mission comes, and we will be launching the mission 1 year before the close approach, so in March 2028, and after 1 year we will be actually reaching the asteroid, rendezvousing with it, and actually studying everything that will happen to it as it goes through this close approach with the Earth. And apart from that, we're also working on a mission to detect asteroids that are coming from the direction of the Sun, which is called the NEOMIR mission, which is similar to a NASA mission that is called NEOSurveyor. So we will try to detect all those asteroids that are coming from the direction of the Sun that we are not able to see with the telescopes on Earth. And also are working now on other concepts that will allow us to test new deflection concepts, as for example, using ion beams in order to very gently and very slowly, but with a lot of control, deflect the trajectory of an asteroid.
Are we hearing me? Yes. Could you clarify maybe about Apophis? How close is it going to be to the Earth? On the 13th, Friday the 13th of April.
Yes, well, I guess that most of the people here knows that the geostationary satellites are orbiting the Earth at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers, more or less. So actually the asteroid will pass even closer than that. So if I remember now, the figure was something like 32,000 kilometers from height from the Earth. So it will be visible to the naked eye for almost half of the population of the world. Particularly here in Europe, we will be lucky, if the weather allows for that, to see it that night. And yeah, it's really remarkable. It is a historical event because something like this, an asteroid of this size, passing so close to the Earth, is something that occurs typically between 5,000 and 10,000 years, every 5 to 10,000 years. So it's really a historical event.
Yes, it's a rare, as you say, for us.
Mm-hmm.
Before we move on, I actually have a question about this to our audience, if you don't mind taking out your phones and scanning the QR code to tell us how worried you are about a potential asteroid impact. From 1 to 5, how worried are you about this? Especially after we just heard on Apophis and its close coming to the Earth. So you can rate it from not at all to very worried. And let's see where the scale is taking us. There seems to be kind of an even distribution on the line, but it seems that most people are not so worried about it, which I guess is good. It's not the idea or the purpose of this event to make you worried. The purpose of this event is just to say that there will be, for sure, some impacts with our planet. The scale is, we have probabilities, but how do we prepare for that? How do we prepare as people living on one planet, part of one humanity, to face this thing that we know is coming in any case? And to answer that question, because now we've heard from ESA, which represents its member states based in Europe, but if this shall happen, what do we do? Tomorrow we get a call, it's like, okay, there is an asteroid coming. I guess this is to the United Nations to decide what we should do, no?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very glad to see that the appreciation in where we are at, in 2026 in terms of international preparedness is quite high, and the trust. Exactly. But before we go to planetary defense, I would like to turn back to the year 1957, when we had the launch of the first human-made satellite. At that time, we had no treaties on outer space. We had no guidelines, no rules and regulations. So member states at the United Nations asked the United Nations as a platform to come together to start developing those rules and regulations through the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. So the Office for Outer Space Affairs, where I work, is the secretariat to this committee, but it does much more. And planetary defense and international cooperation in planetary defense and information sharing in case of a potential near-Earth object impact threat would be something that is under our mandate. So behind me you see a graph, a representation of the information flow in case there would be a credible threat. As I said, we're the platform that brings actors together that have the expertise. With this, I mean, first the International Asteroid Warning Network, which is coordinated by NASA Planetary Defense Coordination Office, which comprises observatories that provide data on asteroids, where they are, where are their orbits, how close they will come to our planet, and whether they pose a risk. The second important entity or global mechanism that was also established by the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space is the Space Mission Planning Advisory Group, or SAMEPAGE, which is chaired by the European Space Agency. SAMEPAGE, so we're all on the same page, comprises space agencies with capabilities to devise an advice in case there would be a credible threat and such an asteroid or such a hazardous object would need to be deflected. And as we know, so far we have never had a case to issue an information note to all member states before 2025, before the year 2025. We never had such a case, but we practiced for it. But in the late 2024, in December, around Christmas, everyone is at holiday. It was actually on 27th December. There was an object discovered by Atlas Observatory in Chile during the random surveying of the skies. That was designated 2024 YR4. And through careful calculations and further observations by the Iowa network, it exceeded 1% probability to impact the Earth in 2032. So that was the first time we actually had to issue a notification to all member states. What is the rationale behind it? In the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and also in the United Nations, you have member states who have very advanced capabilities in space, who are space powers, but you have also emerging space nations. You have countries that do not have capabilities in this area. So our mandate is information sharing for all, so that also countries that do not have capacities in this area are informed and then also prepared in case there would be such an impact. So with 2024 YR4, luckily the calculations later, very fast in February already, has shown that the object has dropped beyond 1%, but it did peak at 3.1% at some point, which is quite a high percentage. So those mechanisms that we work with are really crucial to ensure that this international collaboration in a case of a potential asteroid impact hazard is in place and is working.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So it's good to know that some rehearsals are already made so that we know on, let's say, the political side, how to react if we had such a news. And we are also as well preparing on the technical side. What would we do if we had such a news? And I would like to talk a bit more about the DART and the ERA mission, ERA that is currently on its way, and maybe giving the floor to you, Tarek. You're a planetary scientist at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, and you notably worked on the DART mission by NASA. Can you tell us a bit more about what DART is about.
Thank you. So if we find an asteroid that is coming Earth's way, we have a few different options for trying to prevent a collision with Earth. The most mature of those options is called kinetic impact. It takes a spacecraft, it slams the spacecraft into the asteroid and changes that asteroid's path through space. Lovely concept, but we had never actually tried it in space on an asteroid until September 26th, 2022. And that is when the NASA mission called DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, intentionally flew itself to obliteration, crashing a refrigerator-sized spacecraft into an asteroid that's about 150 meters across, and proving for the first time that humanity actually has the technology to prevent an asteroid impact with sufficient warning time. Now, we knew on the engineering side, because at Johns Hopkins APL we built and managed the spacecraft, we knew we had dialed in every single detail of this spacecraft as best we could. We could control the star tracker, we could control the propulsion system, but the thing we couldn't control was the asteroid. So one of the big questions was, how would the asteroid respond? If you smash a spacecraft into an asteroid at 6,000 meters per second, does it act like a piece of concrete, or a pile of gravel, or a bunch of sand, or even a snowball? We just didn't know. And we care because how the asteroid responds to that collision affects either the size of an asteroid we can successfully prevent an impact for, or the amount of time that we can have. And what we found was that the spacecraft hit right about dead center, and then the asteroid in response threw off a bunch of material, like 40 rail cars worth of material. And that actually changed the asteroid's path through space more than the momentum of the spacecraft itself. So for me, it's a very heartening experiment. We now have a technique that we know can be used with sufficient warning time. The technology exists. And we now know the asteroid will actually give us a helping hand with this ejecta that it throws off. And that, for me, is a very inspiring and heartwarming, frankly, achievement.
Thank you very much. So DART has happened, the impact has happened already, but as you say, we don't know what are the results of this impact yet. That's why we sent ERA with the European Space Agency, ERA that is currently on its way to Dimorphos. Maybe leaving the floor to you, Stefania. You are a senior lecturer in space engineering at the University of Liverpool, and you also worked in science teams as part of ERA, DART. What do we think we're going to find there once ERA is there?
Thank you. That's a good question. We kind of not know, except the simulation from Sabina, which she can tell you more about it. We might completely have reshaped the body. So it might be that we are not going to find even a crater, or might not find the body as we knew it. This is interesting for different aspects. One, as we heard, how asteroids respond to impact, but also how good our predictions are as well. So if we can validate our model in how this event or the asteroid respond, then we can, with a certain amount of confidence, know what is going to be the outcome and be precise when it really needs to be.
So the only thing we can do is model and then observe to know what happened.
Yeah, I will say we need a lot of modeling, but this is actually an experiment where we can validate our model in real conditions. We can do some lab experiment, but this is outside my field. I'm more like an engineer. So in my perspective, I'm interested in the guidance, in the autonomy, in how we can achieve that precisely enough. And that was another fascinating aspect about the DART mission, is how the onboard spacecraft had to, by himself, detect the little moonlet and then precisely impact at the expected point.
And ERA is also kind of a unique spacecraft because on board it has 2 CubeSats that will also orbit the asteroid afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's it's a really interesting aspect, because already DART had a CubeSat on board, LiCA Cube, that observed the impact, But the fact that we have spacecraft with multiple deployables, like the Japanese space JAXA mission, Hayabusa 2 has many deployables as well, shows that we can be much more flexible in what we can do. Having measurement from different points, from different, let's say, spacecraft and CubeSat, having different instruments on board. Like instead of risking maybe an entire spacecraft to touch down, you have a CubeSat instead. It's quite sparable object, I would say, because it's a bit less costly. So, but that's open the flexibility also mission design and what we can achieve. So one of the key instrument, I think, on Hera and one of the CubeSats is actually the radar. So we can probably infer much more information how Dimorpho is made of, so through radar signal. Yeah.
Thank you. And so Sabina, you worked on the model. You're part of the International Space Science Institute. What is the model currently telling you? You need to put the switch on. Yes.
Okay. So to pick it off a bit, so we had DART, which was a huge, huge success. And as Tarek mentioned, so we know everything about the spacecraft. We know everything about where it impacted. But the unknown is still the asteroid. So this is why when Hera is going to go now, we're going to have a complete picture, because at the end of the day, what DART and Hera are a large experiment in space. But we also want to be able to reproduce this, because, okay, we have this large experiment, and once we have Hera, hopefully we'll have all the puzzle pieces. But what happens if a different asteroid is coming? You can't just use the same result, and this is where models come in. So we use this data from DART and Hera to validate the models, and then the hope is that with these models, we can apply them to a different asteroid. Because there's still a large uncertainty, the asteroid is still the uncertainty, there can be a wide range. It can be a crater, it can be, the asteroid might have just been completely deformed. We have to wait for Hera to see exactly what is happening.
And what is your expectation, or do you think we will be surprised?
As Patrick was mentioning also this morning, was that every time we go to an asteroid, we are surprised. So I'm really hoping that I am surprised. But I'm also a bit biased because I hope that we really, really reshape that asteroid. We really made a mess of it.
Well, we'll know in the coming year.
We'll know in a few months.
Yeah.
So really, really soon.
Well, looking forward to it, and we can all follow the European Space Agency to have live this information, I believe. So Hera and DART is one example of how we could react, like technically speaking, if an asteroid should be coming. Are there any other technology available that we could use or demonstrate in case an asteroid is coming?
Yeah, so in addition to this kinetic impactor, right, take a spacecraft, send it into the asteroid, there are other options. One is something that Juan actually referred to, an ion beam. So a kinetic impact is a very quick event. You slam the spacecraft and you nudge the thing. Alternatively, you could do a very, very slow, gradual deflection. An ion beam approach takes an ion engine, which is one of the ways of propelling a spacecraft, and it would fire it at the asteroid as well as in the opposite direction. So the spacecraft stays stationary with respect to the asteroid, but the thrust that's hitting on the asteroid is ever so slowly changing its path through space. Hasn't ever been tested, and that's why a demonstration, for example, would be so useful. In the Hollywood movies, you often will see nuclear bombs used as an option for blowing up asteroids. And technically, that is possible, but it's not been tested, thankfully. And if we find the asteroids early enough, we don't need to rely on those kinds of extreme measures. Actually, now that we know we can prevent an asteroid impact with kinetic impact, finding them is the key. Right now, we only know where about half of the asteroids are that are large enough to cause regional devastation. But through efforts like the Near-Earth Object Surveyor Telescope NASA will launch in the coming years, and the NEOMIR effort that ESA is working, we'll be finding more of those asteroids, which means if one is coming our way within our lifetimes, we will have many years to respond. So these techniques like kinetic impact or like ion beam can be effective tools and not have to rely on, say, nuclear weapons as an approach. That only is possible with enough warning time, and that's why finding the asteroids is so important.
Yes, and if I may add, there are also other legal implications to certain techniques, so it is not so straightforward. I know humanity wants to be protected against a potentially, disastrous impact of an asteroid, but we have 5 core United Nations treaties on outer space, and the main one, which is sort of Magna Carta of outer space, international space law, is called the Outer Space Treaty. It came into force on 10 October 1967. And that treaty prohibits placement of nuclear weapons in outer space. Now, you know that for deep space missions, you have sometimes, for the energy, the so-called nuclear power sources are used, which is also a source of energy. And for those spacecraft that use nuclear power sources, there are additional safety, there's a safety framework which was developed by the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space together with the International Atomic Energy Agency. So actually taking an expertise of the agency on nuclear, on Earth terrestrial use and putting it into the safety framework in addition to the principles on the safety use of MPS. So all of the regulations, the guidelines that are in place through the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space are actually ensuring that also space is protected, that there's this long-term sustainability of outer space activities, but also that there is no placement of nuclear weapons in outer space. So it's for the safety, sustainability of space activities, because in the end, these are in the interest of everyone, of all major space powers, of countries who are aspiring to launch their first satellite. We need to have transparency in space and safety so that the space activities can flourish.
Yeah, thanks, Romana. I'd like to complement a bit on what Eric has nicely described, because all these methods have different features, and particularly these impulsive methods as the kinetic impactor or the explosive devices. They are nice in the sense that they make a direct influence on the trajectory of an asteroid, which might be good at a given point, but it doesn't come for free. It means that in many cases there is a very large uncertainty on the results of the impact. We need to rely a lot on the physical properties of the asteroid that we don't know typically a priori. So you don't know whether you're going to deflect the asteroid even 2 times more than you were expecting, or even if you are going to disrupt the asteroid. You wouldn't like really to have many pieces coming to you instead of just one piece. So these methods are good, but they have their let's say, their counterparts. Whereas in the case of for example, the ion beam deflection methods, you will have complete, even if it's a very faint interaction with the asteroid, and you need a lot of time in order to implement your deflection, you will have full control of the deflection. You will know exactly how much you have deflected the asteroid. You will not have to interact strictly with the asteroid because you are operating at a given distance from the asteroid, so you don't need to know much about the physical properties of the asteroid, whether it is solid rock or it's a gravel material. You don't need to know anything about that. You just need to thrust your plasma into the object and gently and slowly move it away from its trajectory. So that is pretty convenient, but as also Trek said, we need time for that. So it's very important to have enough time to detect these objects and have time enough to actually deflect the object.
Talking about time, if we were to detect a potential asteroid that is coming towards Earth on a short time frame, what is the minimum time we need to build such a mission? Because Ramses is kind of an agile mission for the European Space Agency, built in 3-4 years. How fast can we go if we really had
maybe we can have several interventions here. It's very interesting to mention that we, in the last 15 years, we have been exercising every couple of years scenarios of response. Every 2 years at the Planetary Defense Conference, our NASA colleagues propose an exercise to be implemented. And this is a fantastic opportunity that we are doing it every 2 years in order to try to ascertain how fast we can react, how much time would we need to actually implement a mission, how many missions we would need in order to, because in many occasions you will need to rely on several spacecraft sent to the asteroid, starting with let's say characterization of the asteroid, but then later starting with different methods in order to deflect it. So all these things have been addressed in these exercises every 2 years. And responding to your question, I think it's been a matter of discussion, long discussions, and we can rely on several strategies here. We could have something already prepared, which will be only valid for some cases, and this would allow us to react quickly to a threat and send something immediately to the object, at least to understand what is the size of the object, what are their properties, know more about it, and then maybe later send a deflection spacecraft. And that would allow us to react quickly. If we are not prepared for that and we don't have any mission prepared in order to intervene, then we would need to react very fast, but still we would need several years, 3, 4, 5 years in order to build something, send it there, study the object, and then send something also for deflection.
Okay, so technically speaking, if today we were to learn that in 2 years there's a great probability of an asteroid coming, we're screwed.
I don't know that I would take quite that stance personally. I think that it is a massive challenge to do a really rapid response, but there is a lot of emerging capabilities across, coming from the US, I'm sure international as well, but in the commercial space industry, where there is a lot of interest in moving quickly and seeing how fast we can do things and do things in new ways. So I would say it would be unprecedented to have a fully complex deep space mission be off the ground in that time frame. But I don't think it's totally impossible. And there are ideas about having, pre-built spacecraft or launch on demand. Those all have different costs. So at some point, the, economics has to factor in here of the cost of response versus the cost of having a standing capability. But I think to build on my colleagues' comments, this is one of the reasons why practicing is so important. If we think about other emergencies like a car crash, we don't wait until we're in a car crash to test the airbags or seatbelts. We do that development beforehand. So I think one of the next steps for planetary defense in terms of space missions is a rapid response demonstration. RAMS is a step in that direction, but I do think more work is needed so we can answer your question more precisely.
Thank you.
Yes, and if you look at this slide and the criteria and thresholds that were agreed by the International Asteroid Warning Network and Space Mission Plan Advisory Group, they're rather long-term planning. So they would start reacting and discussing the mission concepts already if an object is larger than around 50 meters, 1% possibility of an impact within 10 years. So that gives quite a reasonable timeline, and that's why Iwan and Semper said, okay, we will have enough time to start preparing for potentially deflecting such an object. That was already taken into account when agreeing on these criteria and thresholds for responding. And also within 50 years, then also preparedness, terrestrial preparedness on the ground. And this is another, I know you have another panel on this, because disaster preparedness is also in case something goes wrong or in parallel. It has to be, a process that goes hand in hand with planetary defense mission concepts and preparedness. But the terrestrial preparedness is also really a cross-sectional collaboration also within our Office for Outer Space Affairs, where we have the so-called UN SPIDER program, and we mentioned at the beginning there's a lot of acronyms, not only in planetary defense, but in particular within the UN system. So this one stands for United Nations Disaster Management and Preparedness Platform, and it comprises regional support offices and works with across member states to build capacity. And the idea is not only to have planetary defense in place, but also to map asteroids as natural disasters, meaning that countries that usually have protocols for other terrestrial natural disasters in place, that they would treat also this impact from an asteroid similarly.
So if I understand if I look at your graph, I guess for many people, I don't know, who has seen Don't Look Up? Okay. If we understand you correctly, Don't Look Up is sci-fi. There is no way that if such an event were to happen, that the political and the nations would not work together to face the issue.
I mean, that is a very hard question to say yes or no to. However,
it's a spontaneous panel, so I can ask the hard questions.
Yes, so as we heard from our speakers, right, the capabilities or capacities to observe asteroids are improving, right? We rely more and more also on space-based telescopes, in particular for smaller objects. Like if you recall Chelyabinsk in 2013, right, it came behind the sun. A relatively small object, but it could not be observed on time. So it is work in process. It is about pulling together the existing capacities, but also enhancing them. And I know that space agencies are working hard to place such space telescopes also in space. And I know, for example, there are some countries like US have in place the action plan with the goal to really discover or enhance the discovery of objects that are smaller than 140 meters in diameter. So that's also their national plan. So we're getting there.
Thank you. And Stefania, even if we have the political will, the decision, we get the money, we build the spacecraft, there are also some limitations due to just how physics work. The orbital dynamics go to the asteroid, the propellant use. Building a space mission is just not something you do from one day to the next.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we have good examples, right? From even starting from Rosetta mission, the Japanese have sampled asteroid twice with the Hayabusa and the Hayabusa 2 mission. That, by the way, is still active and is going to fly by an asteroid on the 5th of July, so Torifune asteroid. And also we have DART, Ramses, Hera. So in terms of trajectory design, actually, there are, I don't know if anyone has ever heard of the GTOC, but ESA run this competition for trajectory design. And each year, some of the problem has been actually how can we target asteroids. So there are enough of them to be able to find a useful trajectory with enough fuel to get there. So from the point of view of mission design, if you move let's say if you observe, so if we have a database and we can look at the sky, so do look up and have the data, then we can move and find the right way to go to those objects. What is challenging is what they are, let's say, more out of plane, that is going to cost us a little bit more to get there. But in terms of spacecraft capability, we can always design a spacecraft that gets to the object that we want to go. It's more funding, resources, and desire to go, I think. But I think all this mission has proved how technologically ready we are. We have done, Hayabusa 2 has done the first mobility experiment. So we had a rover on an asteroid. So imagine this is a body with a really little gravity. It's not as easy as going to, let's say, Mars in a sense, because this object can bounce off the asteroid. So we did a lot. We shoot them. We have observed them. We orbit them, and orbiting is another challenge. So I think the capability, the scientists, the engineers, they are all there. It's all about, in a way, diverting the funding in the right direction to be able to sustain planetary defense in the future.
Just also to complement, and also has been commented before, DART has been a fantastic demonstration of the capabilities that can be deployed in order to actually implement the kinetic impactor solution. And we need to demonstrate, that was a demonstration, and we need to demonstrate new technologies, new methods, and for example, this ion beam technology, we need to demonstrate it as well. So these are really the challenges. Lots of challenges were already demonstrated by means of DART. Hera will also face a number of challenges in regards to orbiting, operating very close to an asteroid, which is a double asteroid, by the way, so it's more complicated. But then, again, we need to demonstrate and keep practicing how we would be actually dealing with the real stuff whenever it comes. So one of the challenges that we certainly need to cope with is keeping on with the demonstration missions.
Prepare. And Sabina, you're one of the engineers that is working on one of those missions. We asked the public at the beginning if they are worried about a potential asteroid threat or impact. Are you?
No, I'm not that worried. I have full faith in humanity that even if there is an asteroid, something will be done. However, I do hope that we'll have many, many more space missions because, okay, planetary defense is important, definitely, but we also need to study asteroids for their science as well. Every asteroid is really an opportunity to find out how the solar system formed and, yeah, how did we get here?
And that was a topic actually of our previous panels on also the value for science and how planetary defense missions and science actually work hand in hand when it comes to asteroids and comets. Thank you very much to all of our panelists. We have a few minutes if we have a couple of questions from the audience. If you would like to ask a question to our panelists, we have one question in the middle.
So the question, the question was for asteroid redirections, is there a size limit where it's successful? And absolutely, but it's not just size, it's also time. So for example, if you think about a semi-truck or a large bus driving down the road with a red stop sign, they have to start braking sooner than a small little car does. But they can both stop as long as they have enough time. It's similar. So if you say 5 years of warning time, you could maybe deal with an asteroid with kinetic impact that's like 50 to 100 meters in size, but you wouldn't be able to deal with a 500-meter asteroid with a single kinetic impactor on that time frame. But if you have decades, then even a larger asteroid can be successfully deflected. So it's not only size, it's also time.
One other question? One last one? Otherwise, I think we will now move on to the award ceremony for the Planetary Challenge. Thank you very much to our speakers and panelists. So now comes the time to give out the award for the Planetary Defense Challenge that invited young people to think creatively about how we can protect Earth in Luxembourg. For that, I would like to invite on stage back Gianluca Massi and Alex Carl. Is Alex with us? Great. If you can come on stage.
And I will be covering for Patrick.
All right. So this year, the Planetary Defense Challenge, you were also part of them, giving workshops directly to the youth. Yes. Can you tell us maybe a bit more about the challenge before we give out the awards?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chloe. The idea of the Planetary Defense Challenge actually came to our organization, I think, in 2023. It was when we were just put in touch with Alex, and he is the vice chair, if I'm right, of the Planetary Defense Conference. One of the co-chairs. So here we go. And Alex asked us, as the Asteroid Day platform, if we could help him a little bit with outreach. And I said, yeah, for sure. So I watched the sessions with our social media person. We were watching both of us and writing some posts on socials. And then there was something very exciting and interesting in the session. It was the exercise where scientists gather and they think a lot and hard about how to protect our planet from a fictional asteroid threat. So they do calculations, they take into considerations various political aspects of it, policy making, social response. It's so rich, and I thought, wow, this is super cool. And if scientists can do that, well, why high school students can't? Actually, if we simplify it a little and we give them the basics of what asteroids are, what planetary defense is, about the key aspects of social science behind it and communication, they can actually try to save the planet. And so that's how the pilot version of the Planetary Defense Challenge was hosted in 2024. And so now, thanks to the project Aspire, that is co-funded by Luxembourg Space Agency, National Research Fund, Foundation André Loche, and Œuvre Nationale here in Luxembourg, we're able now to bring this experience to the schools. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without the expertise of the wonderful people, and also Patrick, unfortunately, had to take an early flight back, but Patrick was also one of the experts participating. So now I think without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to those who participated in the sessions, and if you could just say a couple of words from your perspective, your experience of bringing the planetary defense to high schools.
I was letting Gianluca start because there were 3 sessions, if you want, to that challenge, and the first one was given by Gianluca, so I thought maybe do this chronologically, but since Patrick is missing, maybe that...
It's working, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the order doesn't matter.
Okay. In this case, I go with your suggestion. So I must say that the idea to run this challenge has been fantastic, even from my point of view, because seeing the young friends, the young students attending the sessions and with their eyes wide opened, just learning, discovering together with us, because sometimes in order to share and explain, we had to understand some things better. So it has been a lot of fun for us as well. For me, it has been fantastic. So I want to thank the Asteroid Foundation and all the partners for making this challenge such a reality and a wonderful opportunity for young people and even for us to feel us more useful in society. So it has been a fantastic.
All right, maybe I just spend a few words saying what we actually taught the students, or tried to teach at least. So Gianluca started with a very basic astronomy part. What are asteroids, where they're coming from, and maybe also how to find them.
Yes.
And then a week later, roughly, I came in, and I think, how many schools do we have, Anna? Was it
6
7?
this year.
Okay, 6, yes. So, Gianluca, you were here in person, or did you?
Yes, in person.
Okay, great. So everybody was here in person except myself. So unfortunately, I had other commitments, but I did my classes over Zoom, remotely. And I was telling people, we've heard just in the panel before with Romana and the United Nations, and there's a whole bunch of actors really involved should an asteroid happen. So I was basically laying out the land, which organizations are involved on which levels on the international, national, and so on. And then we also talked about communication, that especially for young kids in this age, most of them get their news by social media. And we all know social media lives by engaging pictures, and maybe sometimes too engaging. And I have an example of an asteroid that was discovered a few years ago, 50 meters in size, but all the pictures coming along were more like 50 kilometers. And so my goal was to teach the children or teenagers a little bit of critical thinking, to think like, hey, if this is inducing fear or anger in me, maybe I should think twice before responding. And then Patrick came in, and he had a proper, I think, workshop or
he had
challenge.
all the science behind. The mathematic formulas were also given, and physics formulas were given to the students so that they understand how we calculate various parameters when an asteroid comes. So Patrick also showed exciting imagery from all the space missions he's involved in, and he's, I think, involved in all of them. Yeah, I think so.
That is one thing, if I may say this amazes me about Patrick Michel. He's not, even though he's from France, he's of course involved with all the European missions, but also with all the Americans, all the Japanese, and I think he was even invited to China and probably other places. So he is really Mr. Asteroid. So we're really glad to have him here on this challenge.
Yeah, and the challenge itself, it was a 2-hour exercise, almost 2 hour, where students needed to think and calculate and come up with a plan and also name their team. So what is their planetary defending team would be, and in the team we needed the knowledge of communication, of math, physics, engineering, and also social sciences. So it's a very interdisciplinary exercise. And now I think that I see that we have the students here in the public, and I think that they can't wait to know who the winner is. So I think that since it was our dear friend Gianluca Massi who was evaluating the entries, I would give the floor to him to announce and to tell you a couple of words about how he evaluated you, because I think that you are pretty curious.
Yes, while listening to both you, Anna, and Alex, I had in mind also the good time with the students. I mean, learning the basic things, discovering what planetary defense is, maybe for the first time. So having them after 3 meetings ready to go with this special mission, Save the Planet, was not easy at all. But let me say, going through their work, I was amazed because they did a wonderful use. They really exploited at their best all the information we provided. And this is also telling us how rewarding this kind of initiative is. So as for me, I really enjoyed reading the almost 30 applications. So it was a truly successful year, I mean, with many schools, many students, and many applications. So it has been hard, to be honest, but at some point, like a doctor, you had to go and decide what to do for the sake of, of your mission. And we have finally the podium here. And we start from the 3rd position, and we decided that it was an ex aequo with 2 teams sharing the 3rd place, and they are the team 3 Gig from Lycée Edward Station, and they are Roland Ferrai, Francisco Borges Costa, Jesse Westerlaken, Kiana Offerman, and Amilta Conte. And then we have the Baptiste team from Lycée de Carson, Luxembourg. They are Becchius Marili, Costa Miguel Ricardo, Litwenska Sofia, Petit Emile, and Wirtz Jakob. Both those teams are 3rd place. Congratulations, you did a wonderful job.
I would like to invite the representatives of the teams to come on stage, please, to receive the gifts.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Congratulations. I underline it was not easy at all, so congratulations.
Yeah, she will pass them to her friends. Sorry, just a second. That's great. Okay, perfect.
Then we are one step higher now, 2nd place, and we find here Les Gardiens de la Planète from Lycée Vauban, and they are Zoe Schelling, Lucie Dodan, and Léa Krapp. 2nd place with full congratulations for the job they did. Fantastic. Keep in mind that these friends had to play with the math involved, so just estimating high energy, just telling us that they collected all the basic information to face the risk of collision. So it was not an easy task.
Wait a second, Alex. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good.
That's okay. So congratulations. You did a great job as well. It was hard for us to decide. But as it is typical with this kind of things, we have now the winner, Anna. And
just if I may, for the winners, first of all, I would like to thank Eurospace Center for offering the one-day astronaut experience in Belgium for the winners. And also, I would like to thank our dear friend Gianluca Massi, who, thanks to the fact that he has discovered quite a bit of asteroids in his career, and there are some of them that are not named yet, he gives a chance to the students to suggest a name for an asteroid. It's a long process. It's not really like, okay, I want to name an asteroid X, and so here we go.
Yeah.
No, it's really, it has to follow certain criteria, but the chance is absolutely unique, and thank you very much, Gianluca, for giving it to the students.
It's a pleasure. I want to underline one thing after the nice words from Anna. Giving a name to an astronomical object is not easy. You can do this for joke, but it has no value at all. But with asteroids, things are completely different. Asteroids are the only celestial bodies that someone can name with the full recognition of the name. After the name is accepted, that name and the name of those who suggested it will be recorded in astronomical and scientific literature. This is why this prize is honestly very nice. And who is the winner here? Who will see the suggested name orbiting around the Sun? And they are the 6-7 team. Lycée Edward Station, Sundus Al-Khatib, Sama Hashem, Sara Sores Gaspar, Max Denis, Daniel da Silva, Vida Alegre. You deserve the first place. You did the best work this year, and we will stay in touch so that you will suggest a name with the motivation, and we will go through the process from the International Astronomical Union so that the name you suggested will be an official one orbiting around the Sun for the time being. Congratulations.
And just before we close, I just wanted to highlight that you can see how international Luxembourg is. It's really a very beautiful country that brings a lot of diversity, and we're always happy to come to the schools because we see how creative the students are and how dedicated they are. So much energy, so much passion, and so much hunger for knowledge. So this is really incredible, and for us it's an extremely rewarding experience. So I would like to thank all the schools who have participated. It's touching because it took us a bit of time to develop all that. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Thank you so much to the organizing team, and congratulations to the students for the Planetary Defense Challenge. Very much looking forward to having an asteroid named 6-7. That was unexpected. Fantastic, yes. We will now move on with the program through a more artistic lens with a fireside chat about asteroid signals, detecting threats, and assessing uncertainty. We will welcome on stage two speakers. Aura Satz, reader in Fine Art, Royal College of Art, London, documentary and filmmaker and artist working with sound and emergency listening, and Elin Kelman, professor of disaster and health from UCL.
Everyone, I'm very happy to be here, very honored, very out of my comfort zone among so many incredible astrophysicists and thinkers. So I thought I would just put forward a series of provocations, questions, which actually we've had some of the answers in the previous panel, but also Elin will probably be better placed to answer them than I am. But really, I started working on this project about sirens and emergency listening, so sirens in the sense of emergency and warnings. And so I wanted to, on the back of this, provide a few, I guess, food for thought, a few ideas, food for thought in terms of how we might warn about all kinds of issues we might be facing in the deep future or near future, and specifically asteroids. So the first question, how will we warn the distant future? And how does past listening inform future listening? And really, when I say listening, I'm not just thinking about listening without ears, I'm thinking about sensing, about paying attention, about monitoring, and how the past informs the future. And this is a really key question that ran throughout my film and my research. Does an alarm have to be alarming? If we think of a siren as this loud signal that we've learned to respond to, you know, there are other ways in which we might reconceptualize that. And if you think of caring for a small child or an elderly parent, you'd be very attuned to the small sounds of their changes in breath patterns, for example. So that might become your alarm or your siren. So they don't have to be alarming. And what does it mean to listen forward with the future in mind? What does it mean to think ahead in this way when we're devising or composing an alarm signal. So I worked with over 20 musicians who were invited to compose new siren sounds for new concepts of emergency. And this brings up a series of questions. For example, how do we understand warnings? How do we hear, see, or perceive them? Are we even paying attention? So if you think of, a very loud environment, are we able to hear the emergency vehicle? Or if we're receiving emergency alerts, I've received a few text messages here. Are we putting our phones on mute? Are they vibrating? Are we paying attention to the messages we're receiving? And who is being warned, who is not? So some people might be excluded for many different reasons, either because they aren't in the reception area, their phones aren't turned on, or they're unable to hear the siren, for example. And who or what is the perceived threat? And are we prepared? So all of these questions kind of came up earlier. Had I known, I might have phrased them a bit differently. And I guess this is a really important question around gradual versus sudden emergency. So how can we imagine a siren for slow, invisible, or almost imperceptible risks? So for example, deep time, and if you think of nuclear toxicity, how will we warn the distant future? It may be decades or thousands of years away, and this is where the question of near-Earth objects or asteroids comes in as well. Is the siren sound even the most appropriate warning? Are there other perceptible phenomena, such as animal behavior or environmental signs, or a bleached coral reef, for example? Can we understand that as a siren? So when does the symptom become the alarm? And I think this question came up earlier in a really interesting way. How much time will we have before the warning? So this is a real kind of, I guess, a kind of dilemma across all kinds of different warnings, but how does short-term and long-term timeframes, how are they interconnected, and how might we consider them and weave them together in how we're devising our sirens or alarms or signals? And earlier we heard about people we heard about sensing and monitoring technologies. Who determines the threshold of threat? When does it tip into emergency? But really, who gets to sound the alarm, and do we trust this source of the alarm? Which is, I think, it's a really interesting, obviously it has political challenges within that, which I think Ilan will address. So in order to devise this project, I came up with a new definition of the siren that isn't how we're used to hearing it. It's not how it sounds, but rather what it does. So the first thing is it's a call to attention. Secondly, it's telling us to do something. It carries within it an instruction. And lastly, it faces forward. It points to the future and the possibility of survival. And I really want to hold on to this idea that, we have all these ideas of alarms and sirens and a kind of apocalyptic catastrophic vision of the future, but we should really hold on to this life-affirming sense of the possibility of survival. So I always think of the siren, say in a space like this, if I'm in the middle of talking, we hear the siren, we're distracted from me talking, we know the instruction is follow the green man and the arrow, we kind of have to walk towards the exit route. So in thinking about that, I want to leave you with a last provocation, which is, if the siren doesn't have to sound the way we're used to hearing it, the more kind of familiar siren, if we could devise and compose a new siren from scratch, what do you think a siren for an asteroid would sound like? And I'm going to leave it at that for now.
Next slide.
Oh, sorry. There were a few extras.
Yeah.
Oops, one back.
Aura has asked all of the questions. And the answer is it's up to us. We have choices. The title of the session includes the word uncertainty. Shocking, scientists do not know everything. Even more shocking, artists don't know everything. And so it's up to us to make choices about these very hard questions despite not knowing everything. And this is where we have the privilege. The previous panel was absolutely brilliant in describing what we have, what we know, with exceptional realism and pragmatism. I think I will avoid realism and pragmatism, instead speculating to show the possible choices that we have. Remember how many people are alive in the world who remember a time when there was not a single human object in space. It was not that long ago that the first satellite was launched. And now there's almost no room left in some of the orbits. Imagine over the next 2-3 generations, over the next century, where we are going to be. And so taking the privilege of speculating, even if it may seem not realistic or pragmatic, is a choice we have. And I'm going to do so on a technical level and a political level. On the technical level, a threat is coming towards us. It's going to hit a city, and we don't like the city, so that's fine, we do nothing, right? Or we do like the city, so let's act and try and ensure that doesn't hit the Earth. What was presented, very capable, Tarek, regarding the kinetic approach. There's other possible kinetic approaches. For example, launch some sort of spaceship or tug into space, attach it to the object, and just kind of push it and nudge it. It may take a couple of years, but you just have to deflect it a fraction of a degree, like a tug does an oil supertanker, and that will miss the Earth. Or put a huge water tank on what we launch. Land that water tank on the object, put a tiny pinhole into the tank, the water automatically vents to space, that becomes like an engine and deflects the object. Paint the side of the object facing the sun, paint that black. It absorbs solar radiation, it heats up, that heat becomes a sort of engine which again pushes the object. Or have a swarm of tiny solar-powered drills. Land that swarm on the object and get them to drill through it until it breaks it apart. And then, well, we've 2 objects as a threat rather than 1. But no, or hopefully that will deflect it. Yet think of the energy cost of any of these approaches I've suggested. And no, I call them approaches, not solutions. Do we even have the technical capability? What are the disadvantages or drawbacks? It's speculation, it's trying to think creatively. It's saying exactly as when we use that kinetic approach to an asteroid such as DART, we actually don't necessarily know what's going to happen. And we don't have full information on the asteroid. It is still done with uncertainty. And the biggest uncertainty is, let's say half of those technical options and many more were viable. Who's going to do it? Are we certain humanity will come together, will join together in order to deal with the threat? Are we certain that humanity wants to come together in order to deal with the threat? And that's where Romana's work comes in, and it's so brilliant, it's wonderful, and I was shocked to learn that there's only about 24 core staff of Romana's entire United Nations agency responsible for not only defending the planet, but many other aspects of outer space use. We have to keep in mind the United Nations is only member states. Many member states are not entirely happy about the United Nations, don't always obey international law, don't always listen to what the votes in the United Nations say, so we do have the possibility of rogue states taking their own action, whether it's North Korea, Russia, or the United States of America as a rogue state. There are many other players in this world, many of them far more powerful than most countries. I've seen so many James Bond films. The private sector can absolutely make a decision to acquire somehow a nuke or other forms of explosives. The private sector can absolutely make their own decision to send up a tug or some other form of DART or kinetic approach to dealing with the object. Who's going to tell them no? And if a government does say, particularly a democratically elected government, does say to a private sector entity, no, you cannot do it, or you did it and now we're going to punish you, that private sector entity will just ensure that politician loses the next election and may not even survive until the next election. It doesn't even have to be a private company. Not every nonprofit, not every charity is for humanity. And absolutely, people with the resources could set up a nonprofit charity which looks like it's good in order to launch a nuke or launch a tug or launch a water tank. We have done so much work in an area called disaster diplomacy, and you can find it on disasterdiplomacy.org, disaster diplomacy. Will disasters bring together humanity? Will countries and companies and charities actually start working together in order to save ourselves when there is a major disaster? And the answer is we do not have a single example throughout human history where a disaster brought together a permanent, new, long-lasting peace. There may be examples out there we haven't found, but Don't Look Up was mentioned. Although forget Don't Look Up, I think we all went through, if you remember it was so long ago, the COVID-19 pandemic, and how that threat to humanity and the world was going to bring us together. And then people started having fist fights in supermarkets over toilet paper. And countries started sequestering hand sanitizer and protective equipment. So we have the evidence that disaster diplomacy does not work, and speculate by the time the world does come together to face an asteroid threat, perhaps at that point it is too late. What we are trying to do, and everyone in this room is trying to do, and Aura through her wonderful work on the previous panel, as well as the incredible work which we saw from the students for the Planetary Defense Award, is overcome the challenges which our leaders push on us. In a democracy, our leaders theoretically represent us. Call them out. Tell them we need to act now, long before the threat is there. We need to act now irrespective of uncertainties. We need to ensure that we will do far better than we have done in the past, that we are ready with not only the technology, but also the politics. And that's why perhaps I could ask you a question, Aura, from your presentation. You quite rightly said, how alarming should an alarm be? Is alarming a good way to overcome uncertainty and bring people together?
It's really interesting. Since I completed the feature film, I've been showing it in many different contexts. So obviously film festivals, music festivals, and so forth. But actually, an interesting experience was showing it to a group of paramedics and emergency workers from all over the world. And some of them said, actually, I need the adrenaline shot to get kind of my juices flowing to take action. But I think on the other hand, we definitely know, and I don't know how people are here, when things happen all of a sudden, I tend to get kind of a sense of paralysis. Like, I didn't know if it's always that helpful, and I think fear-mongering is not always the best way, and obviously it brings up this question of trust, people declaring an emergency in the name of what, what agenda is there? So I'm not sure that the alarm has to be alarming. I think there are certain moments in which what we need is to be capable of responding quickly, efficiently, and paying attention, because for the most part we're in a state of constant overstimulation and distraction. So yeah, I think this is a wider problem of like how we pay attention, what we pay attention to. But yeah, my response would be an alarm doesn't have to be alarming. What do you think?
It is hard, and that's where we listen to people through obviously your sonic art, but just listening and having these conversations. And we have a couple of minutes now for you to ask us questions or let you know, because I will leave you with a question. What balance of fear and hope moves you? What balance of inspiration and alarm will ensure that you as a leader will act for the planet, for all of humanity? Thank you.
Are there any questions? We have about a minute or so. Or comments or suggestions for a siren for asteroids? What that might sound like? That could be another competition in the future.
Are you launching a competition? A dinosaur?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Thank you very much for your discussion. if you could ask people to move a bit on the side, so if you have people coming in, that they can see it as well, or if you need to go in front and turn around, that's no problem. We will now invite on stage one of the few people in this room that have had the privilege to go in space. So approximately 8 billion people on Earth, only a few hundred have been above the Kármán line, and 3 of them are in this room right now. So I'm very happy to welcome them on stage. Please give it up for Julie Payette, Mike Foreman, and Dorine Prunariu. Please sit down. Dorine, the floor is yours. And where's Julie? Oh, yes, hi, Julie. Yes, please sit. Oh, we can change. If you want to sit under your picture, you can sit here. And then Doreen can premiere to make sure that people know who are the important ones.
To be perfect like this.
Yes. So thank you very much for joining us. In the meantime, while we set up, if you want to scan the QR code that is appearing behind, and if you have any questions throughout the next 20 minutes, we will answer some of your questions. So if there is anything you would like to ask an astronaut, we'll make sure to leave some room at the end of the panel so we can answer those questions. All right, so we have 3 different astronauts, but also 3 different citizenships. Julie, you're from Canada, Mike from the USA, and Doreen, you're Romanian. Can we maybe, first of all, talk about the different missions that you were in? I would like to start with you, Julie. If you can tell us, what is your experience in space? You need to put the switch on.
Do you want that one? Hello. All right. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I had the privilege of flying in space twice. Both times I flew up to the International Space Station on board a space shuttle. Both times I was on a construction mission of the International Space Station. And even more privilege is that the first flight, I was only the second crew ever to go to the International Space Station. And on my second flight, the space station was almost complete. So I saw it at the very beginning of the construction and the very end of the construction, and it is still to this day one of the most incredible engineering feat humans have ever undertaken in the harshest place possible, all of it to advance knowledge and to collaborate.
Thank you very much, Julie. How about you, Doreen? Can you tell us about, or Mike. Yes, go for it, Mike, no problem.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
Yeah, I see that.
I, like Julie, was also fortunate to fly on 2 space shuttle missions, 2 International Space Station construction missions, and I was one of the guys doing the construction. I was the guy putting on the suit, going outside with my tool belt, and doing the construction assembly of the International Space Station. I did that 2 different missions. Towards the end, it was still mostly construction, but some maintenance also. There were some things we were, at that point in 2009, already having to do some repairs on the space station. So I spent many hours in space, but a lot of those outside in my suit, working hard.
We can see.
Hard.
And how about you, Doreen? Not on the space shuttle. Yeah. You have to switch it.
It's okay. So actually in 1961, Gagarin became the first person reaching the outer space. He became the most known person in space activities. He orbited the Earth only once, for 108 minutes. 20 years after Gagarin, I was the 103rd person reaching the outer space. I orbited the Earth 125 times and accomplished, on behalf of my country, a lot of scientific experiments. I flew on the last spacecraft, Soyuz, from the first generation. Electromechanical things around. No digital devices at that time. But it did its work. It did what was necessary to do. And look, I'm here, healthy, in front of you, answering the questions about my space flight.
And you're also very involved with the Asteroid Foundation.
Yes, yes, I'm very involved with the Asteroid Foundation. Actually, in 2005, together with Rusty Schweikart, we organized, not only me, he was the leader, and some other astronauts and cosmonauts, organized a working group on near-Earth objects within the Association of Space Explorers. And worked very hard, organized 4 international workshops. One of them was in Romania, in different parts of the world. And put together a lot of very necessary, useful information to understand what means a near-Earth object, how we have to do with this, and how to organize the things around the danger posed by the asteroids. And we proposed to the United Nations a report, the asteroid threats, a call for common answer. And that report became a working paper for the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Exactly at that time, I became the chairman of that committee of the UN. And I promoted, together with my colleagues, all the information, all the work, improved much the work of this committee. And finally, the result was presented to you, 2 international organizations, many actions, and we continue to work. I'm now the vice chairman of the board of the Asteroid Foundation here in Luxembourg, and continue to be involved with this type of activity.
Well, thank you very much. You're one of the reasons we are all gathered today. Going back to astronautics, and maybe to Mike, you were mentioning that you've made several spacewalks, 5, I believe. What is the one thing you can remember from all of those spacewalks or time in space?
I remember that the spacewalks were the most fun that I had while I was in space. If I could have one more day as an astronaut, I would want it to be a spacewalk day, because going outside in your own one-person spaceship, you're orbiting the planet next to the International Space Station, in my case, next to the Space Shuttle, and miraculously you're there staying in orbit, looking down between your feet. 400 kilometers is the Earth, and everywhere you look is just beautiful views of the Earth. And I have a lot of memories that I've burned into my brain to remember those views.
So views
Fantastic.
of the Earth.
Views of the Earth, yes.
Wow. And Julie, you also sent us a few images that we are seeing behind. Can you tell us a bit more also about some of the memories you have of your spaceflight?
Well, construction mission, as Mike mentioned, are quite busy. We're always working because we have to build, and little bit by little, the space station. On my flight, I had the extreme honor of being a flight engineer, which is a part of the flight crew and sits in the cockpit of the space shuttle that we just saw a second ago. Very complicated spacecraft. And the view there is unbelievable, especially on takeoff and on the attachment to the ISS and undocking and returning into the atmosphere. I must say, one of the privileges that we all have to go to space is to be able to see our home from space, planet Earth, which is absolutely magnificent. It is of blues and whites and continents and weather systems, and this is the only planet where we can live at the moment. That's why planetary defense is so important. And when you look at it from above, it really, really resonates with you to the importance of taking care of it. But you also get to see all kinds of really cool things. And you get to see cities, and you get to see landmarks, really. So there is this myth that the only structure, human-built structure that we can see from space is the Great Wall of China. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, but in your next cocktail you can have that discussion. But we cannot see the Great Wall of China from space, even 400 kilometers above. And the reason is that if you've ever been there, it's really thin, it's dark, and it's within a lot of vegetation, and it's absolutely impossible to see unless you take your binoculars.
And it's always smoggy, foggy, cloudy in China. So I guarantee you, if I am trying to take a picture of Luxembourg, that day it will be cloudy here. I guarantee it. It will not be 40 degrees, it will, and clear. It will be cloudy and I won't be able to see.
But it never rains in Luxembourg, never. It's like in Belgium.
Okay.
Or in the Netherlands. But this said, there are structures we can see with the naked eye. We can see contrast very well when it's something whitish over, say, the sea. So we will see the wake of a ship, a big ship. We'll see the white wake in the middle of the Atlantic, but it has to be a big ship. And we can see a bit of a white dot just southwest of Cairo. In the Valley of the Kings, we actually can see where the pyramids of Egypt are with the naked eye from space. And there, it's pretty non-cloudy usually, huh?
Sounds like you're recommending the trip.
I do. We all do.
Doran, we also have a picture of your
Yeah.
flight. Do you remember Earth from there?
Yes, for sure I remember Earth, and if I would return to the space, I would return especially to see the Earth from up there. It's an amazing image. You see, maybe you've seen a lot of pictures and videos of the Earth from the outer space, but it's not the same thing when you see the Earth from up there. You see a living planet, a borderless planet. You see the unity of the Earth, and you understand that it's our home. You understand that we can live only here. We have to breathe this air, which is polluted now by many industries and so on. The climate changes mostly by the natural phenomena, but also by the action of the people. And we have to limit this. And you understand all these things looking at the planet from the outer space, living and feeling the planet, not like a picture, like an entity, like something that we have to live in, to protect it, and to keep it for the future generations.
As astronauts, you really are ambassadors for our field, and behind you there are hundreds of thousands of people also working in this sector, and as well for your operations. We were discussing this morning about Eurocom and how ground control plays a big role in the missions. How does it feel to have such a big team behind you when you're up there?
Well, it's great because you know, astronauts, we get a lot of the credit for these space missions that have humans on board, but we know it's thousands of people supporting us. In fact, I like to be an astronaut because it's like taking an open book test. You know what an open book test, does that mean anything? I like the open book tests in engineering because you're allowed to use your textbook. Now, you have to know where the answers are in your textbook. They don't give you an infinite amount of time, but being an astronaut is like taking an open book test, because if I'm in space, if I'm working with Julie on a procedure inside the space shuttle, and we come to a step and we say, okay, now in this situation, do we choose A or B? We're not sure. Well, let's just call the ground. We say, well, let's call Houston. We call Houston, we say, hey, we're in this procedure, we're on step this and that, and we just have a question on A or B, and immediately they say, in this case, it's B. And we say, okay, thank you. So those thousands of people that are watching us, paying attention, keeping us safe and on track, it's wonderful. And, you know, it's not something that all of a sudden we experience when we go to space. We train with those people. We train with those people for years. When we simulate our missions, those people are there simulating with us. They are at the other end of the microphone when we're simulating. So we train, we get used to having this support team, and we know those people. We know all those people. It's not a nameless voice, you know, at the end of the, we know exactly who we're talking to because we've worked with them for years. So it's a fantastic feeling to have such a great team supporting us. And that's why we're successful, I think, is because, you know, we have such a big team.
We were talking in planetary defense right before in the panel that the word is be prepared, be prepared. This is also something that you live in human spaceflight.
Yes. So I don't want to talk forever. I should talk less. But one thing about spacewalking, and Julie can talk about it, Doran can talk about it, we plan for contingencies. This is a space traveler word that we use a lot because we always play that game of what if this happens? What if this doesn't go right? What if this goes wrong? What is our next step? So we rehearse these things. You know, we spend a lot of time planning contingencies, and often we get to utilize the steps that we've come up with in our planning because we'll get to a situation where there's a bolt on one of my spacewalks. There's a bolt. I'm supposed to loosen it, and it's too tight. And, you know, we have to start stepping through our procedures to get this bolt loose. And so, yes, we do a lot of what-if planning, hopefully not disaster planning because we don't want to experience disasters, but we know that not everything's going to go correct. There's no 100% perfect space mission. No matter how much you plan and rehearse it, it's not going to go exactly as the way you expected.
Mm-hmm. You plan also for the unexpected somehow. Julie, do you remember something in your mission that was completely unexpected?
Not really, and that's a good thing. I would say, though, that as a flight engineer and flight crew, we spend maybe 75% of our training in the simulator taking care of things when things go wrong. So in the simulator, things go wrong all the time. There's cabin depressurization, there's fires, there's problems with our jet propulsion. So you learn how to not only solve the problem, but you learn to solve the problem as a crew and rely on each other. And the instructors, you know, like the professors, they're watching you from another room, they're listening to you on the loop, and they are absolutely on top of things. And if you make a mistake or you hesitate here, at the end of the simulation, they will actually tell you right in front of everybody, hey, you didn't do the right thing or you didn't do the right switch. So you cannot take that too personally. You have to understand that we're in this learning environment, but by the time you fly, then failure is not an option. You have to perform, and that we all feel very well.
Mm-hmm. Doran, you were laughing when you heard simulation. Is it harder to do the simulation than the actual spaceflight?
Right. So what Julie said now, it's available for anyone, anytime. So we did the same thing. We spent a lot of hours, hundreds of hours in the simulator, simulating the non-standard situations. So the instructor from outside just induced a lot of bad things to the equipment, to anything connected with our space flight, and we had to imagine what to do and how to proceed. Because we learned a lot. We knew the theory by heart. But in the simulator, the things happened a little bit different. The feeling is different. You are afraid to do some actions, even if you know very well that these are the right actions. And you have to repeat several times, many times, till you act automatically. But anytime into space, it happened something different. During many space flights, so actually we had a red book with non-standard situations. And in the simulator, we simulated anything from that book. After each space flight, during my time, that book became larger and larger with new situations, with new simulations that we had to deal with during our training.
Talking about, before we go leave a bit of space for the questions from the audience, and I'm sure everybody has tons of interesting questions about how to pee in space, or really the important things. When I was reading what you are doing now, I can't help but to see that all of your paths somehow came back to giving back to the community, being involved at the United Nations, into politics. Do you think this is because something changed once you go in space, that you want to give back when you go back down Earth?
I don't know. There I was, happy as an astronaut. I decided it's time to leave NASA to go do something else. I had more time. I went to work for my wife. She had a company in Houston. She recruited me away from NASA. I said, how can I pass up this offer? She didn't work me very hard. It was a nice life. Because I had more time, I wasn't traveling. I got involved more in the city where I've lived for 28 years, ever since I became an astronaut. I've lived in the same city outside Houston. I started becoming more involved in that city, civic activities going on, and a group of us decided that there were some buildings downtown that needed to go. They were not pretty buildings. They were old. They were falling down. City needed to take care of these. We went to the city council, the mayor. We said, hey, do this. And he said, well, good idea, but we don't have funding for that right now, so it will have to wait. Well, that made me a little bit angry. I said, wait, this is important. So what did I do? I ran for city council. I said, okay, I'm going to be a city council member for one reason. I want to get rid of these buildings. It wasn't this grandiose, I'm a good person, I want to give back. No, I want to just get rid of these buildings. So please don't give me too much credit. I wanted to get rid of the building. And 2 years later, I ran for mayor, and now I'm the mayor of this town. For 9 years, I've been the mayor of this town, and those buildings are gone, I can tell you that. But it's a good feeling. It's nice to work in the community for free, by the way. It's a volunteer job, so I don't get any pay for that. Also, because there's a full-time city manager that runs every day the operations of the city, I can come to Luxembourg and I don't have to worry too much about what's going on there. I think the city runs better when I'm not there. So I think, like a lot of politicians, I got into it for one reason, and then I, broadened my perspective and said, okay, we have to take care of the entire city, not just this one problem that I don't like. So that's how it goes. It's a slippery slope, Chloe. Yeah. Be careful what you get involved with.
And you, would you like to say something?
Okay, it's, there are two different things. It's one thing if you are the only one in your country, the only one astronaut or cosmonaut. It's another thing when there are many. I flew into outer space when I was 28 years old, very young. I didn't have a career. I had just a profession, aerospace engineering. When I came back from the outer space, so I had just half a year experience in a factory, working as an engineer, nothing else, just training for the outer space and being a cosmonaut. Coming back home, we didn't prepare any more other cosmonauts or astronauts. So I just had the feeling that I have to justify the fact that it was a reason that I was chosen to fly into the outer space. And I wanted to prove to anyone that I can do more things than just being trained and flying to outer space. So I started to be involved in space activities, in different type of space activities. I started to be involved at home and promoting space agency. I was at the base, together with some other colleagues, of the new space agency, organized in 1991, after the socialist system collapsed. So then I was involved with the UN. I started to be involved with the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space from 1992. The committee at that time was in New York, and then in 1993 moved to Vienna. And from that time, every year, twice a year, at least twice a year, I go to Vienna and I represent my country within this committee. Also, I had different positions. Inside the country, I was the president of the space agency for several years. I was asked by my government at that time to go to Moscow to be the ambassador of Romania in the Russian Federation because I spoke the language, I knew the people, and I did it. Pretty successful. Then they considered that I have to push the science and technology at the level of the European Union. And I was the director of the Romanian Office for Science and Technology to the European Commission. And so on and so on. And I continue to work. So it's not a secret, this year I will be 74. And I continue to work. I'm pushing things up. I work with different organizations. Now with the Asteroid Foundation, I work also with the Moon Village Association, promoting the sustainable moon approach by different organizations. And I really don't have time for myself. And my wife is here, and she can prove how many times she says, stay at home, stay at home. It's enough for you, it's enough, it's enough. Don't do this, let's go rest somewhere, and so on. For now, I can't do it. Okay.
We can see the look, it says everything. And maybe, Julie, for the last words, you were the Governor General of Canada. Was it because there were buildings you wanted gone, or?
No, I'm a soldier. If I'm asked to serve my country, that's what I do. I am very much looking to the questions from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's have a look at some of the questions. So how space did change your vision of life is the first question coming up.
So, okay, I will answer. So the space really changed my vision of life. Because looking at the planet from up there, seeing how thin is the atmosphere, which provides the oxygen we breathe, seeing the unity of the planet, how fragile is it, how beautiful is it. When you come back, you have a completely different image of the Earth and of your obligations against the Earth. So this is my view.
I think it's the same for just about every astronaut, cosmonaut that you ask. You come back, your life has changed. When you see our beautiful planet from space, it alters the way that you think about a lot of things for the rest of your life. So I know our friend Frank White, an author, wrote a book called The Overview Effect, and he interviewed many of us. Maybe you talked to him too. But he asked, how does it make you feel? And we all said similar things. And so he's the one that coined the phrase, the overview effect, the effect that seeing the planet from space has on a human being.
Would you like to answer as well, or we can move on to the next question? The next question is, what is a piece of advice you want to give to young generations for choosing a space-related profession?
Well, I tell students, because a lot of times the question we get is, how do I become an astronaut? And I'm not the right guy to ask. I had to apply to NASA 8 times. You know, Doran applied 1 time, Julie, I don't know, 1 time, you know, she got in. Me, 8 times. So I might look like a Hollywood actor playing an astronaut, but it was not just snap my fingers and become an astronaut. I had to persevere for many years, try. So I tell students, have a dream, work hard, and never give up on that dream.
And that shows your perseverance, because if you think about it, if you don't apply to the program, you have 0 chance of being chosen. So at least when you do and you try again and again, then those opportunities open up. I may have only applied once, but when I wanted to be an astronaut, I was a 10-year-old, and I was watching Apollo astronauts go to the moon. I was sitting in a gym in my primary school, and I was watching them on television. And I thought this was the greatest thing I'd ever seen. I wanted to do the same. I wanted to go to the moon and drive the Jeep Rover, and I wanted to go back into the capsule, splash into the ocean on return. There was a few problems, however. And for people here in this room who are from Luxembourg, I hope this is giving you hope. There's always hope. At the time, these people who went to the moon, they were American. I'm not American. The people who went to the moon were guys. I'm not a guy, I'm a girl. These people were aviators and military trained and had thousands of hours of flight. I had never been in an airplane at that age. And they spoke a language I did not understand when I was a kid, English. My mother tongue is French, le français. So my odds at 10 years old, there was not even a single Canadian astronaut at the time, it came later. My odds of becoming an astronaut when I was thinking about that then was not very good. But not very good is not zero. And if anything, I would say always is go for it. If it's your passion, if it's your dream, if it's what you like, if it's what you'd like to do for the rest of your life, then just work hard, go for it, and don't take no for an answer. Thank you. Merci.
The next question was what was more intense, takeoff or landing?
Different.
It's a tough problem, yes. The takeoff takes about 9 minutes. The landing a little bit more, about 20 minutes. 15 minutes passing through the atmosphere. When you take off on the top of a rocket. Our rocket, Soyuz rocket, had about 300 tons and 50 meters high. When you come back with a spacecraft of 7 tons, 7 meters length and 2.5 meters diameter. It was my Soyuz. And when you enter the atmosphere, the modules just get
separate
apart. And you come back in a module of 2.5 tons, 2 meters diameter and 2 meters high, like a bell. And you understand you pass through the atmosphere with this bell, and it shakes. You feel the G's, about 3.5, 4 G's. All the time it shakes, it adapts to the position in the atmosphere to control the G's. And instantly, after 15 minutes, maybe the parachute opens and you feel a shock. Boof. But you're happy that you know that you come back to the atmosphere safely after the parachute opens. And that's it. I think it's a little bit more difficult to land than to take off.
I agree. Returning, I think, is harder. It's interesting. We live all our lives right here under a gravity environment. And we take off for space, and within what? How long did it take to adapt? 24 hours, about?
Not even. Not even less. Yeah.
We go from a gravity environment to a weightlessness environment, and we adapt. The human body is extraordinary. But coming back, oh, wow. As the spacecraft comes back, and because the space shuttle lands on a runway, it comes back a bit more gradually than the capsule that Dorian flew. And you can feel the G's starting from 0. And we have a little G meter in the cockpit, and it's at 0. And as we start coming down, then we see that little needle come in, creeping up. Then it gets to half a G. So that's half the gravity we have right now. And we all agreed in the cockpit that was way too heavy. Everything is heavy. You just pin in your seat. You're like, okay, enough. And then no, that was heavy. And then you can't stand up very well at first. Coming back, we have to readapt to gravity, and it takes longer.
The difference, we come back in the space shuttle, we put the wheels down, we land like an airplane. Doran's coming back, praying that the parachute comes out.
It is an important difference.
Important, yes.
We have one last question that was actually asked during the morning. We had a panel discussion or fireside discussion with Alex Carl with Eurocom, who has confessed that one of the tasks he has to do is to help astronauts when they cannot find something on the International Space Station or the space shuttle, and that even sometimes it happens that some stuff are never recovered. Did it happen to you?
Oh, I have the anecdote. So my first flight, you rely very much on other astronauts that have flown. And in the space shuttle, I was blessed on my first flight. We were 7. 3 of us were rookies, and the other 4 had flown several times, including like 4 times, Tammy Jernigan. So I'm like following these people and, you know, looking how they're doing. And this other lady, Tammy, she told me that the most precious utensil I had in space was my spoon. Not, we're given like a knife, we don't use a fork, a big spoon, and a small spoon. And she said the small spoon, that's what you're going to use the most. Yeah, the long one, because you can then dip into the packages. So I'm careful. The first thing I know is I'm looking in my Velcro pockets, and the little spoon is not there anymore. So that's the last thing I'm going to do, is call the ground to let them know. I'm not going to tell them that. So I look around, and at the time, the space station was only 2 modules, a Russian module and American module. It was tiny, nobody on board, nothing on board. It was like pristine. Can't find the spoon up until we have to undock. So I'm thinking, okay, it's in the shuttle. It's in the shuttle. So we come back on Earth, we land, then we have the people who refurbish the shuttle and turn it around for the next mission. So I discreetly go to them and I say, hey, you know, we have different colors in the crew, and my color on my first flight was brown. So I say, hey, if you find a spoon with a brown dot on it, colored dot, it's mine. Can you let me know? I'll come and get it. And I'm hoping nobody ever called me. So I'm thinking, gosh, it stayed up there. So during that assembly, there were times where we had a few delays because modules weren't ready on the ground. This is very beginning of the construction. So the next flight that came after me came a year later. But there is on board a guy who's my classmate, someone I can confide to that I've lost something. So I go to him, his name is Jeff Williams. And I go to Jeff, I say, Jeff, when you get in, if you see a spoon with a little brown dot on it, it's mine, can you? And he found it. He said they entered this tiny little space station empty, and there was like a spoon that had been there for a whole year. So he brought it back. I have it at home.
Thank you very much for this lovely anecdote. Before we close, we would like to ask one last question, but to the audience. We've heard from our astronauts about how it's like to go in space and to see the Earth. So we would like to know if you would like to go in space, or if you are still hesitating. So feel free to take out your smartphones and scan the QR code also. Looks like few people were convinced by the view of the Earth. And some are willing to go even if they don't come back.
There is Wi-Fi.
There is Wi-Fi. Great. Well, thank you very much to our astronauts for joining. There is now an autograph session that is going to happen in the main hall. So feel free to follow them and ask for your autographs in the next few minutes.
Wonderful moderator.
Oh, thank you. Good, the slides were added.
Yes, I see that, and I'm sure, and they're yours. You can use them. Really, les utiliser pour vos présentations.
Ah, c'est gentil, oui.
C'est à vous
Bon,
maintenant.
ben, je suis contente parce que je ne savais pas si ça allait...
J'ai écrit dans le, vous savez, sous la...
Don't look up. Don't look up.
Welcome back for the very last panel of the Asteroid Day 2026. I think some people will be joining us as we have those closing words and closing topic. We have heard a lot about asteroids, planetary defense, from astronauts, from scientists, engineers, and even about unconventional space careers. And we would like to open now the topic to how we can become a bit more inclusive in the space sector. To discuss this, I have three amazing individuals with me. First of all, Wanda Diaz-Merced, who is an astrophysicist, pioneer of data sonification, and that proved that listening to astronomical data reveals events invisible to the eye. We'll have the chance to discuss this. And next to her, we have Alisa Adashi, Planetary Defense Legal Working Group Lead. She's a legal counsel at UNUSA, teaches at Harvard, and works at the intersection of space law, UN coordination, and NGO advocacy. Thank you very much for being here with us. And last but not least, we have Tudor Paul Scripter, award-winning innovator, inventor of the Scripter Alphabet, a tactile system translating color into touch for blind and visually impaired people. Thank you very much for the three of you to be here with us tonight. Before we start, if you have your phones out, we would like to ask you a question that we can then discuss all together in the panel. And the question is very easy. In your view, what is the biggest barrier to inclusion in science or in STEM in general? We put some examples: language, cost, disability access, lack of role models, not seeing people like you are in the field, or all of the above. I guess this is also. But what is for you the biggest barrier? Okay, so some people are answering. So cost, access, accessibility, or all of the above. I don't know if some of our speakers have a point of view on that matter. You have the mics right next to you, if you want to turn that on. I don't know if Tudor, you would like to mention for you what is the biggest barrier. Yes, we can.
From my Wanda, please, ladies first. Yeah. From my experience, the biggest barrier in science, I think, is the lack of accessibility. I have been in many schools, and people doesn't have full access. That's how I created the Scripture alphabet. I was an art teacher, and one of my classes, a blind student attended. And he told me there is no universal color code. So let's change that. And I work a lot, 7 years to change that. That was how I started. And as I mentioned from my experience, I think the lack of accessibility is the biggest barrier. And we are here to change that.
What do you think, Wanda? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I agree in part. Access is one part of the situation, and if I say it from my ignorance, right, is a problem, and it's a tiny part of the problem because I go to an observatory, and you give me a screen reader. That doesn't solve the situation. The situation is solved with a change of mindset. The situation is solved with us getting awareness and consciousness, and also taking action towards how to really bring people so they can perform just as they are, employing the ways they have to perform at their own maximum in the field they choose. Because I choose by choice, by happiness, because this is what I want to do, not by obstacles. So that mindset, I think, and I apologize, I'm extending, is something that has to change. And inside that mindset, right, you have the metrics of productivity, the economical model, the models of productivity, all of those things, they need to be reassessed in order to get not only us, but everyone producing on the same page and at the same stage of comfortability, together all as equals. Forgive me. I apologize.
No, it's perfect. I 100% agree. I think also that understanding that space is for all of us. I'm repeating something that you've heard all day. There are so many disciplines that apply to the space sector. When I hear students saying, oh, no, space is not for me, and then you start in question, what do you enjoy? Do you enjoy art? Do you enjoy medicine? Did you know that there is such a thing as space doctors? Oh, you enjoy law? There's such a thing as space law. Oh, you enjoy economy. Now there are space economists to understand the world that we live in, and also that apply to disciplines like planetary defense for regions that could be impacted. What would happen economically? We need those economists to do these studies. So this understanding that, oh, space is not for me, if you showcase all the disciplines, all the knowledge that is in this sector, it makes it so much more accessible, because you meet people discussing the disciplines, the love of the knowledge that they already enjoy, and bring them in to something that they sometimes disqualified for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And it is actually the very topic of our discussion, because we were going to discuss about inclusion, but inclusion not seen as a constraint, as something that we should do as a society because it's the good thing to do, of course it is, but also how we can be valuable. And this shift in perspective allows us to take that, let's say, maybe more seriously and take actions. And the three of you are perfect examples. I would like to start with you, Wanda. You are a perfect example because you proved that sound reveals things in astronomical data that we don't see with the eye. So even though most of the methodology that we have in astronomy uses visual representations, we are missing part of the data by not using our other senses. How did you manage to convince a whole scientific community that this change of perspective was valuable?
They are not yet convinced. They are on the way to be convinced. But it has taken many decades of dedication. Dedication that has been only justified by carefully designed perception experiments, data analysis, implementations. Careful is a very careful data analysis in order for them to respect what we are doing with credibility. Because the other thing is that they know you have a disability, the infantilization kicks in. And they may not believe you will be able to do the job just because, I don't know, you have an orthopedic impairment. There are biases. We are human beings. We all have them. But at the time of getting your credibility up, publishing a paper, when other collaborators are not asked to provide proof of their calculations, and then you have to submit all your calculations to the reviewers, is a little bit unfair. You submit them, right? You did it well, and you know it. But one of the things that I did was that I sought for very good mentors. Mentors in places with credibility. And I worked very, very, very hard, because at that moment, I said, this is my stage, and if I let it go, I need to search for excellence, because otherwise I will not be doing anything for myself and for the other peoples with disabilities trying to move forward in the field. But it takes a lot of work. So excellence doesn't happen overnight. It requires a lot of hard work, a lot of not sleeping. Sometimes you have to cry, sometimes you smile, sometimes they dedicate a festival to you and you say, why?
I know a lot of people that can tell you why if you're wondering. No need to forgive. One of the things like you said, and actually was important, I believe, is sometimes we have this tendency to have different groups, let's say like the classical, the disabled, the minorities, the majorities, whereas when you were telling about seeking out for mentors, is like this idea of we're all part of one team, and actually there is great value that comes out from being more diverse, more inclusive. This is what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, is that we need to look at ourselves as equals, not to pay attention to things that we may perceive as any distinction, or things that may make us different. We need to go beyond what is physically apparent and consider that that person has the same infinite capacity to complete the work as I do. That person only has to do it in a different way. And to be part of one team is something that I have perceived. It has been changing a little bit. But in the case of stakeholders, funding agencies, right? One of the biggest problems they have is that for example, sonification. When we apply for funding to do science, it's not funded because you're using science to do the mathematics, blah, 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 blah. That should go to education and people outreach. You send the same proposal without sonification, and it gets approved. So that is something that, and why I have to hide that I will be listening to the data? Why I have to if the science is exactly the same? And I'm not just talking out of my, we are here in intimacy, right? So those are things, going beyond the differences, going beyond our biases, seeing ourselves as equals is something that is of utmost importance.
And work in progress, as you were mentioning. Tudor, so you've designed what you call the Scripper alphabet after your name to make color tactile. Can you tell us a bit more about the story, how you came up with that, and how did you design it?
Well, in fact, I didn't intend my name to be associated with the invention, but with my colleagues, 12 years ago, when applied for a patent, we didn't know what name must choose to a color code for the blind. And we have a lot of bad ideas. And we wait a couple of weeks, and sometime my colleague said, I just put a patent, and I said, what is the name of the patent? It's Scripper alphabet. Why? Because it's your name on it. I search Braille alphabet is associated with Louis Braille. Morse code, it's with inventor Morse. So you have a rare name, so I give it the Scripper alphabet. So practically I'm associated with this color code. And when I received the gold medal and a prize in Geneva in the Salon of Inventions, the person who gave me the prize said, you are associated with this invention, but you have the term script in your name. So this is very valuable for inventor. But this is just theoretical part. More important is the feedback I receive from the community. And as Wanda said, innovation doesn't happen overnight. Inclusion doesn't happen overnight. It took years to change mentalities. And I started in 2012, and only today, this year, we include in curriculum the Scripper alphabet in Romania and in Republic of Moldova. It took a lot of years, a lot of work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of tests, and a lot of feedback from the community.
And so when you say included in the curriculum, can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, practically we create models, and it's like optional, and it's teaching in the 7 schools for the blind in Romania and in 2 schools for the blind in Republic of Moldova. And it was a multidisciplinary team made by teachers from these schools, from people from Ministry of Education, and a lot of work.
And at the basis of this invention, you meant for the blind to be able to perceive colors in some way?
Yes. Practically, we include in curriculum in geography, in anatomy, and biology. And probably after this festival, probably we include it in astronomy, because I have some ideas and discussing with Wanda and people from this conference, and I gained some valuable insights.
Because I was also reading that at the time when you created it was for this like minority of people, but in the end, you found other applications. For instance, it's being used in ambulances, for instance, and there is a potential even for spacecrafts.
Well, yes, that's one of our latest project. We include in the ambulance, but not for the blind people. It's as like a double check for doctors, and we have some situation when it's smoke or it's dark, and you must be very precise what you have in hand. And the conditions are very similar in the spaceship, and it's can be useful, and we are working on it.
Looking forward to talking about how you manage next year at the Asteroid Festival.
Probably next year we'll have a lot of application and proofs.
Thank you very much. And Elisa, you were working on inclusive policies at the Massachusetts Space Week to make the event accessible to low-income households and deaf and hard of hearing audiences. How did you create those policies, and what did it take to implement them?
Yes, so we seeked feedback. I knew little about accessibility policy and found in the community wonderful experts who we could reach out to learn more. One was mentioned last night, Kim Arkand, who works on the Chandra mission and worked on the sonification project. And she also showed us about all these 3D printed models that you could bring into schools when we were doing activities. We continued seeking feedback, and we ran into a wonderful nonprofit called Astro Access and asked them, can you come to our events and just tell us how we could make it more accessible? And it was so simple to implement, and we had just not thought of it. For the hard of hearing, they told us, you're doing a space film festival, you're showcasing movies, and you're having panels. The point is to make it accessible to everyone. There should be open caption. If you put open caption on your movies, then it makes it accessible to our community. Let us know 2 months ahead of time of your event. We can coordinate to have sign language interpreters. We're connected with associations that enable us to ask for these type of services. We just need to know the dates ahead of time. Then it came to accessibility for people who just didn't feel welcomed in certain venues. We hadn't thought of it, and we asked around, we went to the streets and asked, hey, this event is happening, would you come? And ask for those who said no, why? And so many times it was, we thought that wonderful universities in Massachusetts were places where people wanted to go, but for a lot of folks who got back to us through the surveys, they told us, this feels intimidating. I don't feel like I can just come into a lecture hall. I don't think I'm allowed to. And we moved certain events to museums and public libraries. And right away, there was more activity, more presence. And people felt even more compelled to ask questions because they felt more comfortable. So it was by seeking this feedback and not being scared of doing things wrong, because we didn't know, but we could adapt along the way. And the journey isn't done, but there are so many people around us that know these things, and if we just take the time to go and ask for feedback on what we do, they're a very easy fix to apply.
I really like this lessons learned. As a science communicator, I talk a lot about outreach. And outreach, we often say it's not about bringing the people where you are, like doing an open day, but rather going where the people are, which is, I think, what we're doing as well today. And when we think of inclusiveness, it's also kind of the same thing. It's not just about adapting so that people can get into what the classical way of doing. It's about understanding also how it is on the other side. So thank you for those insights. Now that we've discussed a bit how the things you're implementing, how you're working, what is the wall you keep hitting when you're trying to move forward? Wanda, you were talking about how the scientific community is hard to convince, for instance, getting funding for actual scientific research. Are there other things, other limitations that you're faced with?
Being diverted always to education and people outreach. Don't take me wrong, I love education and people outreach. I enjoy it, I laugh a lot. And I like doing it. But it's like by default, everything is diverted. And I keep saying, access is just a tiny, like, it's a problem, but it's a itty-bitty tiny corner of the situation behind the scenes. Another thing is that I go to universities and sometimes they call me honey. And I don't respond because I don't know who honey is. Okay? I know I'm diabetic, but wow! So what I'm saying is that there is a little bit of unwitting and unintentional underestimation. Perhaps because at some point we feel that we have to always lower our heads and let everything fall on us, because if we respond or if we do anything, every situation that happens in the office will be our fault. Does that make sense? So we get a little bit underestimated. I'm not unhappy. I'm telling you the situation of the peoples I've been in dialogues with. Underestimated, diverted, and a little bit excommunicated without the option to choose how we want to participate.
Mm-hmm.
But it's changing.
The wall I keep on hitting, economic diversity, equity, being able to bring free events, and I want to celebrate this day because this is magical, and it's a free event for everybody to enjoy in so many circles, in so many places. It's very expensive to attend a space conference. It's expensive to even attend a space movie night, or a student-organized conference, but it is for the elites. And you have to go time after time and negotiate. Can we do this for you? And you provide us with free tickets for your conference. And so we're trading, and we're trading. So the way we designed our nonprofit system was to fundraise, to put it into an accessibility fund. But most of it actually goes for low-income households who reach out to us and say, you see these wonderful events that you're promoting? Here is the price tag, could you help? And that's why we have that fund. And it is a difficult conversation. You would think that with time, people would understand that everyone, no matter the income, should be able to access knowledge, and that's still a wall that exists, and it still requires too much effort to my to my taste to be able to break that barrier, because it does feel like a sort of shame is imposed upon you for those families who have to request, is this part of the program for low-income household? Can I come if I cannot pay this price tag? And that's a fight that we're doing every day.
Thank you. What about you, Tudor?
Well, I'm a little bit optimistic about this, but you're right. Accessibility is a tough thing. And in my opinion, there are many specialists in the room. We have projects, and I have one word, let's connect in the dots. And with my expertise, your expertise, with Wanda's feedback, I think we can create wonderful things, and we can break the barriers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are optimistic at Asteroid Day today. You know, no asteroids is coming to hit us today. Close enough, but not here. So let's be optimistic. My last question is, if we, got inclusion right, how could the space sector look like in the next 20 years?
Starting to get it right. If you look at 20 years ago, oh my gosh! Now when I turn back and I perceive everything that is happening, I go like, wow! If this would have been happening when I was at, it would have been different. And there are also initiatives. For example, I don't know, she must not be here, but the Aspire, that is a very good beginning, a very good, serious, solid step forward. Like, is assuming solid leadership to ensure that we will never go back, because we were using sound, multisensoriality at the end of the 1800s, and then we stopped. And then what the heck happened in the middle? So we want to make sure that our science will not go back. So what is happening in here right now is a very good hope for the future. And the things that people in their own communities are doing, I think the network has to expand, go global, right? And have a way to assess, forgive me, I'm taking long, to assess honestly the progress in the efforts for inclusion in the different fields. And whoever reports honestly, we will give them a certificate. Yes, even if the numbers are ugly, but it's honest. Yes, forgive me, forgive me.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions from the audience. Okay, one very quickly up there. Yeah, we can give you a mic, or if you speak loud enough, we're not so many in the room, so it should work.
Thank you. Absolutely wonderful work the three of you are doing, and so exciting and inspiring. I was absolutely terrified to hear that universities are scary places for some people. Moving to another venue is one approach. It does not solve the fundamental issue. How do we make universities welcoming to everyone? Thank you.
That's a really good question. First of all, you bring the academics from these universities in these venues that feel more approachable, and you break that barrier. Those academics are not scary. They are there to share their knowledge. The reason why we created this group was a group of academics who wanted to go out of their classroom and do free outreach. They're not asking for money, they're going there and they're showing, hey, this is the knowledge I'm sharing with you, and I'm not talking at you. Every single year, we do 112 events over 1 week. There is one event that is always sold out. It's the trivia night at the local bar. We can't beat that. Whatever we do, we invite astronauts, we do whatever we take. We are bringing those academics in that bar, and that's the best event. And I think when you have that human connection with these academics who are in these fancy universities, and then they say, hey, you want to know more? Let's have an office hour in my office. And then you go in and you feel less intimidated, and that barrier breaks by the human contact that you have with them.
I have one last question, or otherwise it is the perfect transition, because I actually have a trivia for you guys. So thank you very much, our panelists. So we're arriving at the end of the Asteroid Day, and before we leave the floor to the board of director director of the Asteroid Foundation, I would like, or would you like to speak now, or do you want to do the trivia first?
A trivia?
Yeah.
Go ahead. But we don't have much time left.
Yes, yes. So everybody can take out its smartphones, and we're going to move to Kahoots this time, not Mentimeter. We're going to have 10 questions related to all of the panels and events we've had throughout the day. So make sure, I hope that you're present for all of the events and that you listen carefully, because the questions are going to be related to the topics. You can choose a nickname, you can choose an avatar. I can maybe put it a bit bigger if it's easier for the smartphones. You can choose an avatar. And you can connect very easily, even online. For those that are online, we can connect very easily online also for this little trivia. Perfect. Are still some people scanning the QR code, or are we good? I know it's the end of the day, but if you can answer, are you guys ready? Thank you, Alyssa. She enjoys trivia nights in the bars. We don't have beers, but maybe a bit later on with this heat, we can do a second trivia. Okay, let's get started. It's going to be 10 questions. To get the most points, you're going to have the right answer, but of course as well be as fast as possible. And it starts with the first question. What is the difference between a meteor and a meteorite? Is it because a meteor has reached Earth's surface and a meteorite burns up in the atmosphere? Is it the other way around? Are they exactly the same thing? Or a meteor orbits the sun and a meteorite orbits the moon? What do you think? We have mentioned it in the panels. We have 4 seconds left to answer. 2, 1, and the right answer is a meteorite reaches the Earth's surface. Congratulations, everybody listened. Okay, GLC is taking the lead. Let's have a look at the second question. Asteroid Day is observed every year on June 30th, the anniversary of the Tunguska impact of 1908. True or false? A little hint, don't look at your calendars. And you have 7 seconds to answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And your answer is true. History Asteroid Day is actually June 30th. GLC is still number 1. Next question, what rock star co-founded Asteroid Day? What rock star? Is it Bono? Is it Brian May? Is it Mick Jagger or David Bowie? We also had other people, of course, but Brian May, the guitarist of Queen, was the one who co-founded this very festival that we are at today. If you don't know who Brian May is, there is a great movie that came out as well. So what band is he? Queen. Oh. Disqualified. What is the name of ESA's mission studying the aftermath of the DART impact on asteroid Dimorphos? Is it Rosetta, JUICE, ERA, or ExoMars? We also mentioned it several times in the panels. And the right answer is ERA. Yes. ERA launched in October 2024 and arriving at the asteroid in November 2026. Exciting month ahead. Okay, we still have GLC number 1. Next question, true or false? Either ESA's Rosetta mission was the first to land a spacecraft on the surface of a comet. Rosetta. What do we think? Is that true or false? And the right answer was true. True. Philae landed on Comet 67P. I'm not going to say the name because I'm not going to say it correctly. November 2014. Next question. Which everyday activity depends on precise satellite timing to work correctly? Watching cable TV, banking and financial transactions, sending a text message or charging your phone. Relying on precise satellite timing to work correctly. We have mentioned that on the panel of why space matters. Yes, good. People were listening. Indeed, it was banking and financial transactions that rely on GPS, atomic clocks that synchronize transactions worldwide. I see that the first person in the podium is obviously an asteroid nerd. What is the Scripper alphabet? The inventor's in the room, so don't get it wrong, because we just mentioned that. So several possibilities is a coding language used by NASA, a tactile system that translates color into touch, an ancient alphabet found on a meteorite, a type of telescope filter. Oof, who is the one person? Now we want to know. Is this you? Because you didn't know that Brian May was queen, so. Queen. Okay, next question. This is the alphabet, by the way. We didn't show it in the panel, but if you want to have a look, feel free to see it on the internet. Next question, this is true or false. Roughly 88% of severe weather alerts worldwide rely on satellite data. 88% of severe weather alerts worldwide. What do you think? Are we that useful? Yes, we are that useful. Without weather satellites. Sorry?
It predicted this current weather we're experiencing?
Well, probabilities. Okay, now next question. Roughly how many humans have ever been to space? We've had 3 in the room today. So under 100, fewer than 700, about 5,000, or over 20,000 out of the 8 billion people on our planet. How many roughly? Yes, a bit fewer than 700, although this is getting more and more people going in space. Let's have a look at the podium. Okay, so 97 NC1 is leading, but there is still one last question, and this can change everything. This is a hard one. It was in the panel. I'm going to give you a hint. It was on the panel of Planetary Defense, and it was on a very nice slide with a lot of acronyms. So I hope that you got it right. What UN body coordinates planetary defense missions between agencies? Is it NATO? Is it SMPAG? Is it WHO or UNESCO? I was nice. You should be able to guess. Indeed, it is Space Mission Planning Advisory Group, right? Am I right? Congrats. Okay, so now give it up for the podium. Let's give it up for number 3. We're going to have on stage EGH, yes. Geosin, yes. And first place. Who is it? It's Asteroid. 1997, NC1, please, number 1. Where are you? Oh my God! Congratulations! I'm very happy that I can tell you that thanks to your podium, you can name an asteroid in the name you want. Thank you very much for participating. We're going to give you a little prize afterwards. Thank you very much for participating in the trivia, and for the closing words, I am very, very happy now to leave the floor back to the real important people here. I'm going to put your side back up.
Can you take that image off?
You want this image?
That's like 20 years ago.
No, you look the same. I'll leave the floor to you now.
Thank you, Chloe. You're truly galactic. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I thought the musician who co-founded Asteroid Day was... Okay. Can you hear me or not at the back? Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's better. I didn't realize I'm closing the event. I was told about it like an hour ago. Apparently, I was told about this a month ago, but it's just escaped my mind. Anyway, all of you are true heroes for staying here until the end. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for staying here. You're actually the marathon winners today of Asteroid Day. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I mean, I wish all the volunteers were here. They're not here, are they? Okay, I mean, today would not have been possible after 9 months of preparation, would not have been possible without the work of volunteers. Some of them are here. Thank you so much for doing all the hard work. You're truly phenomenal. Thank you so much for that. So we come to the end of this year's, this was written to me like 10 minutes ago by Anna. of Asteroid Day Festival. I mean, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who was here today, who contributed today, and who made it into a great success. Our team has been working on this since last September. I can see only Anna here. Stand up, please, Anna. Thank you so much. It really is a tremendous amount of work to organize an event like this, to bring in so many people from all around the world to this gathering. Thank you so much for that, Anna. I'd like to thank all our partners, sponsors, I said the volunteers already, a technical team at the back there. Thank you so much for everything. Speakers, exhibitors, and everyone working behind the scenes, thank you so much for your dedication and passion. Before I continue with this, I would like to thank 3 people who are sitting here again one more time. And that's because this is a project which started also in September, but we didn't get any funding for it until January. And these people I've worked with continuously, and these are Anna, Gianluca Massi, and Wanda Merced Diaz. What Wanda doesn't tell you that we have these virtual calls regularly, and she's one of the few people who does not have a dog or a cat. She has a cockerel. So we'll be sitting there discussing sonification, how we can convert Gianluca Massi's data into haptics, into vibrations, etc. And suddenly you hear cock-a-doodle-doo, and it just continues. And one day, the cock-a-doodle-doo was not there. So I was quiet all the time, and then I said, "Is your cockerel dead? Have you eaten him?" And suddenly the horror in her voice, "No, Maher." And you know how she overexpresses the no there. She said, "No, Maher, he's my friend. He's sleeping." And we did this for 6 months nearly, until we got to the event which we had shared with you yesterday. And hopefully we'll have better luck. Not better luck, we'll have definitely more results in the next year, in the future, over the next 3 years, where the project should last. So, you know, Asteroid Day is much more than asteroids. You've seen it today. There's lots of curiosity, there's lots of discovery, there's lots of international collaboration. We've seen that today. And it reminds us that space belongs to all humanity. We truly believe in democratizing space in terms of science and art. Not just science, engineering, and the arts. We try to bring all of these into Asteroid Day. And I think I believe we succeeded this year more than we ever have done before. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope that you leave here inspired, with new questions to ask, new ideas. Hopefully you've made new friends, and perhaps a renewed sense of wonder. If you're from Luxembourg, you just catch the tram and go home. If you're not from here, we wish you all safe travel. Enjoy the rest of your time in Luxembourg, enjoy the weekend. And remember, every day can be Asteroid Day. And we hope to see you next year, bis next year. Vielmals merci. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the time. Thank you so much. And I think we have to vacate the hall now.